Test 1, 2. Good morning, everyone. We have a quorum of Planning Committee in the room, and I'll call the meeting to order and welcome everyone to the 56th meeting of the Planning Committee for Tuesday, the 25th of June. If you wish to speak to the committee with respect to any of the items that are on today's agenda, save and except for item number 1, which is just strictly a tabling where we're not receiving delegations, we're not entertaining motions, and we're not entertaining debate today. If you any other items on the Planning Committee agenda, if you wish to speak to the committee with respect to those items, if you fill in a white request to speak form, it's located at the table to my outside the door and just to the left. Bring it to the committee assistant to my right. We'll get you on the agenda to speak to the committee. However, if you've registered in advance, I do have a list of those speakers, and you don't have to fill in a request to speak form because you're already on our list to speak. This is a public meeting to consider the proposed zoning and bylaw amendments listed as items 2 to 12 and 14 on today's agenda. For the items listed above, only those who make oral submissions today or written submissions before the amendments are adopted may appeal the matter to the Ontario Municipal Board. In addition, the applicant may appeal the matter to the Ontario Municipal Board if Council does not adopt an amendment within 120 days of receipt of a complete application for zoning and 180 days for an official plan amendment. Une feuille de commentaires est disponible à l'entrée pour toute personne désirante soumettre des commentaires écrits concernant les modifications. This may be a very long meeting, and if you aren't able to stay but you want to provide written comments which will become part of the public record that Council will review when considering your applications on, for the most part, on the 17th of July. Then there is a comment sheet out on the table that you can fill in your comments. If you give them to the committee assistant to my right, we'll make sure they form part of the public record for this item. So, members of committee, we've received a regret from Councillor Chiarelli. He will not be here. He is away on city business. Are there any declarations of interest? None? Okay. We're going to, we have the minutes 55, June 11th, 2013. Are those minutes carried? Carried. Okay, we're going to go through a consent agenda to see if we can resolve some of these items. Item number 1, we're going to hold for just a brief presentation. Item number 2 is an application to alter 132 Stanley Avenue, properly designated under Part 5 of the Ontario Heritage Act. The only person registered to speak to the committee with respect to an application to alter 132 of Stanley Avenue is Murray Chown. Is there anyone else aside from Mr. Chown who wishes to speak to the committee with respect to this item? Mr. Chown, are you happy we carry this item as? Yes, as I want to make sure though, as submitted to us by the Built Heritage Advisory Committee. Sorry? Yes. Okay. Just want to make sure. So thank you, Mr. Chown. Members of the committee, is this item carried? Carried. Item number 3, we have, which is an application to move 2 properties, 273 and 27579 Sussex Drive, designated under Part 5 of the Ontario Heritage Act and located in the Lowertown West Heritage Conservation District. We have 1 person registered to speak in opposition, so we're going to hold that item and come back to it. Item number 4 is an application to reconstruct the former Ogilvy's department store, 124 Rideau Street, a property designated under Part 4 of the Ontario Heritage Act. I don't have anyone registered to speak to the committee with respect to this item. Is there anyone in the audience who wishes to speak to the committee with respect to item number 4, an application to reconstruct the former Ogilvy's department store, 124 Rideau Street? No one. Members of the committee, is this item carried? Carried. Item number 5 is an application to alter 218 Coltrane Road, a property designated under Part 5 of the Ontario Heritage Act and located in the Rockcliffe Park Heritage Conservation District. I have no one registered to speak to the committee with respect to item number 5. Is there anyone in the audience who wishes to speak to the committee with respect to item number 5? Members of the committee, is this item carried? Carried. Okay. Item number 6 is the zoning at 5901 and 5911 Meadow Glen Drive. We have a number of speakers in opposition and in support of the recommendation, so we're going to hold that item and come back to it. And that's the zoning we're holding, the zoning at 5901 and 5911 Meadow Glen Drive. Item number 7 is the zoning at 6255, 6275, 6271 Renault Road and 3828 Innes Road. We have one person registered to speak to the committee with respect to this item, and that's Mr. McElligott. And I don't have anyone else registered to speak to the committee with respect to Mr. McElligott. Is there anyone else in the audience who wishes to speak to the committee with respect to this item? No? Okay, we do have a technical amendment with respect to, and I'm going to look to Mr. I think it was Mr. Boughton, right? Where's Mr. Boughton? Someone, it's a technical amendment proposed by you? Right. And it corrects a number of wording issues and some mapping issues. Is that correct?
Mr. Chair, the amendment is to remove the holding designation applied to the industrial, sorry, not the industrial, the minor institutional zone on the schedule.
Okay, and that's in accordance, we don't require it anymore?
We do not require it anymore. We've had discussions with the proponent. We've come to an agreement that it's no longer required.
Perfect. Mr. McElligott, where are you? You're happy with technical amendment? Okay. You don't need to speak to the committee if we're prepared to carry this item? Okay. Perfect. Members of committee, is the amendment moved by Councillor Harder, is that carried? On the item then, is it carried? Carried. Okay. Item number 8 is the Greenbank Focus Zoning Study, 171, 173, and 175 Greenbank Road. We have a number of people in support and in opposition, so we'll hold that item and come back to it. It's item number 8, the Greenbank Focus Zoning Study, 171, 173, 175 Greenbank Road. Official plan amendment. Official plan amendment, central area secondary plan. We have one person registered to speak to that item, which is Mr. Nixie, in agreement. I have no one else registered to speak to the committee with respect to item number 9. Is there anyone in the audience who wishes to speak to committee with respect to item number 9? Official plan amendment, central area secondary plan. Mr. Nixie, you're in agreement? You're happy? You don't need to speak to the committee if we're prepared to carry this item? Okay. Councillor Holmes? We're on the item, the Escarpment District Plan, secondary plan. Can we carry this?
I'd like to hold that, please, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Thanks.
Sorry, Mr. Nixie, you're going to have to wait. Okay. Item number 10 is the zoning at 233 Armstrong Street. We have a number of speakers in opposition and, well, maybe some in support. So we'll have to come back to that item. Item number 11 is the Colonel-by focused zoning study. And we have a number of speakers in, opposition. And agreement with qualifications. Okay, and there requires a technical amendment with respect to some transition provisions. And so we're going to have to come back to that one. Councillor Chernyshenko, you might want to find out who these people are and have a discussion with them, because they will be here quite late to the day, and if you can find a resolution to the issues that they're bringing forward, it might certainly be helpful both to you and to your constituents. So I'll encourage you to do that. Item number 12 is the Cardinal Creek Village Concept Plan Integrated Official Plan Amendment and Environmental Assessment. 1079, 1422 Old Montreal Road, 1313, 1325 Grand Chien Court, and 1190 Regional Road 174. We have a number of speakers in support. We have a number in opposition. So we're going to come back to that one. So, item 13 is Flag Station Road, an area-specific development charge. And we have one speaker registered to speak, Tim and Martha Finley. They're in agreement with the recommendation. Is there anyone else in the audience who wishes to speak to the issue of the area-specific development charge on Flag Station Road? No. Mr. and Mrs. Kelly, are you here? I'm assuming it's Mr. and Mrs. Kelly. Yeah. You're happy if we carry this item? You don't need to speak to the committee? Okay. And just for your information, we're waiving this to council tomorrow, so it can be considered tomorrow. So you'll have final approval tomorrow if council carries that waiver. So members of committee, on the item, is it carried? Carried. Okay. Item number 14, which is a comprehensive zoning bylaw, 208-250 omnibus zoning bylaw amendments and anomalies and minor corrections. I have no one registered to speak to the committee with respect to item 14. Is there anyone in the audience who wishes to speak to the committee with respect to item number 14? No? Okay. Members of committee, is item number 14 carried? Members of committee, is item number 14 carried? Carried. Okay. Item number 15 is item number 15 is the response to the Ontario Municipal Board interim order on infill bylaw 212 1 Friday Solar affecting mature neighborhoods, and we have speakers in opposition, so we'll hold that item and come back to it. And the cash in lieu of parking review, we have one person in opposition, so we will come back to that item as well. Okay. Thank you, everyone. Item number 1, Ms. Snedden. Mr. Moser.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning, committee members. It seems to be the last time we had a planning committee meeting in these chambers. It was on the last official plan, so it's somewhat appropriate we're here today to...
Don't remind me of that plan. We made millionaires out of people. Remember the lottery?
Yeah, I do. So we're here today to table the draft official plan amendment so that all the stakeholders can review and provide input over the summer into the fall on the plan before planning committee and council seeks to approve this or considers approving it in the fall. So I just want to take a few minutes, Mr. Chair, and just go through the process, what we've been through, and where we're going from here. When we started the plan in January, we took an approach to building a livable Ottawa and putting together a number of topics that we would discuss through the review of the official plan, the infrastructure master plan, transportation master plan, and the cycling and pedestrian plans. From the beginning, the reviews of these plans were really focused. Certainly the plans were not a revisiting of the existing council-approved principles. So in the case of the official plan, we really looked at focusing on urban design, on the intensification, transit-oriented development, employment lands, and several rural components. Up on the slide, there's the last slide is about affordability. That was an overarching theme across all of the plans, and the focus, the topics on public transportation, complete streets, were certainly part of the discussion that's going to take place on the Transportation Master Plan. In terms of action to date, as I said, we did launch it in January the 29th, the review of the official plan and all of the other plans. In February, we had public consultation. Certainly had a number of workshops, but we did rely on I think, a very successful survey that we did on the plan. March, we presented a report to Planning Committee on what we had heard and the approach that we were going to move forward on. During April and June, we had meetings with the sponsors group. It's a sponsor group of counselors who are helping us move this through the process, as well as rated by an industry and community panels. And we spent much of May and June together going through the material that's in front of committee today. Certainly want to acknowledge the help and the input that we received from the sponsors group and from the panels. They've been invaluable in helping us bring it to where we are today. I'd also like to acknowledge and recognize all the effort that staff has put into it from the official plan team to, again, get us to where we are today. The plan itself that we're tabling with committee is straightforward. There's two documents attached to the transmittal report. The first document is the draft official plan. In it, you'll see as you review it, where there is a policy that we're deleting, it is stricken out with strikeout, and where there's new policy, it's shaded. So anything shaded is new. Anything that's stricken out is proposed to be deleted from the plan. As you look at the plan, you'll see that there are many, many sections and subsections of the plan that are not changed, are not proposed to be changed, again reflecting the focused review that we've had of the plan. There are some proposed changes to some of the schedules attached to the plan, again to reflect the changes that we had put in the plan itself. Document 2 is really what we call the table of changes. It's really a companion document that allows you to look at the table of changes and then speaks to a little bit in terms of why we're doing this, what we've done, where why we're approaching it in a certain way, and that is meant to be read as you go through the document one itself. In terms of where we're going next steps, after today we'll launch into a circulation of the draft official plan, both the technical agencies and other agencies that are involved with us, and we will then through July, August, and into September, we'll be having information sessions on all of the plans that we are bringing forward. October 22nd, we will have in front of committee the official plan and the infrastructure master plan for review and recommendations of approval. Then goes forward to council in November the 13th, where the other plans will join up with the official plan for council approval. In December, we'll bring forward the official plan amendment specifically to council, because we have to do a amendment that then is sent on to the Minister of Municipal Affairs for approval. And that gets us into 2014, where we'll be spending a considerable amount of energy on implementing the policies of the official plan in the zoning bylaw. And also by June of 2014, we will have in front of committee the development charges bylaw. So, Mr. Chair, that's really all I wanted to cover. A great deal of information that is going to be out there, and we're looking forward to all of our stakeholders' views on it. As I said, we'll be back to committee in October, and Ms. Sten and I are more than pleased to answer any questions committee may have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moser. Are there any questions on the consultation? The documents go live when, Mr. Moser?
We're trying to, as soon as we can, Mr. Chair, we'll be posting them on the Building a Livable Ottawa website, so we'll hopefully have it within the hour.
Okay, perfect. Okay, Any questions on the consultation? So is tabling carried? Carried. Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Moser, Ms. Snedden. Okay, we're going to go to item number 3, an application to move 2 heritage properties, 273, 275, 279 Sussex Drive. Mr. Smith, I'm not sure that this has been before committee before, and it is well known to us. I'm not sure that we need a presentation. I'll just ask members of committee if they have any questions about the program. And so I'll go to Councillor Hubley and then Councillor Blais.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Just a question. I was present and involved in the previous debate on this issue, but now that we've decided or we're proposing that the city will pay to move these buildings, what's the rationale behind moving both buildings?
Both buildings together form the western edge of the Lower Town West Heritage Conservation District. They are deemed to be of equal value, and if the goal of the project was to keep that street edge and to keep the neighborhood feeling, then and the designated buildings, then they're being treated equally because they are of equal significance.
I thought the goal of the project was to smooth out the road and create a safer situation for cyclists in that area. And so I'm not quite clear. Like, I understand both buildings have equal value, so I'm not sure why we need to preserve both. Are we not only looking to hold on to one to show the heritage?
Councillor, the issue before this committee is, can the 2 buildings be moved and preserve their heritage value? The issue of whether one or the other should be moved is something that should be debated by Councillor Guy's committee. It's within the bounds of transportation, because now we're starting to talk about the road engineering. Does the road need to go this way or that way? So if and I don't know if Councillor Eglai, we're talking about road design at Planning Committee, and we're wondering, he's received a letter from the Lower Town West Community Association asking him to bring this back to committee. And if he's going to do that, that's the place to decide the road geometrics to allow you not to move one of the houses. But the issue before us is, can we move the houses for whatever purpose and still retain their heritage value? That's the issue that's before us. Correct?
That's correct, Mr. Chair.
Right. So whether it's being moved for a road, for a sidewalk, for whatever purpose, it is not relevant to the discussion here. So, but if you want to get to that, you got to go to Transportation Committee.
So to be clear, whether we move one or both houses will be decided at Transportation? That's
Yes.
what you're telling us?
Well, if it's going to Transportation, yes, that's where it would be debated. Go ahead. I don't know what your process is.
At this point, Mr. Chair, there's no intention to bring it back to transportation.
Okay, so, and because the council has delegated the road design, I don't know what.
Yeah, we've gone through this in the past, back and forth, and it's with your committee now, and I think that's where it should be.
So if Councillor Hubley wants to debate the issue of the design of the road to...
No, I don't.
Oh, so no, just a second. No, just a second. I'm just trying to...
Okay.
I'm not, if he wants to debate that, he should go to your committee. Or he should make a request of your committee.
That's a better way to put it, to make a request, yes.
If I can clarify, I don't want to debate the design of the road. I think we're doing this for the safety of citizens.
Right.
It's what I'm looking to get an understanding of is why we are trying to preserve both the houses. And my understanding is they're just in a district. It's not that the houses themselves have any special status. So do we really need to have taxpayers pay to move and save two houses? That's what I'm trying to get at. Nothing to do with the road design, just the properties itself.
Yeah, no, but I guess I'm not questioning whether I'm just trying to to determine what the right venue is for you to have that debate and discussion.
I appreciate that, Mr. Chair, but I want to clarify, I'm not looking to change the design of the roads at all. It's just a question around the two houses and the expense that we will give to the taxpayers of Ottawa if we undertake to move both houses instead of moving one and just taking down the other.
Mr. Smith, you want to?
Mr. Chairman, I think maybe just to get clarity around this, the whole issue with respect to the road realignment, that's another matter. That clearly is what caused an application to be submitted for the relocation of the two houses. It was following up on the council decision where initially the application was to demolish those two houses. The clear direction was no, that was not acceptable. Application was made to relocate the two houses because both needed to be relocated to allow for the road works to happen. Staff assessed the relocation and concluded that it fits within the policy framework of the official plan, and we're quite satisfied that these two houses can be relocated, will serve to retain the edge of the Lower Town West Heritage District as it represents itself on Sussex Drive, and it will retain the integrity of the district in that particular location, which was a key area of concern that was expressed with respect to the initial proposal to demolish the buildings, in that it would remove that representation of what Lower Town West was on the ceremonial route leading to the Governor General's and the Prime Minister's homes. So really the matter that was looked at was whether or not relocation is appropriate, and the conclusion is yes, it is appropriate, and the recommendation was put forward to the Built Heritage Subcommittee and now to this committee to recommending approval for that.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll wait for Councillor Blaze.
Councillor Blais?
Thank you very much. Why was it decided that the city should be paying to move the houses?
Through you, Mr. Chair, if I might, the redesign of the roadway to incorporate the elements, the Confederation Line elements, the cycling path, and then reconstruct the services in the lanes has triggered an impact on these homes. And you will recall that NCC, as the owner of the homes, came forward with an application to demolish those homes, which was not supported. So now we have gone back, and you are faced with an application to relocate those homes, and as Chair Hume points out, the discussion here today is all around the heritage value of those homes and the ability to move those on the lot. So in terms of the cost sharing, that's part of the design. The triggering of the demolition certainly is within, because of the decisions that council made, and there is a cost sharing, and the city is prepared to pick up a significant portion of the cost of relocating.
But let's be clear, the application for moving the houses is being made by the National Capital Commission.
The application was filed by our Public Works Department acting for the National Capital Commission.
Okay. So, no, I remember. It's funny that we're picking up the tab for something they want to do, and they're not doing the same thing in other parts of the city for us. So I won't be supporting this. I think it's crazy to spend $1.2 million to move two houses so that the NCC can get something they want.
Okay, is there anyone else who wants questions on this? Okay. Our speaker is Nancy Miller-Chenier, if you'd like to come up. Any one of those? Sit right there.
Good morning. I'm Nancy Miller-Chenier. I'm a co-chair of the Lower Town Community Association's Heritage Committee. And I thank all the councillors for trying to clarify what is a very muddled issue for us. Is it heritage or is it transportation? I'm here this morning to speak about the heritage, but it's obviously all interwoven. We, as a community, are opposed to the relocation of these valued heritage buildings on Sussex Drive. The community is not convinced that moving the buildings is the only option or the best option. Following the Build Heritage Committee meeting, we heard new issues related to the overall Sussex plan, things that the residents had not been aware of when we were first considering the heritage aspect. We want a full public assessment of the transportation plans and all its related components. We want more discussion about the proposal to reroute STO buses down one of our residential streets. And we want to know why Lower Town's valuable green space is being gobbled up for a traffic circle for Gatineau buses.
Okay.
Now I'm on to
I
the
understand you
heritage.
want to talk about transportation.
Now I'm on to the heritage.
Okay. And stick with the heritage,
On the
please.
buildings themselves, we see many good reasons to want these buildings not only saved in their current location, but also designated and restored as a tribute to their occupants. These houses provide a symbolic corner of history, a curve in the road that has been there since Colonel Royal Engineers laid out the plan. The houses are representative of Canada's rich cultural diversity. We were especially proud to uncover the fact that Adrienne Clarkson, our country's first Asian-born Governor-General, lived here when she first arrived in Canada as a child refugee. As our community, our concerns about moving the houses are multiple. Moving the buildings sets a precedent for shifting the boundary of a designated heritage conservation district, that of Lower Town West. Such an action is not considered to be good heritage practice. It diminishes the social history of the area, the oldest residential part of Ottawa, and the contextual value of the buildings. Moving the buildings to facilitate traffic flow sends the message that traffic speed takes precedent over pedestrians and residents, especially the families that currently live in the buildings. It signals that cars, trucks, and buses have more importance than the history of this old area. Moving the buildings makes us fearful about the loss of yet another cluster of homes that tell the story of Colonel Bye's worker village. We are unclear about the actual new location proposed for the structures or their relation to surrounding buildings. We don't know what it's going to mean in terms of lost green space around the buildings or established trees. We worry about damage and partial collapse of the buildings during relocation. In the earlier demolition discussions, we observed that saving the only single-family dwellings remaining along Confederation Boulevard was a positive statement. We support the NCC goals for a Confederation Boulevard and believe that the people of Canada and international visitors will be pleased to see the modest homes of real Canadians preserved along a ceremonial route dominated by institutional buildings. But as a community, we are not convinced that residents, pedestrians, or cyclists will benefit from the straightening of the road. We want roads that calm rather than hasten vehicle traffic. We want a comprehensive study of the STO buses that run through our residential streets. We want the redesign of Confederation Boulevard and the inclusion of cycling lanes to be accomplished without the negative actions of moving the buildings or redirecting bus traffic. In essence, we want to ensure that continued heritage value of these buildings takes precedence over the need for speed. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Harder had a question for you.
Yeah, thank you for coming out again. And I just, because this topic of transportation keeps coming up, and as you know, when I was chairing the subcommittee on Built Heritage, I did not allow it. It isn't the place for it. Well, a decision was made, and you helped us make that. You sold us on the fact that, and us being the Heritage Committee, the Planning Committee, and City Council, that these two properties were significantly important to the fabric of your community and to the heritage character of this city to save. Just to finish this whole transportation thing with one monster nail, having said all that and what we approved, the only way to do that is to move them. That's the end of it. Okay? There is no other option. I just need you to understand that. It's not like the battle was won in determining that they were of value and that they deserve to be saved. There is not yet another battle that says that we've got to now go back to the roads, because I'll tell you, if it goes back to anything, it'll be to demolishing them, and I don't want to see that happen. So thank you for coming out. I know how important this is to you and to the community, but you have to separate the two items. This is a significant win for the heritage community that we made the determination and the council supported that. Thank you.
Any other questions? Or wasn't really a question, Councillor, but any other questions? No. Thank you very much for your presentation. So, members of the committee, other speakers on the item? On the item, then, is it carried? 2 dissents, Councillor Hubley and Councillor Blais. So it's carried with 2 dissents. And I understand we need to get this to council tomorrow, is that correct? So we're asking for a waiver. Councillor Hart, are you going to move waiver? Yes. To council tomorrow? Okay, so on waiver, is waiver carried? Carried. Okay, thank you very much. Item number 6. Lucky number 6. Zoning 5901, 5911 Meadow Glen Drive. Yeah, I'll call. Yeah, I'll call. Yep. No problem.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of Planning Committee. Just a quick introduction of the item before you this morning. This is a 51-stacked townhouse development. The report itself, the purpose of the report is to allow this development at this particular location, being Meadow Glen Drive and Orleans Boulevard. There's been 2 public consultation meetings with the public in the immediate vicinity of the subject site. And there's been consistent opposition to this particular development. Michael Botten, who's immediately to my right, is the file lead and will take us through some of the information presented through the application, and the staff and the department's position as far as supporting the current application as it is in the report.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'll begin just by providing a location of the property. The subject property is marked on with the red X on the screen. It is located in Orleans, and it's situated north of Innes Road and west of Orleans Boulevard, within the established neighborhood of Chapel Hill. And the property is highlighted again in red on the screen. The site is located on the southwest corner of Orleans Boulevard and Meadow Glen Drive. The site area is approximately 0.7 hectares in area. It includes the narrow parcel abutting Orleans Boulevard, currently owned by Minto Communities, but is under option to purchase by the proponent. Vehicular access to the site is solely from Meadow Glen Drive. Now, since the late 1980s, the site has been and still is surrounded by low-rise, single detached residential properties to the north, south, and west, as you can see on the screen. It is on the eastern periphery of the the Chapel Hill neighborhood, which is defined by Orleans Boulevard, immediately to the east of the site. Now, east of the site, on the opposite side of Orleans Boulevard, is another neighborhood that is characterized mainly by 2- and 3-story townhouses, including some 3.5-story stacked townhouses further north of the site. Again, the site is shown here in this oblique view, looking west. The site was, until recently, home of Roger Bergeron and Sons, a locally well-known market garden operation, and the commercial business ceased operation in recent years, and the site is now unoccupied. And this is a street view shot of the market garden operation as the site exists today. It includes a single detached dwelling, a garage, and 2 storage buildings. Now, I'll just run down the existing policy context and zoning. The property, again, is, whoops, there we go. The property is identified again with the red X. It is designated general urban area in yellow, and which permits all types and densities of housing. Now, this designation makes several references to intensification, and I think are important just to quickly summarize here. Policy 13 of Section 2.2.2 of the official plan supports intensification throughout the urban area, including areas designated general urban area. Policy 14 continues and says, specifically states that the interior portions of stable, low-rise residential neighborhoods, such as Chapel Hill, are to continue to be characterized by low-rise buildings. Intensification in the form of new development proposed within the interior of established neighborhoods is to be designed to complement the area's pattern of built form and open space, and the policy defines low-rise building as 4 stories or less. Now, specific to intensification, Policy 3 of Section 3.6.1 of the official plan states that intensification must relate to the existing community character so that it enhances and builds upon desired established patterns and built form. It must also contribute to the maintenance and achievement of a balance of housing types and tenures to provide a full range of housing, and it must be compatible with the existing community character to enhance and build upon the desired established patterns and built form. And the policies state that the ground-oriented form of multiple housing is one possible means of intensification. With respect to compatibility, the official plan states that proposals must fit well within the physical context, and that makes reference to such things as traffic, parking, privacy, access to sunlight, and it must be appropriate with respect to height, mass, transition, setbacks, and so on. The existing zoning of the property is currently R1W, which is residential first density subzone W, with a holding symbol attached to it. This zone has existed since the 1980s. It was perpetuated in the 2008 Ottawa Consolidated Zoning Bylaw, and it permits essentially only single detached dwellings today. The holding symbol reflects a long-standing development restriction imposed through the Plan of Subdivision registration in 1987 on the smaller lot that I raised earlier. The restriction states that the subject site cannot be developed until such time as the 2 separate parcels are under the same property owner and developed as a contiguous site. Now, I should point out that when I say two separate parcels, the area on the screen that was highlighted as a subject site is comprised of two separate parcels. And you can see on the screen the development provisions that are currently applicable on the site through the R1W zone: lot frontage 9 meters, building height 11 meters, rear yard setback 6 meters, front yard 4.5, and so on. Fairly typical. Now I'll just quickly run through the proposed zoning. And on the screen is the proposed development concept in support of the proponent's application. And I'll just quickly describe the characteristics for you. I'll orient you to the top of the page, or to the top of the page is Orleans Boulevard, and to the left is Meadow Glen Drive, and then the street with the elbow is referred to as La Chapelle Street. So you can see the site is organized in 7 blocks of stacked townhouses. It constitutes between 47 and 51 dwelling units at a density of around 70 dwelling units per hectare. Access, as I mentioned, is only from Meadow Glen Drive. 71 parking spots are what is proposed, which meets the current standards of the zoning bylaw for such a development. A 7.5 meter setback has been proposed along the Windflower Way properties, and that's at the bottom of the site. Those are the backyards of the Windflower Way properties. There's a 7.5 meter setback proposed there, minimum. And along La Chapelle Street, there's a 4.5 meter setback imposed. And the next image shows is an artist's rendering of the stacked townhouse development. It constitutes a 2.5-story building height, each block containing 1- and 2-story units, and that equates to a 9.5 meter height to midspan of the roof, which is the maximum that is being proposed. Now, the proposed zoning bylaw then is an R4 zone, our residential 4th density, subzone M, with an exception, and the holding continuing on the site. This zone would permit stacked townhouse developments as is requested, subject to the development provisions that I'll get into quickly. This use also permits the lower densities of development, singles, semis, and townhouses. However, through the technical amendment that was submitted this week to the committee coordinator, it prohibits low-rise apartment dwelling use typically permitted in the standard R4 zone. The provisions that are specific to the exception zone that is being applied for are more restrictive than some of the provisions of the current R1W zone with respect to yard depth, building height, and permitted projections, in this case specific to balconies. The more permissive provisions apply to the accessory buildings that are being proposed and the refuse collection area adjacent to La Chapelle Street and the side yard. The holding symbol, as I mentioned, is to remain in place until such time as it can be demonstrated that the 2 separate parcels that comprise the subject site are held under one ownership. And so in conclusion then, staff are satisfied that with the proposed zoning amendment. In staff's opinion, the proposed development conforms with the intensification policies of the official plan in that it maintains the low-rise character of the established surrounding neighborhood. It respects the existing character through its built form and height. It contributes to the achievement of a balance of housing types in the surrounding community. It is also staff's opinion that the proposed development is compatible with the surrounding low-rise residential development in that it proposes a ground-oriented multiple housing form. It fits well within the physical context and is appropriate with respect to height, 9.5 meters, which is less than the maximum permitted in the R1 zone applying to the site today. The mass, the orientation of the dwelling blocks respects the abutting residential properties. The transition is achieved through building height and spatial separation from the adjacent properties, as I pointed out, with the 7.5 meter setback. And building setbacks more restrictive than the standard. They're more restricted than the standard R4 zone provisions and the R1W provisions. Staff are also satisfied that the proposed development is suitable for the site. Municipal services can adequately accommodate the proposed density of development and site design, and the projected volume of traffic can be accommodated by the surrounding arterial and major collector roads. And so with that, staff recommend approval of the proposed zoning amendment, and I'm available to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there questions from members of committee? No. But we're going to go to, before we go to delegations, Councillor Blows wants to introduce a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. While I do have questions, I don't want to ask them yet because I think the context of this debate may change somewhat. But I do want to mention before the delegations speak and the applicant speaks, I have a motion coming forward that that would implement, if approved, would implement a significant change to the staff recommendation. And what it basically does is that if the map were up there on La Chapelle, it would maintain the R1 zoning, which would be single, whereas the rest of the site, the remnant site, would be considered, would stay as R4, even though I do not support the R4 zoning and would ask for that to be split. But I do want to say before the residents speak, before the applicant, as members of this committee know, generally when infill is very difficult no matter where it is, what the context is. In this case, I have failed. Normally, applications come in my ward. They don't go through lengthy, or they don't go through a lot of debate here. There's generally a consensus reached. I was not able to reach a consensus. Still trying to achieve something with this motion. But I do want to read out the motion for 1 second, the relevant part, and that way at least the speakers and the applicant can address that as well as the report before them. And basically this says that the proposed zoning maintains the R1W zone for the property fronting on La Chapelle, and that the remnant property would be zoned in accordance with the R4M exception holding zone with the conditions referred to in document 6. So I just wanted the speakers, the upcoming speakers, to be aware of that motion. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor. Are there any other questions for members of, for Mr. Boughton? Okay, let's go to delegations. The first delegation is André Theverge. If you'd like to come down. You're on. Go ahead.
Okay. Good morning. My name is André Thivierge, and I am the co-chair of the Chapel Hill Resident Committee. First, I would like to thank very much all the members of the city, of the Planning Committee, who have agreed to take the time to meet with us, and those also who sent a representation. All right. In approving the zoning to R4 and by extension the development project, the city is applying a one-size-fits-all standard in imposing an urban standard to a suburban area. This development will result to a disproportionate increase of density, which will create a radical change of the character of the community. So considering that people living in suburban area are multiple car users, the density of such development is unrealistic and will much better fit in an urban area. In terms of demarcation, the planners and the staff report acknowledge the demarcation between Orleans Boulevard and east and west as well. But it seems that they turn a blinding eye in failing to consider the significant difference of the type of housing in each area. Well, in terms of financement, over the last months, Domicile have been making a number of assertions at the effect that their proposed development fit and will enhance our community. Those assertions were cut and paste to the staff report. So neither the domicile during the public consultation nor the city's planners in their staff reports have been able to present arguments to support the assertions of why the developer project would complement, fit, and enhance our community, and how compliant it is with the official plan. On the other hand, there are several hundreds of residents who disagree with these assertions and have been able to explain how and why the proposed development project does not fit and how it is not compliant with the operational plan. And this will be emphasized with future presenters. In terms of the democratic process here, so the city spent a considerable amount of time and efforts in creating a platform that all concerned citizens can be heard by inviting them to provide comments, to participate in public hearing, and even we had the opportunity to present a petition which have 381 members signed the petition. The platforms available to the residents to present their views were extremely well used, in fact, and resulted in an overwhelming response against the proposed amendment proposal and the proposed development project. During both public hearings, not even one supporter of this project came forward. The developer has made some change, and I congratulate them for that, from the first proposal, but it appears that they did not hear our major concerns, which is the excessive level of intensification. On the other hand, some councillors heard us and they do not support the proposals. In listening to the hundreds of residents over the last 7 months, the main frustration is that is emerging from the people in the community is that people who know little bit about our community and which sole interest is making profit will decide what is the best for our neighborhood. In reading the conclusions and the recommendation of the task report, we can see that we have been heard, but obviously not listened, unfortunately. We feel that the system is failing citizens. Domicile is a credible company who builds accommodation of high quality. It is all recognized. But it is designed for urban areas, not suburban areas like our community. Domicile is welcome to participate to identification of our neighborhood and contribute to its enhancement by building accommodation that will be compatible with the character of our community. We are asking you, dear members of the Planning Committee, not to support the amendment from Mr. Boss and not to support the R4 zoning. Thank you very much.
Councillor Blois.
Andre, thank you for your presentation, and I think you've summarized quite well sort of what the feeling, the community feeling is out there, and certainly you were very implicated in terms of gathering that information and bringing it together. And I think we've probably there were the 2 major community meetings. You were at the pre-consultation meeting. We've had a couple of other meetings since then. In terms of that site, I mean, when I would go by that site and when you went past it, we know that it was ripe for infill. I mean, that's the reality.
Correct.
That's the reality we're dealing with, and I think the residents acknowledge that. So if you were the planner or you were the applicant, what's the ideal infill that you would think fits in there?
Well, the idea of filling would be at the same time to keep some R1 in terms of continuing developing La Chapelle, but to put a development that would be more compatible with the character of the community. So it could be like something such as row house, something with less density, with a much less density, that will avoid some potential problems that have already been discussed throughout the public hearings.
Right. Now, you also mentioned you heard the motion that I will be introducing after everybody's spoken.
Yeah.
You've indicated you're supportive, but you've also indicated you're opposed to the R4. So is that motion acceptable to you?
Certainly. So that motion, yes, that would be acceptable. The thing is, the big issue that we have with this project is the high level of density. We acknowledge, and we certainly, in fact, everybody understand and everybody are prepared that this lot will be developed. It is a fact, and it is a well-accepted fact, but the issue is it has to be fit. It has to fit with our community. Certainly, our motion is welcome.
You should say that it's a worst-case compromise. We don't want R4 zoning.
Yeah.
You want is R1.
Yeah.
And this is a compromise.
Yeah. So in principle, well, it is a compromise for us. The ideal setting for us would be R1 zoning that could reflect like on Samsonite Street across Meadow Glen. But however, what we try to do is to come with a compromise.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there any questions for the delegation? Oh, thank you very much for your presentation, sir. Judy Els-Culkin? I'm not sure I got that right. Are you here? Sorry? Oh, okay. If you want to come down, sir. Sorry. Find it very hard to hear in this big room. It's not particularly suited to committee work, but because we have such a large audience today, we're in the council chambers. Usually it's a little bit more intimate and we can hear each other and have a little bit better dialogue, so I apologize for that.
It's okay. I'll do my best for you here now. Thank you for letting me speak in opposition of this proposed amendment or plan. One of the biggest things that I'm opposed to in the R4 zoning is the homes that they have and the plan that they have for the garbage bins being closer to La Chapelle. In speaking with residents of the plan that in speaking with residents of the area that Mr. Boughton went and compared this to further down Orleans Boulevard, it is no longer part of our Chapel Hill community where he's talking about. And it is, in speaking with them, their stacked townhomes that they're currently in are opposite of an open field and a forest, and they're not in a residential area such as Chapel Hill, where we are. They also are experiencing great, since the city has changed to the 2-week garbage pickup, they're experiencing increased problems with animals and wild animals and pollution and smell. And with the proposed plan that this domicile is proposing, they're proposing to put the garbage bins closer to La Chapelle, right near us, where we have to put up with that. In speaking with some of the senior people from Minto who developed the Chapel Hill area, they have said that they are they have stayed away from this area from developing because they always refer to Chapel Hill as one of their prime references when it comes time for developing new areas. They felt that it would not be in the same environment as the way that the community is with these stacked townhomes that's being proposed in the R4 zoning, and therefore they've stayed away from it. The staff report confirms that the city official plan 2.5 requires this intensification development to enhance and establish community and coexist with existing development without causing undue adverse impact on surrounding properties. Well, I'd have to say that when you have 365 people sign a petition, or 381 as Andre had just mentioned, and attend meetings all voicing their displeasure and dislike for this type of development, and who live in the surrounding area, it is having an adverse impact on people and adding stress to their lives that no one these days needs added stress. My wife, Judy Els-Culkin, and I are not opposed to any and all development on the site. We realize that it is going to take place, and it is a prime location for that. We're just opposed to this application for the R4 zoning that they're putting forward. We would prefer to have single-dwelling homes which would fit in with the neighborhood, which is similar along the lines of the motion that Councillor Blois is going to be putting forward, from my understanding.
Yes. No one needs to send it to the committee. You just need to move it. Right.
I just
Checking just in my notes here, sorry, just 1 minute. I think that's my main points. Thank you.
Good, thank you very much. Councillor Blois has a question for you.
Yeah, so just to confirm with you, if I heard you correctly, that you do support part of the amendment, but I heard you say that you're opposed to the R4, but primarily where the location of the, let's say, the common elements, i.e. garbage bins, would be, that's prescribed, I think, in document 5 or whichever document is attached to this.
Yeah, there's in their proposed plan for domicile where they have the, if this was approved, my one aspect that I would ask to be changed would be that the garbage bins be placed in the center court of their parking area, because there is room for that. I showed that to them at the last meeting that they had, and now I see that they've actually proposed for even more changes for the garbage bins to be closer to La Chapelle as opposed to getting them away. Ideally, though, I would prefer the R1 zoning to stay in place and have single-dwelling homes, which would fit in more with the community as opposed to the stacked townhomes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions for the delegation? Thank you very much for your presentation. Tony Lattis. Mr. Lattis, if you'd like to come down. Mr. Boughton, can you put the site plan back up on the screens for us?
You've got the buttons, right? 'Cause I don't know how to work this one. But I don't know which button is it. Can you do, could I just say next? Which one? Okay, so you bring up the PowerPoint. Members of the Planning Committee, thank you very much for giving me the time to make this presentation. Those are the 4 points I'm going to talk to. I would really prefer if I have my 5 minutes to myself and have the questions at the end, because this is fairly full.
You do have 5 minutes to yourself and questions at the end.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. I will also, warn you that I'm going to express some opinions here and convey some facts. And if the opinions are objectionable to some people, I apologize, but they are after a great deal of study on this issue. So the first one is the 5911 site. Where do I aim this thing? Where? Okay, that's why we're here. There's the site on the ground. By the way, I went around the whole place and the local neighborhood yesterday and took a bunch of these photographs in preparation. You've seen that image before. A close-up view that's oriented north, Orleans Boulevard, the large one on the right, and crossing it is Meadow Glen. I'm going to take you down to stand on the ground right here at this position and look south, and I hope this thing doesn't play too fast. That's a panoramic kind of view, just looking at the field the way it is right now. And nothing's happening. Okay, there we go. So that's standing on Meadow Glen, and the far right is the corner with Windflower. The far left is the corner with Orleans Boulevard. Moving on to the second point, needs versus wants. I'll agree this is perhaps subjective from our point of view, but I think the applicant for this wants to build as many units as permissible, and we could see that with the massive size that was originally created and has been continually toned down, I think 3 or 4 amendments to make it smaller. We're still looking at 51 units. So they want profits with the maximum number of units. 100% of local residents, and we're talking hundreds and hundreds of people who are affected, and many as far away as Blackburn Hamlet have got involved with this thing. So we're talking about people who are kilometers away from this site who are very annoyed. 100% of them want to maintain the neighborhood style. I'll just use that word style without being too specific. Do we need this here? I had a good look around the entire neighborhood yesterday, and I'm going to show you some pictures. No, we do not need it. What do I mean by need? All the houses available on the other side of the road, roughly equal the exact number of houses that are going to be built here, are available for sale and rent today. Those people over there on the other side of Orleans Boulevard, which I'm going to show you, would like to rent or sell their house. Okay, there's the area. If you can see, there's Orleans Boulevard, there's Innis, and all the neighborhood to the right of Orleans Boulevard. I don't have a laser pointer, do I? Top button? Okay, there's Orleans Boulevard. These areas here outlined in yellow, 1, 2, 3 of them, are within a few hundred meters of the designated site. I went around every single street yesterday and I spoke to a half a dozen people who were selling their house, their owners. I found out what was going on in the neighborhood. And this is what I saw. For sale, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, actually there was 2 in one of those, 14, 15, 16, 17. So I asked them what the business was like there, and they said they're turning over all the time. And there have been a lot more for sale since the beginning of this year. Coincidentally, 17 for sale, they said there was roughly about 3 times that many, and I would agree. I've been going around there on my bike for the last 12 years. Equals 51 houses available in the last few months right across the road. I'd like to move to the subjectivity under the application, the staff report, and domicile management. Domicile application clearly misuses keywords, as has been mentioned, lifted out of official policy, simply asserting that these are true. Using those words there, ensure compatibility, complements, enhances, contributes to. They don't demonstrate how or in any way. They have no proof or criteria, like on a scale of 1 to 10, this is compatible, or on a scale of 1 to 10, this is whatever. The same problem occurs, as has been mentioned in the cut and paste, that it's in the staff report, unfortunately, and those assertions are not supported equally. There's the last bullet there I'd like you to read. The compares favorably. It doesn't compare favorably. Obviously, hundreds of people disagree. And my thing is stalled here. Okay, subjectivity of management. I spoke directly to senior management through emails. The bullet there, it's underlined, what is needed and appropriate for this corner is the best I could get out of the company. I said, would you explain why is it needed, or why is it appropriate, in what way? In what way are you measuring this? That was the end of the conversation, and they refused to talk any further. Just said, this is what's needed and appropriate for this corner, which I and many other residents obviously dispute. So these are highly subjective approaches. At this point, I was just going to make the final bullet, which is to show you a Google tour where I wanted you to see what kind of business domicile is normally in, and to say that this is not at all typical of their work. The other buildings are quite different. I had hoped there would be a Google Earth connection, but I only have a video, which takes about 2 minutes to show. And that's the end of my presentation.
Thank you very much. Are there questions for members of the committee?
You want to see the video? First?
Councillor Blows?
Well, I wouldn't mind seeing the video.
I'm going to get to,
okay.
Just a second. Chanting from the audience, clapping, we don't allow those type of things, because if we did, when you were up there and you had other people, I'd have to allow booing, so we don't do that. We give everyone their time, and if Councillor Blows wishes to see the video, he can ask to see the video. So I'd ask the audience to be respectful.
I wouldn't mind seeing the video, Mr. Chair, because I do think it gives some perspective.
So
and then I'm going to ask the same question. So if, Mr. Lattis, if you want to run the video now, with the Chair's permission.
Before you press go, can I just tell you what you're going to see, so I don't have to interrupt?
Can you maybe do it during the, can you say it during the
I will.
of the?
Okay, well, start playing it. I've pinpointed the 8 of the most recent projects completed by Domicile all across the city as per their website. And I started with the least similar to this particular one. So I don't know if you can read the text on there. I had to make a video copy of this. It's not the real thing. I believe the large block in the middle is the building. I think it was called, is that the Piccadilly? Yes. Okay. And you can see that area there is very mixed up already. And this is another one, a bit further down. I think it's Brewer's Gate, is it? No. Which one is that? The Exchange. And you can see there's a real mixture of all kinds. There's some single-family houses, older ones back here, but it's already a very chopped-up neighborhood, if I can use that term. A mixture has been established for some years. So we've got 5 more to look at, I think. This is the Montfort, and there's some single-family homes back here in the woods, but they're completely inaccessible. This is the development here, right on the Montreal Road. And you can see, again, the neighborhood is very mixed. But these single families here are completely cut off. They're inaccessible. You have to drive around through a completely different road. So you would never make any association between Montreal Road and those houses in the woods. Here is another development. I believe it's this building here, these houses, and you can see it's in the middle of an area of highly mixed, many multiple units there, and not at all, again, like the situation we're looking at. But we're getting sort of closer to maybe what you see on Meadow Glen and in the Orleans Boulevard area. This isn't much closer. This is old imagery. The street view, which I'd hope to show you, shows the building completed. But again, this is a very mixed. There's some high-rises. You've got a main highway here, a busy main highway, if you want to call it that, a real mixture. Again, no comparison with the Meadow Glen site. I think there's two more. And these are all from the website. Very nice images of, upscale type townhouses and multiple unit buildings that Domicile builds. Again, I believe these are their buildings here, and if you look at the neighborhood around, it's by no means a shock to see that kind of building in that whole mixed area. It fits in perfectly well. And I think this is, we can hit the last one. Are we in Barrhaven yet? No. Second last one. Again, here's their building, I believe this one here, and you can see the neighborhood. I mean, there's shopping centers, there's the large buildings and multiple unit buildings on either side, and they built a new building in here, which seems to fit in perfectly well as well.
Okay, maybe I can jump in, because I think you've made your point with the video.
There's the last one. This is Councillor Harder's home. I wanted to make sure that everybody saw that. There's the green belt, and that's the closest to what I could find. And here's their development, but it's on the edge of the green belt, and you don't get to it until you've driven through all the single-family areas instead of the opposite, which is what we have, which is the first thing you see is the multiple unit, and then you get into our neighborhood. So I say it's very incompatible, and it's not what Domicile normally does, and it shouldn't be shoehorned into this plot of land, that type of building. Thank you.
So I think the point you're making is that it's the type of development, because I think what I'm hearing from you and a number of other speakers is, and I think Domicile is recognized as generally a quality builder, quality developer, but it's the type of development they're proposing to put in here. So the motion that's on the screen before us, which I read out earlier, I don't think it quite gets to the point where you want it to be, because you had your own design. Now, does this motion, Mr. Lattis, does this motion put you at ease, or does this motion still cause you grief and concern?
My proposal is at the end. I'm sorry we had to come back to the last one. I'm going to make sure I get it right. Oh, I wanted the last slide. There it is. The last bullet, rezoning application, I believe should either be rejected outright, because what we're asking for, I don't believe Domicile wants to build. I don't think they like building single-family homes. That's not what their business is about. So I think they should just be told no. Or subject to redesign with, as per the motion, which is single-family houses only, or only along La Chapelle. So I'm proposing three alternatives. It's just that I believe Domicile doesn't want to have anything to do with being, in the single-family home business. They don't do that. They do the other job much better.
Thank you. I think they'll say the same thing. So,
yeah.
Thank you.
That's all I have. Thank you very much for your time.
Okay, thank you for your there are no other questions? Thank you for your presentation. Douglas Maloney. Mr. Maloney, if you'd like to come up. Mr. Maloney, I'm assuming that Darlene Maloney is part of your presentation?
She may be, yes.
Oh, she may be, okay. I just was going to call her up with you, but I'll call her up separately.
No, you can call her up with me. She sit here.
Okay.
No.
No, just speed of moving from one to the other. So.
Okay. Okay, the city report is clear that Chapel Hill and Orleans Village Chateauneuf are distinct and separate neighborhoods. Yet the report compares the two in attempting to justify its recommendation. Here's what they say. Directly opposite the site across Orleans Boulevard is another, yet distinctly different residential neighborhood dominated by 2- and 3-story townhouses, dwellings, and further north along Orleans Boulevard is stacked townhouses. This, I don't know if you can see it very well, but this is the property that they're talking about. This is the Chapel Hill residence, about 1,700 single-family dwellings. And this is the Chateauneuf, the Orleans Village Chateauneuf neighborhood here. And these are townhouses, two-story townhouses here, and up the road more are 3 and I think 4-story stacked townhouses. Does the proposed development meet the objectives of the city official plan? Well, Policy 3, Section 3.6.1 directs that a proposal for residential intensification in general urban areas must relate to existing community character so that it enhances and builds upon desirable established patterns and built form. It also states that compatibility policies of both Sections 2.51 and 4.11 of the official plan are to be applied without causing undue adverse impact on surrounding properties. Does the proposal relate to the community's existing character? Well, I leave it to you. Stacked townhouses versus single detached two-story and bungalow family dwellings not existing in our community. We don't have stacked houses. The change in density from 17 units per hectare in Chapel Hill to 70 units per hectare without adequate justification or any compelling arguments for such an intensification outside the currently designated areas. We have, for example, on St. Joseph Boulevard, those areas are designated for increased intensification. Excuse me, 51 families in that little plot of land can bring about considerable problems in terms of safety, parking, etc. Notwithstanding that the City Planning Committee is of the opinion that it fits, there are 81 are of the view that the proposal constitutes a radical change in the character of the Chapel Hill community. And we ask the question, why use a different neighborhood against which to compare the development? Look to the west of Orleans Boulevard, where there are single-family dwellings, not the east, where it's a totally different neighborhood. In conclusion, Chapel Hill community is not opposed. In conclusion, the Chapel Hill, you see why she's here. The Chapel Hill community is not opposed to development on the site. But our residents are unanimously opposed to the proposed stacked townhouses with that level of intensification. We've offered many options, including continuation of the separate single-family dwellings on La Chapelle Street with executive-type townhouses on the remainder of the property, which I fully support, executive-type townhouses on the entire property, and a number of other scenarios. All of the options we proposed, we are of the view, are a much better fit, provide for a more reasonable level of intensification, and provide a good profit margin for the developer as well as the owners of the property. This, Councillor Blois, you've asked what other alternatives we proposed. Here's one that is on the corner of Belcourt and Jeanne d'Arc Boulevard. These are townhouses. They're selling for approximately $500,000 apiece, and there's about 32 of them there. A development like that, I don't think would go opposed by the residents of Chapel Hill. However, I do prefer Councillor Blois's proposed amendment. Thank you. That ends my discussion.
Thank you. Are there questions for... Oh, you already asked your question. Ma'am, go ahead. That's it? Do you want to carry on?
No, I'm finished. We're finished.
I'm looking at you. Do you want to carry on?
No, I support my husband.
Okay, perfect. Okay. That's fine then. Thank you both for your presentation. David Burke, if you'd like to come up.
My name is David Burke. I'm a professional engineer with service in the Canadian Armed Forces, during which time I managed the real property assets of Land Force Western Area. The real property assets included base infrastructure and military housing on 5 bases and facilities in Western Canada. I live in Chapel Hill and am unimpressed with the proposed development. I forcefully recommend that the Planning Committee reject the requested changes to the zoning bylaw. There are 3 areas I wish to address: density, drainage, and parking. The source of my information is the proposal submitted by Domicile and the English version of the city staff report issued under the signature of Michael Broughton. Before addressing the issues noted above, I have a brief comment on the staff report itself. I served as a member of the directing staff at the Canadian Forces Command and Staff College with the responsibility of assessing the logic and structure of students' written work. There had to be a logical assessment and discussion of the problem at hand. One of the most objectionable issues related to a written work that was an early predetermination of the outcome of the analysis. We used to call it situating the appreciation. The staff report, in my opinion, is the most egregious example of predetermining the desired outcome and then drafting a paper to support the conclusion. The staff report would have received a failing grade. Density. According to the staff report, the proposed development would see 51 residential units built on 0.7 hectare of a density of 72.9 units per hectare. The current density of the Chapel Hill neighborhood is 17 units per hectare. That's an increase of 4.3 times. Yet the staff report wishes the issue away, stating, quote, the proposed development at a development density of about 70 units per hectare, or a maximum of 51 dwelling units, could complement the massing patterns, particularly in the context of the broader multiple attached residential neighborhood opposite Orleans Boulevard. This proposed low-rise building form of housing on the periphery of Chapel Hill can coexist and integrate well within the low-rise residential neighborhood. The report recognizes the issue regarding the proposed zoning bylaw amendments, focuses squarely on the official plan's growth management strategy of intensification of development, and whether or not the proposed residential use is appropriate in the context of the existing built environment. It comments on the sections of the plan and then concludes, without thorough analysis, that everything is all right. An example is Section 222 of the official plan, managing growth within the urban area, which directs the intensification on a series of nodes and corridors at strategic locations aligned with the rapid transit network. It further acknowledges that, quote, the subject site lies within none of the above listed nodes where intensification is specifically targeted. It then says that Policy 13 of Section 222 states further that the city can support intensification throughout the urban area, including areas designated general urban area. So this policy outlines where opportunities for significant intensification within general urban area may be promoted. So we may make a leap from a listed specific series of nodes for intentions to wherever you want. That's not good enough. It reminds me of Humpty Dumpty. When I use a word, it means just what I choose it to mean, neither more nor less. Drainage. Historically, the specific piece of property was open farmland with few small structures. The soil would have absorbed virtually all precipitation, particularly intense cloudbursts. The proposal has 7 buildings with impermeable roofs and a very large area of impermeable asphalt. The rain will have to go somewhere. The details of the drainage plan are not evidenced in the document, but as water runs downhill, it will end up in the local storm sewer system. Has the increased flow been assessed, and can the current system accommodate heavy, intense rains? It's not clear in the report. Parking. The proposed site development meets the minimum regular and visitor parking requirements, I'm quoting now from the report, of the zoning bylaws sufficient to serve the intended 51 stacked dwelling units. As with other assessments done, it is assumed that the minimum is based on a proposed R4 zoning. In the case R1 zoning, there's a 1 or 2 car garage and exterior parking on the driveway, or 2 to 4 parking spaces per resident. So depending on the demographic of the residents, the requirement will change. But in Chapel Hill, most families have 2 cars. Assuming that only half the 51 residents have 2 cars, there will regularly be 25 cars parked in the adjacent streets. Meadow Glen has parking on only one side, and there are in fact room for only about 6 spaces. The proposed development does not fit in, and I submit that the proposed development that the Planning Committee should reject the proposed amendment to the zoning bylaws. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much for your presentation. Other questions? Councillor Blowis.
Well, thank you, Mr. Burke. I'd rather be talking to you about Robbie Burns and infill planning, but I guess today we don't have a choice. You seem to be taking a slightly different approach than I think the previous presenters, and I'm wondering, you have a different perspective, because if I recall, you probably live about 3/4 of a kilometer away from this site, if I'm not mistaken.
That's correct. I'm looking at it as a resident of Chapel Hill, and in fact was not involved directly with the group. I met André Thivierge the first time today.
I thought maybe it was because of signs I keep putting up on that site advising people of the various community meetings and today's meeting that triggered it for you. But you seem to be taking more of the generic approach in terms of the community as a whole and how this fits in. So you're basically saying just reject this outright. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what would you think fits properly in there?
Well, my analysis, very briefly, because the proposal that I saw you coming up with, which was, I gather, single-family dwellings along La Chapelle, and then on the other side, the other part of the site, intensification. The proposal that was just put out by Mr. Maloney with executive-level townhouses, I think would suit well in that area. I have no particular objection to intensification. It's this intensification that I'm rejecting to.
Yeah, that's what I got from your presentation, but I just wanted some clarity, and I must admit I do like the plan that a couple of the other presenters brought forward in terms of executive townhouses and that. So thank you for sharing that with us.
Okay, thank you very much for your presentation. Denise Russo, if you'd like to come up.
Good morning, councillors, and thank you for the opportunity to speak on this matter this morning. I'm representing also another resident of Chapel Hill, Mary Lou and Carl Maisonneuve, so I will just read to them. They requested that I read it in their absence. They're both working this morning, so I'll start with them and then I will finish with my thoughts on it. So, as residents, Mary Lou and Carl write, of Meadow Glen Drive for 25 years and having 5 drivers in our household, we are concerned about the increase in traffic and the dangerous road conditions this development will cause. This lot and its driveway are right on the corner of the intersection of Meadow Glen and Orleans Boulevard, which is a short distance again from Innes Road. In this short distance to Innes, this is also an OC Transpo bus stop which people circumvent to get back in the right lane in order to turn right onto Innes. The increase in traffic on Innes Road during peak times already backs up traffic all the way to Meadow Glen at times. In addition to this, on the commute back to Orleans, there have often been near accidents with cars turning left from Orleans Boulevard onto Meadow Glen when a delivery truck, for example, was pulling into 5 5-911 Meadow Glen. Because of the proximity of the entranceway to this busy corner, cars remain stuck in the intersection since they cannot continue down Meadow Glen until a vehicle has turned left into the lot. Though a consultant did a study on traffic flow and we were present for this presentation of that report, frankly, we don't believe it represents the true situation. Taking a 15-minute sample when there are no OC Transpo buses stopped in the right lane on Meadow Glen waiting to cross Orleans Boulevard and no school buses circulating gives a false impression that there is no problem with traffic flow. The corner of Windflower and Meadow Glen are prime bus stops for all school boards as well as the OC Transpo. Members of our neighborhood have banded together to propose a much more reasonable solution, which would add 16 townhomes to 5-911 Meadow Glen and 5 single-family homes at the far end of the property where there is already access to Windflower Drive. Clearly, the developer wants to squeeze as many units as he can into this space, which will result in people from that development parking on the streets to add to the traffic issue. This proposal is unreasonable and, in our opinion, will create a dangerous situation for drivers and school children. Sincerely, Mary Lou and Carl Maisonneuve. Okay, so I'll pass on to my thoughts. As a resident of Chapel Hill North, I thank you for the opportunity to be heard this morning regarding the amendment for the proposal from an R1 to an R4 zoning from domicile development. My husband and I moved in this neighborhood in 2001 with our 3 young children because we chose to live and raise our children in an area zoned solely for detached single-family dwellings and all the benefits deriving from this lower density R1 designation. Less dense means less traffic, less cars parked on streets, quieter and safer. Less intense means less crime and more security. Less populated means more green space, gardens, trees, wildlife, and nature. And less crowded means less waste, less garbage. In other words, a healthier environment. We ask that you vote to preserve the R1 zoning designation of Chapel Hill, which remains, in our opinion, the best option for 5-911 Meadow Glen Drive. Building single-family dwellings on this property would best complement and preserve the unique character of our community. The level of intensification proposed in this amendment is well beyond reasonable. Clearly, the developer does not have our community's best interest in mind. I'm hoping, honorable councillors of this planning committee, that you do. We have clearly voiced our concerns to you in good faith. We have worked hard for making this community our own, one that we take pride in and deeply care for. Your vote will either have profoundly negative impact or a continued positive one on our community. This is your chance to keep it right as representatives of your community constituents. I ask that you reject the proposal by domicile to amend the zoning bylaw to R4 zoning. Thank you very much for your time and thoughtful deliberation on this important matter. Denise and Jay Rousseau, residents of Chapel Hill.
Great. Thank you very much. Councillor Bloss has a question for you.
Thank you for your presentation, and I think you were the one at one of the community meetings that raised the, I believe it was you that raised sort of when the timing of the traffic study was done and how the numbers probably didn't truly represent what was happening there. Mr. Chair, I just want to ask Mr. Boughton to comment on that quickly. I know there'll be more opportunity, but with respect to when that issue came up, I think, Mr. Boughton, you said you would take an additional look or there'd be additional review of traffic numbers. Can you clarify what happened there?
Certainly, Mr. Chair. During the first public information session, the issue of the traffic study was disputed, or the traffic study was disputed, and the time taken was considered misrepresentative of a typical day. After that meeting, we we required the transportation consultant on working for the proponent to go out and re-examine it again, and which they did, and they presented those findings at the second meeting as well. In addition to that, our own city staff went out and spent a day observing traffic as well, both in the morning peak period and the afternoon peak period. And our findings were that they were consistent with what the traffic consultant concluded. It should also be noted that the city's transportation master plan does not require a transportation brief for this scale of development. Yet we required one of the applicant anyway, because we anticipated traffic concerns being raised, so we wanted to be able to speak to those.
I'm sure the applicant will speak, or their representative who did the traffic study will speak further to the details of that. And I guess as a heads up, you might want to be able to respond to the comments that were made here. Just on the other issue, the bus stop, you've mentioned the bus stop, and that came up quite a few times. But my own observation, the same as Mr. Boughton's and others, is that bus stop isn't properly placed anyway. So regardless of what kind of a development would go in there, I think that bus stop needs to be moved to serve bus riders better, and also not to impede traffic. I think that was a consensus, or that was a conclusion that came out of a couple of the meetings and that. So,
can I just comment on Mr. Boughton's comment that I believe the first study anyway was in the middle of summertime, and I think it was also on a long weekend, so it was absolutely unrepresentative of regular traffic flow during regular times of the year for peak times. And I'm sorry, you had mentioned, was this second study done for traffic?
I think the applicant, I see they have their traffic person up there. They'll speak to that when they come up, and that'll be the first question that gets asked of them.
Great. Okay.
So, okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Margaret Walker is next.
Hello, everybody, and thank you for this opportunity. My name is Margaret Lachlan Walker. I'm an original resident of Chapel Hill, and we're celebrating almost 26 years in the neighborhood. Okay, so I would like to make the point that Mr. Broughton's report, which recommends approval, in my opinion, does not respect the requirements and intents of the City of Ottawa's own policy. I don't understand how his points can be fabricated the truth and facts have been put on the table here today by the numerous people that have stepped forward, and they're multiple and serious, the adverse effects. I would suggest that had Mr. Broughton respected the policy regarding no adverse effects, he would have reached precisely the opposite conclusion. I sincerely request that you all give serious consideration to the facts, and just the facts which have been tabled here today, and reach the only logical conclusion, which is to reject this application. We are here to stand up for what is right. We need your support on this critical issue. and for common sense to prevail. Thank you all very, very much.
Thank you for your presentation. Are there any questions for the delegation? Councillor Blows? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ken Zimmerman, if you'd like to come up.
Hello. Thank you for this opportunity to address the Planning Committee. I live on Chapel Hill with my wife, Linda Zimmerman, and which abuts the property under consideration. We have attended both community meetings, have reviewed the revised documentation on the website and the staff recommendation. We remain opposed to the rezoning. We are an R1 community and the developer wants to rezone to R4. This kind of intensification with stacked units as opposed to street-level housing will be destructive to the community as we know it. As Linda Zimmerman submitted in her emails, we share the concerns of the community, which includes street parking is already a problem on La Chapelle. This development will only worsen that situation. The end of the street close to the development we think will become a parking lot. The land is surrounded by single dwelling and street level townhomes. A similar type of housing is preferred and would blend well and contribute to the community profile. The location of the refuse pad is a concern as it is directly abuts La Chapelle and has the potential to create odor and become a health hazard if the community does not manage the garbage collection adequately. It would be better placed close to Orleans Boulevard. We do not agree with the request to decrease the number of visitor parking spots. This will only exacerbate, make the parking conditions above even worse. We urge the committee not to support the staff recommendation and to support instead the bylaw proposal brought forth by the councillor instead. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Councillor Blows, do you have a question? Are there any other questions for the delegation? Thank you very much for your presentation. Thank you. Mr. Cohen and Mr. Tremblay, if you'd like to come down.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Alan Cohen, and with me are Miguel Tremblay and Ron Jack. Miguel will make a presentation. Mr. Jack is here to answer any questions you may have. I'll sum up in about 2 minutes, sir.
I intend to make my comments brief. The intent is obviously not to revisit Michael Boughton's recommendation, simply to remind the committee that the site is designated general urban in the official plan. The policies speak to achieving a mix of unit types and tenures within the general urban area and to sponsor appropriate infill, especially when it's located on the edge of existing communities and in proximity or on arterial or collector roadways. I will speak to the motion and I will speak to compatibility. I'd also like to remind the committee of the changes that were made throughout the course of this, which includes the acquisition of an additional property owned by Minto Communities along the arterial roadway. The intent was not to increase units. As a matter of fact, units decreased after the purchase. It was to provide enhanced flexibility to have more open space. This project has about 48% open space, which is well above the 30% required by the bylaw. It also contributed to fully complying with all of the parking requirements despite the comments made by Mr. Zimmerman. And it enhances transition and separation to abutting properties. Domicile attended actually three public meetings. The first one was a scoped meeting with the abutting property owners to deal with the issue of transition. The illustration that I have on the screen right now is a most recent rendering. No one else has seen this, including, I don't think, Mr. Boughton. This is a scale drawing of the abutting homes, the single family being on the right, and the proposed stacked townhomes. As you recall, it's a modified stacked townhome in that the upper level is a single level unit, whereas the bottom levels are two levels. The intent was to achieve a greater, more compatible transition, although I never felt that it was inappropriate, but the homes now being roughly 9 meters next to us, and the proposal is for a 9.5 meter building height. The elevations pull in slope roofs, shallow slope roofs, street fronting doors, private amenity space in front, and same window treatment. All of these, combined with large setbacks that exceed both the R4 and R1 zone, contribute to that transition. With respect to the motion, and Mr. Cohen will speak to it in more detail, but those meetings, including the scope meetings, were intended to derive some community concerns and find room for compromise. I would suggest to the committee that that motion does not respond well to the community comments that we heard at that meeting. For instance, there was concerns that traffic and on-street parking would spill over onto La Chapelle. The singles will contribute to that. The singles will also remove, these are just other elevations, existing trees that are currently along La Chapelle. There was a community interest in retaining those trees. The singles would contribute to the removal for the purposes of driveways. There was concerns about spillover parking that would be aggravated by those additional units. As a matter of fact, Domicile removed the walkway connection at the request of the community to discourage on-street parking on the La Chapelle. More importantly, in my opinion, the compromise is a bigger loss for the city rather than the community. What it does is it renders the remaining portion of the property virtually undevelopable unless you back units onto Orleans Boulevard and Meadow Glen, which Domicile is going to great lengths, and I'll draw you to this elevation. This is the Meadow Glen and Orleans Boulevard elevation. What this proposal does is it actually fronts the units onto it. It has private amenity space associated with these units, fronting onto an arterial and a collector, which is exactly what your official plan speaks to sponsor. This motion would erode the good design that this proposal brings forward. Alan, do you have any?
Perhaps if you have questions for Ron Jack, this might be an appropriate time, sir.
Go ahead, Councilor Bowles.
So I have a number of questions. I'll start with the traffic questions, Mr. Jack. Certainly at the first meeting, and you know, as the report indicates, there were a couple of major meetings. One of them was the overflow crowd, and a couple of residents quite rightfully pointed out that I think the data that was collected, I was going to say it was flawed. It wasn't flawed, but it was collected at a bad, probably the wrong day, the wrong time, etc. Now, you came back at the subsequent meeting. There were about 200 people there. We had to get a bigger room, bigger venue, and you provided some information that was supposed to allay the concerns, but I think what you're hearing today, they really haven't, the concerns remain the same, so perhaps you can clarify what the kind of work you did to try and address those issues.
Yeah, I can't help with the concerns, but I can clarify the facts with the data. When we started the project, the city has a significant inventory of traffic counts that they conduct around at all the signalized intersections in the city. And the most current one that they had for the Meadow Glen Orleans intersection was July 2010. So that's what we used in the first traffic.
So just sorry to interrupt, but you would agree that July 2nd of any year is probably not a good day to do a traffic count?
It wasn't July 2nd, it was the 4th or the 5th.
Oh, sorry, okay. Well,
but it's still July, that's right. I mean, half of the city counts are done outside of the school months because that's when the students, and that's when the city does most of their counts, and they factor them. There's factors available so you can normalize them. We also did at that same time a count at the adjacent Wildflower Meadow Glen intersection, which was a 2012 count that we did. So we had that as a comparable. I think as Mr. Boughton mentioned, this project is like plus or minus 50 units, and its peak hour traffic is only 25 vehicles an hour in and out total, which isn't on the radar screen for requiring a traffic study for the city's guidelines. So that's why we weren't overly fussed about the 2010 count, because we thought we could give enough information to identify the impacts. But regardless, it was a concern, so we went out, and after the first public meeting, we went out and we did our own counts in February of 2013. So that's earlier this year. There's no vacationing around. It's past Christmas. It's before Easter. It's not summer. So it's indicative of a sort of a good base case traffic volume, and we recounted the Orleans-Meadow Glen intersection. It's an intersection of a major arterial and a major collector. And just to put it into context, during the morning peak hour, for all traffic entering that intersection for all four directions, it was 180 more vehicles an hour in February than it was in 2010 in the morning. In the afternoon, it was 75 vehicles fewer in the afternoon peak hour. We then looked at just the Meadow Glen leg, and in the morning there was 35 more vehicles on it than in 2010, and in the afternoon there were 15 vehicles an hour fewer. So when we're talking like hundreds and close to 1,000 vehicles per hour total going into the intersection, we're not too fussed whether it's 50 higher one year or 50 in the next. We redid the intersection's level of service for both all movements combined and for the critical movement, and under every scenario, 2010 counts, 2013 counts, the intersection operates at level of service A, and every movement operates at level of service A. We also assess the collision data, and for 3 years of collision counts, it's provided by the city, and we reviewed those. There's a threshold for when collisions become problematic. The number of collisions over a 3-year period at this intersection were 13% of the threshold. So it's not a high accident location either. It's not to say there aren't some operational problems because of bus stops that occur periodically, but from a traffic flow perspective, intersection operation, looking at peak hours, it operates very well.
So operationally speaking, though, I believe at the last meeting you talked about some possible remediations, whether it was the alignment of the entrance to the site or the shifting of the entrance, if I'm not mistaken, or maybe
well, there's
the location of the bus stop, and was there conversation about
there was a northbound left turn advance phase or something to allow people to have a protected phase to turn off of Orleans into Meadow Glen. We looked at all of that, and it's not that the city can't modify their signals to allow that. When you look through the warrants for whether is the left turn phase warranted, it doesn't meet the warrants to do it. It doesn't mean you can't do it. It deteriorates the overall level of service of the intersection a bit because it requires more green time and it takes it away from the other movements. But it may add more safety to that one movement. And because the intersection works really well now, that's a good possibility to provide a protected phase for those people turning into Meadow Glen.
what about location of bus stops, and I think that we talk about mailboxes at one point?
Yeah, the community mailbox are located further to the west, but if there is true concern about the friction or the delay that's caused by the bus stops and the on and off of kids, then if OC Transport is agreeable to relocating those, I mean, the farther away they get from the arterial, if you're doing bus transfers, you have to walk a little further. So there's a trade-off. But safety is of most importance, and there would be merit in looking at that with OC Transport to see if they could be relocated.
Okay, so that's all my questions on traffic. Was Mr. Cohen still going to present, or?
I was, sir, if I may, and sum up. First thing I want to do is thank staff for its work and putting forward what I commend you as a balanced and fair report. The observation I would make, too, is that it's interesting that this application is being considered on the same day your Section 26 review was tendered on you. And that official plan review will call for no urban expansion. You grow in, not out. And the result of that is that development will be through redevelopment, intensification, and infill. And the result of that I submit to you is that every property will become more valuable, and I don't mean financially. It will become a public policy natural resource, and those parcels will have to be developed well. I think this neighborhood is lucky that my client came in with a program that is sensitive and is compatible and is in the best interests of the city. I think the debate here is much larger than this particular property. Quite frankly, the debate is whether committee and council will fulfill its objectives by taking advantage of properties such as this that are on an arterial and a collector and allow them to be intensified appropriately. Failing that, you will not realize your objectives. It's that simple. There's nothing wrong with the proposal, I respectfully submit. There's everything right with it. I wish I could stand here before you and accept the Canadian way, which is compromise. But I say with respect, this compromise is not workable, is inappropriate, and regrettably is unacceptable to our client.
So, I have some questions, and they start with Mr. Cohen, and then they go over to Mr. Tremblay. So, yeah, please. So, Mr. Cohen, if you were speaking to a jury right now and that jury was sitting, of residents was sitting behind you, you'd be losing that jury because they all shook their head in disagreement when you said they're lucky to have this proposal before them. But I want to move over to Mr. Tremblay. Mr. Tremblay, I mean, I consider you a planning expert of sorts, and you know the area well because you grew up in the area. You know sort of what the sense is, the feel, what works in there, what's compatible. And when I look at the report that's before us, when it talks about compatibility, I think this is at the high end of compatibility. I mean, the most compatible recommendation would be other singles. But we've laid out rules between the provincial government and our official plan that basically invites intensification. It urges intensification. But it's how much intensification is suitable. And you know I have a motion before us here that would reduce the intensification that you're proposing by having singles on La Chapelle, and yet I heard you say it doesn't work, and the only two reasons that I got, and maybe I missed them, was the fact that trees would be gone and the driveways on La Chapelle from those singles would take up some of the parking space that the residents currently use on the street. But you also indicated it just doesn't work for the site. Can you clarify why it doesn't work for the site? And I'm not a planner, so I certainly don't have the appreciation that you or Mr. Boughton have.
Thank you, through the chair. This isn't the first time we've dealt with this issue. Mr. Boughton and your office as well, and through community comments, also raised the issue of could you integrate singles into this. We've also looked at other scenarios. We looked at integrating street fronting towns onto La Chapelle. The issue is to reasonably develop a portion of the property with street fronting singles, you would consume pretty much the entire depth of this property and only be left with essentially a sliver. And despite the drawings that are on the Mr. Tivaj's website, you also have to understand that the remaining property would have to be developed as per municipal standards, not a cut and paste exercise with air photos. So the yield is actually quite small. My bigger concern actually is the treatment that would occur as a result of carving up a portion of this property with singles, because then what the city would be left with would be a development scenario where you'd have to back on the units onto Orleans Boulevard, or you'd have to entertain driveways onto Meadow Glen, which I don't think is palatable to the city either, because it's a collector roadway approaching an arterial roadway. So the development scenarios are less attractive for the balance of the lands. I'm speaking from the city's perspective. From Domicile's perspective, they'll have to decide if they can make do with a very small piece of property. But from a city perspective, I think it's an opportunity lost not to achieve reasonable development on this property at a scale that's appropriate and in keeping with your official plan policies. And I think this is better designed ultimately than the proposal to incorporate the singles. I think it erodes the good design that Domicile is moving forward.
But so just for me to better understand, I know it's a layman approach that Mr. Lattis put forward, Mr. Civierge and Mr. Maloney, in terms of showing how the singles would fit, showing how the rest of the development. Are you saying that that's completely out of scale and it doesn't? Because I certainly look at the way they, with just eyeballing it, the way they showed it, and I know it's a cut and paste, but the dimensions seem to be similar to the other single lots there, and they're similar to the high-end towns, for instance, at the bottom of Belcourt.
Actually, rather than rely on their cut and paste, we already went through a design exercise where Domicile needed to get their heads around what could reasonably be developed if singles were retained. Right. So I know for a fact that for reasons of access, setbacks, all of those things, it's not going to be that same yield, and Domicile is going to have to decide if they're comfortable. The proposal, and if we do want to get into the detail of those proposals, recall that I said that the Domicile proposal has about 48% open space. Mm-hmm. And that's something that we heard very loud and clear from this community, that Chapel Hill is defined by large swaths of open space, deep front yard setbacks, deep rear yards, all of those things. The Domicile proposal achieves that. If you recall, Mr. Boughton said that we're exceeding the building setbacks. Rather than do 6 meters and do 3 meters, we're doing 4.5 to 5, and we're doing 7.5 to the houses on Windflower. Those are all efforts to try to retain some of that open space on the property.
Yeah. And I'm going to concede, I don't want to come down and sound like I'm totally negative about what you're trying to do, because I'm going to concede that you went out and you acquired the additional piece of property so that you could meet setbacks or have better setbacks. You responded, so at the first community meeting that was held, it was a pre-consult with sort of a core group that were immediately abutting. You heard a number of concerns and you responded to them. Yes. But I think the main concern, and the height, obviously the height's a big one. You responded to the height. You responded to acquiring the additional piece of property from another developer so you could provide adequate setbacks. And the path connection that I thought was a great idea. Obviously, I don't live on La Chapelle, so that became a concern. You took that out, and you've provided some assurance that would be totally blocked off so that there wouldn't be the flow-through traffic. So I'm conceding that. But I think the main thing that you hear from the residents, and you're hearing from me, is that there is too much intensification. We're all accepting that there's going to be intensification. Some of us think it's too much intensification, that there's ways of mitigating the impact, especially on the one street, by continuing the singles and still achieving a certain number of units. And obviously I don't know what those units, how many units that would be and how it would fit in, but we're like this far apart on this, and normally we're able to come together.
Yeah. Well, I'll make a few comments. Typically concerns with intensification relate to building form and impacts on roads, services, or abutting communities. In this case, when Domicile acquired the Minto property, they also addressed parking issues. There was discomfort with the amount of units, which were brought down from 54 to, depending on how the marketing plays out, it'll be 51 to 50 units. So they've reduced the units. And in buying the property and reducing the units, they were able to fully comply with the parking requirements. One of the community's concerns related to intensification was, you're going to burden our streets with additional on-street parking. That was addressed, but still providing reasonable intensification. If the issue is formed, the slide that's up on the screen right now, oftentimes intensification translates into taller building heights or greater form, or buildings that are disproportionate in terms of size. The size of this building, the size of all of these buildings in comparison to, and I'll use another slide. Here's the bottom slide there is the Meadow Glen elevation, section BB. So the first one on the left is the stacked townhouse dwelling on Orleans Boulevard. The reason there's two lines there is the second bolder red line, if you can pick up that it's red, is the reduced building heights. So we went to the second public meeting for us, and the community was uncomfortable with form. If you look at the scale of the two middle buildings, which are the ones that are going to be fronting onto Meadow Glen, and then the form and size of the first house on Windflower, they're virtually identical. So density relating to form is a non-issue. And then the last thing is, does it put inappropriate burden on municipal services? You just heard from the traffic consultant saying there's no issues. We also have a servicing analysis saying, yes, there is sufficient capacity here. If the form is acceptable, there's no burden on municipal services, and someone used the word that I was pleasantly surprised to hear, Planning Committee, undue adverse impacts. The official plan says you will contemplate proposals for greater intensification, but you will make sure through your policies that there's no undue adverse impacts. If there's no burden on municipal services, if the form is appropriate and compatible, how can there be undue adverse impacts from this proposal? And with respect to the motion, the fundamental issue is it's unnecessary because this is the transition you're achieving regardless of that motion.
Yeah, well, we disagree on that, so.
We do.
Mr. Chair, I think I've asked enough questions of the, later on. I do have some questions of the city planner, though.
I'm going to go to Councillor Blais in a minute, but I guess I have to come back to Mr. Tremblay. The density for me is not an issue. It's how that density is shaped on the site. And I would agree that Meadow Glen, Orleans Boulevard, I've said it to the community, is an ideal place for that greater piece of intensification. And I'm just a little, I understand that it's easier for you and your clients to do what you're proposing to do, but I haven't heard you tell me, other than the city requirements, you're throwing it back on me, that we can't do singles or towns or whatever to complete that street. So what you're saying is, under no conditions that you know of, could you complete that street?
Actually, I would say we are completing that street. And that's my issue, is the city is asking us to integrate something that's unnecessary, and actually we do a better job of it. I'll let you rephrase.
I'm not trying to argue. I'm trying to ask you and get out of you I'd like to create, how many units do you have? 50, 100? It doesn't really matter. I'd like to stack those in a different way, in different forms. And you're telling me it is impossible. Is that what you're telling me?
It's not impossible at all. You could integrate singles into this.
So what I want to do is I want to make a more complete street, and I want to add extra density on the corner. How is that achieved? And I don't care if it's small lots. I don't feel constrained by, 70 by 100s. It is how it looks. I'm standing across the street on La Chapelle. What is the best, in my impression, and I've seen it before, is that completing that street is provides a much better urban experience for those people.
Yeah.
And you're saying no, that's not true.
But I guess what I'm saying is, if you push forward a motion that requires singles, I would say you're not.
Towns doesn't. I mean, a more compatible form fronting La Chapelle.
But see, that's the issue. Is I can't really concede that this up on the screen is less good than integrating towns which would have driveways, knowing that the issues that the community raised are less addressed, in my opinion, than the motion being brought forward to integrate a different typology. My other issue is, what are you doing to the balance of the lands?
Well, and I'll get to the balance of the lands. I just want to know.
I'm sorry, I'm trying to get your question.
Yeah, well, if you're asking, how do we achieve the same density of 50 by integrating singles on the La Chapelle, then you would probably look at a 4-story form with one.
So the form that you originally proposed was what? Which I didn't find that offensive.
Neither did I. 54 stacked townhouse units, 3.5 stories in height.
No. The 4.5, 3.5?
3.5.
3.5. You've acquired extra property.
Yes.
So you've got a larger footprint with which to work.
Yes.
So you couldn't have kept the original form and completed that street in the same context. I understand you don't want to complete the street, but...
No, we did. When we looked at that scenario, we had to keep the original form. We hadn't conceded to reducing the units.
I'm comfortable with the original form, to be honest, but,
well, so are we.
And that's not what's here, but
No.
I'm trying to understand that if I can appreciate the issues that are relevant to the intensification issues on Orleans Boulevard and Meadow Glen. What I'm interested in is what is the best urban form along La Chapelle. And I'm not sure that I agree that that is it. I'm not sure that this one, in its performance standards, the one that Councillor Blois is recommending, is better either. But I think it's better than what you're proposing. So what I'm trying to get at from you is, you've told me, did you look or model that type of proposal? And?
Well, but if you look at the other drawing, what it does, I don't know if this works or not. Yes. Basically, if the singles come around, you got to have a reasonable depth for the singles. So they would start like this. Appreciate that this is an over deep single.
Yeah.
So it would
call it small lots. Call it minimal. Whatever,
Yeah, you could do a
typical suburban small lot single,
which would be 25 meters. That's the smallest that I know for a single.
Or towns or whatever you want to do.
Yeah, you still, I mean, to be able to market singles, you would still have to have a reasonable rear yard and all those things. So it's going to come in something along these lines here. My issue in terms of form is, well, first of all, it basically renders this undevelopable unless you start having driveways onto Meadow Glen, which I don't think is better form. And I don't know if it'd be supported.
I don't know why is that not better form?
Well,
I mean, I've got driveways of projects in my neighborhood that come out onto, streets.
I mean, without going all the way back to the slides, if you appreciate the other side here is rear lot facing units onto Meadow Glen, and then all the way down Meadow Glen, you can't see the driveways don't start till much further west, and the reason is you're starting to get close to an intersection. That's why this is it's a sufficient distance away from the intersection. You heard earlier that there's community concerns related to bus stops, school buses, and super mailboxes. It's not an easy place to front driveways, and it also doesn't comply with the city's urban design guidelines for infill and greenfill. Those guidelines actually say if you have an opportunity to direct parking and driveways to the rear, you take it. I don't think, you got to look at it as, is it the best form on La Chapelle? I think it isn't, because we're eliminating driveways, we're eliminating on-street parking and traffic, which were all issues that I personally didn't think were that acute, but that the community felt were very unreasonable for this proposal to push forward. Then you're left with a balance of the lands that doesn't meet the city's design objectives in terms of how you treat it.
I understand what the community said. I understand what Councillor Blois said. I understand that you are not doing things because of what you've heard from the community. That's not what I'm asking you, with all due respect. I'm trying to get back to the best urban form on the site, and the best urban form doesn't necessarily mean that it satisfies the community, doesn't necessarily, so if I'm on La Chapelle, which is you believe that there's no alternative form that better suits it than what you're proposing. So that's what you're telling me.
I think this is the best scenario, yes.
I'm not sure you've won me over, Mr. Tremblay. Okay, thank you. Councillor Blais.
Thank you very much. I am going to beat this dead horse a little bit more because I still don't understand the answer, to be perfectly honest. If you take blocks 3 and 4 and the corner of La Chapelle, which it looks like it's a garbage container or something, and you were to put some singles in there, the backyards would conceivably be where the parking is for blocks 3 and 4. How is it that you must then have front driveways onto Meadow Glen? Why couldn't you keep those the rear parking as is with a fence or some kind of natural hedging barrier between the backyards and the parking for blocks 1 and 2? So you could keep the same form of development for 1, 2, 7, and 6, and probably half of 5, and keep the same parking, frankly, probably, and simply ask for a reduction in your visitor parking allocation. And if we put no parking on Meadow Glen, and there's singles on La Chapelle, people can't trespass and park on La Chapelle, then they'll just simply have to not have as much visitor parking. And then I think that solves the community's problem. And it doesn't really address the traffic issues that the community's raised, but I think it's a not half-bad compromise.
I know the chair, through the chair, I know the chair's comments were, well, let's divorce from community interest for a moment and speak about form, but the reality is Domicile has a responsibility to deal with community interest, and we've been trying to find that balance. What that does essentially, and I mean, it's the singles actually run up to the point where it actually interferes with how we're treating this. We lose that opportunity. Number two, some of the parking here is intended to service some of those here. And we heard loud and clear from the community when we did our first two approaches, our first two public meetings, that there was no appetite for the reduction of visitor parking. I would say with the exception of density and height, at the time at 3.5 stories, visitor parking in particular, because we were seeking to reduce visitor parking from 11 required spaces to 5 required spaces. And that contributed to a considerable amount of community discomfort. So I think...
But, sorry, at the time of that decision, you still had access potentially for pedestrians from La Chapelle. So I think the concern was if you reduce visitor parking, they would park on La Chapelle and walk through the pathway. If you have singles on La Chapelle, you eliminate that problem because it's private property. People aren't going to jump backyards in order to get to their house or to get to the party they're going to. And if you put appropriate no parking on Meadow Glen, and I would imagine Orleans Boulevard is already no parking, then you solve the problem.
But I mean, our approach has been to solve the problem on our own property and provide a sufficient amount of parking so we're not burdening the community. Recall as well that we are also having about 48% open space despite that. So we're in a position to satisfy at least that portion of the community's discomfort and still do so in a way that contributes to a very compatible development.
In fairness, your open space is parking lot. It's not like you're building a park in the middle of this thing.
No. Just to be clear, that when I'm saying 48%, I'm referring to landscaped open space, not parking.
Wow, then your drawing is not to scale because I can't see how 48% is open space.
The architect actually just recently, I mean, if you start factoring in all the areas here, the rear yard set, this is 7.5 meters separation, which is one issue that the singles don't address. This is at, I think it was at 47.8% landscaped open space on this property, and that excludes parking.
Okay, so you know, obviously you don't want to do singles on La Chapelle. That's pretty clear. So let's go back to compatibility. On the other side of Meadow Glen, there's a street called Rosewind Court, which runs off of Saint-Sommet. I'm not sure if you can see it on any of the maps there, but Rosewind Court is a court with backyards that back onto Meadow Glen. Why could you not simply do another street that runs off of Meadow Glen as a court, and simply, obviously it's going to be a reduction in density and profit margin to be sure, but why, from a compatibility perspective, would that not be better, more compatible with the existing community?
Like are you referring to the cul-de-sac option?
Yes, yeah, a court.
Off of
Meadow Glen.
Oh, off of Meadow Glen.
Simply build a court off of Meadow Glen and put backyards, you know, onto Windflower and La Chapelle, et cetera.
Well,
and it would mirror exactly what's happening on the other side of Meadow Glen on Rosewind Court. There.
I mean, a couple of generic comments is that Domicile doesn't do single-family homes. They want to bring this product to Chapel Hill. There's a gentleman that was doing a real estate analysis and offered to committee all the listings, the available listings. Domicile is a very sophisticated home builder. They look at the Chapel Hill community. They said, listen, there's an abundance of singles. There's an abundance of townhomes here. We want to bring a product that people are able to either age in place or integrate well into the new community as new residents. What they want to do is bring something slightly different yet compatible to this community. these approaches, although, may be very reasonable for some builders, is not what Domicile wants to bring to this community. They want to complement this community with something a little different. And you can almost ask yourself, when I was watching the presentation on the real estate listings, I'm thinking, well, maybe those are some of the older residents of Chapel Hill, like my parents, who are moving somewhere else because they don't have that housing option in their own community. That's what Domicile wants to bring. They want to bring something different to this community, but do it in a compatible way.
Well, I think the real estate options that the gentleman was showing were either towns or stacks that were for sale, and they're constantly for sale. In my experience in Avalon, that's exactly the same thing that happens with the stacks in Avalon. There's constantly 5, 6, 7, 8 real estate agent signs on that property, and it's common sense. People buy it as a starter home. Yep. 2 or 3 years into their relationship or their marriage, they can afford a bigger house and they move out. It makes perfect sense. So that's what I think they're demonstrating, is that there's an excess in the marketplace. And I'm not trying to dictate what kind of product you build from the market, but based on my conversations with the other builders in Orleans, and I have them all in my ward, they're having trouble moving this kind of product. And I still can't get around the compatibility issues. I really can't. And a traffic count the first week of July after Canada Day is absurd. It is absolutely absurd. It took me today, from the farthest point in Orleans, the farthest point developable in Orleans, it took me today, despite the 174 traffic, 35 minutes to get downtown. Because it's the end of the school year, that's why. Doing a traffic count the first week of July doesn't make any sense. So I'm not going to support the application. I understand and appreciate the amendments, Councillor Blows, but I think this is going to the board anyways, so I'm not going to vote for the amendment simply because I want a clean sweep at the board. It's not because I don't appreciate the consensus building attempt, but I think if we're going to go to the board either way, let's go with a clean slate. So I'm not going to support this. I think it's inappropriate for the area, and I frankly think some of the due diligence simply wasn't done properly. Thank you.
Okay. Are there any other questions for the delegations? Councillor Blois, do you want to try to go back at this? Okay. So you want to ask a question of the planner?
Yeah, so thank you. I mean, I thank the applicant.
Don't go away. Well, Mr. Jack, I'm not sure. I want to go back at these about the urban design. But I'm not going to talk about the traffic issue because it's not an issue for me. So you don't have to sit there. You can go back to the audience if you want.
He likes sitting there, though.
Yeah, okay.
Especially if the meter's running. I'm being flippant here. Mr. Boughton, just a couple of questions to you here, and they may lead back to questions to the applicant. You've indicated in your report that the application, it's consistent with our official plan, it's consistent with the provincial principles, planning principles, and all this. And I guess one area where you and I agree, and I think the applicant agrees, is Orleans Boulevard does serve as a clear demarcation in the community. This property, unfortunately, I think is on the other side of the demarcation in my view. And yet you're indicating that it is compatible, the compatibility is there, it fits well within the physical context, it's appropriate in height and mass. To me, there's a leapfrogging across the road. Like if I were to draw the line, that would have been the line, but you're indicating that this actually blends in, or the transition is there. I don't see it that way. So,
Mr. Chair, you're correct, Councillor, in that I believe this is compatible with the west side of Chapel Hill. And I come to that conclusion by assessing the policies in the official plan about what is intensification and what is it's meant by intensification. What is compatibility? What is compatibility to be, or what does it mean? We are dealing with a product here that I believe meets the tests of compatibility. It fits. From a massing point of view, from a height, the height limit is no different from what is permitted in Chapel Hill today. The zoning bylaw amendment that is before you with the exception of the refuse collection area, the proposal meets the R4 standards without any exceptions, and it even meets many of the R1 standards today for singles. In fact, it's even more restrictive, and that's all the exception zones, as I said, except for the refuse area, are more strict standards than what exists even for the R1. It meets with respect to the parking standards. There's no exception required there to shoehorn this in, to use a term that was used. The open space, it meets the minimum requirement of open space. So all of that together, I have concluded that it is compatible. It is consistent with this form of development elsewhere. I should point out that the density of 17, it's a gross density throughout the community. If you take a look at any other community of comparable gross density, there will be sites throughout there that have a greater density than the gross. The issue here, the issue here is that this community is 100% single-family homes, which you don't really get anymore. Most communities, developments have a combination of townhouses and stacked townhouses, albeit stacked townhouses is a later concept of housing from the 1990s and forward. But most communities have some low-rise apartments, townhouses, semis, and singles, and yet the overall density of the community is still very similar to what a low-rise, low-density community is defined as being. So I conclude that it does meet in my mind, the tests of compatibility with respect to the Chapel Hill community. And so while I make reference in my report to the other side of the street, it's still a low-rise, low-density, low-rise community. Generally, both sides of the street are.
And the other side of the street, I believe, was developed by the same developer that did the west side, i.e. Minto. In the work that you ended up doing, at one of the community meetings, there was a question asked about covenants on the land in terms of restrictions, that it could only be developed as R1 single, and the initial reference was to the nuns who owned land, but it wasn't that particular property. So in the work you did, the research you did, were there any covenants there that we would be breaking at this point that you're aware of?
Certainly not that I'm aware of. I have read the subdivision agreement where this covenant exists, and the development restriction is simply that the sliver of Minto-owned, I should go back and recall that this site was an old standing farmstead.
So it had nothing to do with the lands that the nuns owned, right? Because that was the first.
It was not subject to site plan or to subdivision approvals or subdivision. It was not part of the subdivision, and therefore it was not subject to the conditions of the Minto subdivision around it, which includes this little sliver of land along Orleans Boulevard. It's the piece that Mr. Tremblay said that they picked up from Minto, or they have an option to purchase. In the subdivision agreement, it says that that Minto piece cannot be developed except in concert with, or it can't be developed except as a contiguous development with the adjacent farmstead building, if and whenever that occurs. Gloucester at that time, in interpreting and zoning that condition, applied the R just a residential holding zone on it in their zoning bylaw. In 2008, that was interpreted to be single family or R1 zone with the holding, and so the holding is a restriction on the entire property. The City of Ottawa chose to apply the holding to the entire property, as did Gloucester, and so it exists today. So these two parcels cannot develop separate from one another.
The other issue, of course, the motion that I have before me, and you unfortunately, did not have the, I was going to say not the opportunity, but that was not something that was put before you to review because you had an application you were dealing with from domicile or domicile. But if this kind of a proposal had come before you and you would have had a chance to work on it and analyze it, is that something that you consider would have been doable for that site, or is that something that would have been accepted or rejected from pure planning, from a pure planning approach?
Yes,
and I realize you got it late in the game. It went to you. It went to our city legal department, but basically to ensure that it was technically acceptable. But you haven't had a chance to really review it further than that.
No, that's correct. I haven't reviewed the proposal put forward to see if the remnant block would be developable, and if developable, what exceptions provisions would have to be applied to it to make it fit, perhaps. So I haven't done that investigation. But as I mentioned earlier to Mr. Tremblay, and I believe to yourself, one of staff's earlier comments in response to Domicile's initial application for 54 units, 3.5-story development, was to consider singles fronting along La Chapelle. So I am not averse to seeing singles on La Chapelle, built in accordance with the R1W standards. What I don't know and what I've never seen is how the balance of the site could be developed. The reason I haven't seen it is because the response from Domicile was to reject that notion and to put forward their current proposal, which was a reduction in density, a slight reduction in density, but what I found to be a significant movement in height down to 2.5 stories from 3.5 stories, picking up the parcel through option of purchase from Minto, sliding the whole development eastward to create more separation. I felt as a total that was significant, to the point where I felt the compatibility policies or tests could be achieved, and so I did not pursue the single family home option along La Chapelle at that time.
So the final comment and question I want to make is, and I'm glad you pointed out, you went through the various conditions, and I think there was some confusion out there that these conditions were somehow allowing more to happen that would otherwise, but I think you correctly pointed out these were actually more restrictive conditions, whether they're height, setbacks, etc. The only one I see that doesn't fit that pattern is the location of the refuse containers. And if my collection is correct, that seems to have shifted over somewhat. Is that normally something we deal with in site plan, or is this the time to nail that down?
Mr. Chair, it is addressed in the zoning bylaw, so it needs to be addressed now. And the policy, or the provision that is not being achieved in this particular case without the exception is the minimum required setback of a refuse area from a public street. The problem with this site, is it has frontage on 3 public streets. So it's pretty difficult to find an appropriate location to put one of these garbage enclosures on a site with 3 public road frontages without offending one of the public road frontages, other than putting it dead center in the middle of the site. That is certainly something that can be pursued. I have raised that point. You may see that, on the screen, this is the latest conceptual site plan that was prepared a while ago. I can't recall when, but in this iteration you see another garbage enclosure appeared on that perhaps the public never saw in our public open meetings or open houses. Refuse area appeared against the Windflower Way backyards. I've already made it known that I won't accept that location if this were to go forward in site plan. So the only reason why the exception for a lesser setback for a refuse area is being proposed is because really the site is constrained with the 3 public road frontages.
But so if there were singles there, that issue would go away? The location of the, well, I'm not going to presume that. Forget that comment or statement. It doesn't.
So I'm hearing from some of my colleagues that, and this is to you, Mr. Cohen, that this is going to, how committee may present this issue or finally resolve this issue may not be in your client's favor. It may be for this motion. It may not be for any that's here. Given that that may be an occurrence today, would you like any time, we've got a long meeting here, to step back a bit, discuss with your client, maybe speak to Councillor Blois and any planners to see if there is a resolution before committee resolves on this issue? I would hate to see, you have a little bit of time today, before we resolve on this issue, to give you a little bit of time to think relative to what you've heard today and potentially avoid a lengthy and costly Ontario Municipal Board hearing. You can turn on your microphone so we all can hear you.
I would. There you go. It should not be a given that this will go to the Ontario Municipal Board. I should say that at the outset. I have no such instruction.
No,
to be clear.
I understand that.
But I welcome the opportunity to speak to my client, although he won't want to wait till 10 tonight.
No. We have some other items that we'll deal with, and then there will be a lunch break of a half an hour, and you can come back right after that. How about that?
I appreciate that, sir. Thank you. I will accept that gratefully. I thank the committee and thank you for your questions.
Okay, and so, Councillor Blois, before... What's that? Well, I think what we're going to do, what I'm going to suggest that we do before we resolve on this issue, members of the committee, is that we step this down, allow Mr. Cohen to talk to his client, talk to Councillor Blois or anyone he sees that Councillor Blois does have a motion to see if there is any resolution to this, and we'll come back to it maybe before lunch if there's a resolution. If not, the first item after lunch. I'd like to get to item 6, item 8, and 9, which would probably take us to 1 o'clock, and then we would have a half an hour for lunch, so we would come back at 1:30. We wouldn't hear delegations. You would tell us if there's anything new. If not, we would commence voting at that point in time. Fair enough, Mr. Cohen? Thank you. Okay, we're going to step that one down, and we're going to go to item number 8, which is the Greenbank-focused zoning study. Now, this is the second of our. This is the second of 3 focused zoning work that we've done that are outgrowths of our commitments that we undertook during the planning summit a year ago. We said we'd go out and look at a number of these issues with our zoning consistency team, and now you're seeing the results of that work, and they are before us. Last meeting, you know that we did the zoning in Councillor Harder's ward, and we actually had someone stand up and said he wanted to speak to committee, and he thanked us. So I'm not sure that these two are going to be exactly, this next one's going to be exactly the same, but we'll go from there. So, Ms. Meloche, you undertook this on our behalf. Ms. Snedden, do you want to open this up for us?
Sure, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, thank you very much. That's a great intro, and we have Ms. Meloche from Meloche Associates here today with us. Mumble through that. we are going to be describing a little bit of detail around the study of this particular area in Green Bank. Ms. Malash will be explaining her full public process in conducting this study and her recommendations that she has taken, and certainly they've been on a balanced approach when we look at this particular area on the whole. So certainly you will be hearing likely from a couple of public delegations, but we certainly believe from the staff's perspective that what's been presented to you today is certainly an effective planning approach going forward. So, Ms. Malash.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Yes, this, as Chair Hume mentioned, was an initiative that came out of the Planning Summit, and I was retained to conduct a process, public consultation, leading to recommendations with respect to 3 properties on Green Bank Road, 171, 173, and 175 Green Bank Road, and I'll keep my comments short for the committee. But there was concern at the outset of the study that these properties might be under some redevelopment pressure. They are 3 single-family homes on Green Bank Road, and the official plan designation is general urban area. And the question that I was asked to turn my mind to as a planner was if the current zoning, which is a GM zone, general mixed use, was appropriate given the general urban area designation in the official plan for these properties. And so there was a rather, I guess, full public consultation that took place over a period of about a year with Councillor Eglai and myself, and members of planning staff, of course, were kept advised. And we had 3 community meetings that Councillor Eglai provided notification to his residents around, and the local Trend Arlington Community Association was very involved, as were the owners of the 3 properties on Green Bank Road. So the long and short is that as part of the review, it became clear, certainly to me, that the 10-meter height limit that applies to these properties was not as appropriate as could be given the official plan directions for more intense development, and given the location of these properties on Green Bank Road, certainly a highly traveled arterial, highly visible properties, and the properties certainly are of a size that they could be developed for a mixed-use development. So the recommendations that were discussed with the community and are before you today recommend a bylaw amendment, keeping the general mixed-use zoning, the GM zoning in place, but increasing the permitted height limit from 10 meters to 15 meters, which would allow approximately a 4-story building on the properties. And there was, though, a trade-off to the community's support of an increased height limit. And that trade-off came with respect to concern about the impact of development to the properties to the east that front on a street called Elviston. And their rear yards would abut the 171 to 175 Green Bank Road properties. So the rear yard setback being 7.5 meters under the zoning, my recommendation together with staff is to increase that setback to 10 meters, and that all of that rear yard would have to be landscaped, so there would be no parking permitted in the rear yard, and as well an opaque screen of 2 meters in height must be provided along the rear property line. There was some concern from the owners of 173 to 175, 173 and 175 Green Bank Road. The Coptic Church owns the property, and there was some concern, and remains some concern on their behalf, that that rear yard setback to 10 meters is greater than they would like, and they are hoping to develop the property, as far as we know at this point, for retirement residence, which is permitted under the GM zoning currently, and the community would welcome that use of a retirement residence, believes it's highly appropriate on Greenbank Road. But the trade-off being an increased rear yard, because again, we want to reduce impact to those residents to the east. So in my opinion as a planner, I think it's a good trade-off that you have before you, which is to increase the height of proposed development to 15 meters while keeping a rear yard setback at 10 meters. There also was concern from the Coptic Church that if they develop the property for retirement residents, they would like to have community center type functions in the building. And so the amendment before you also permits a use that would be ancillary in nature but could contain a range of community center types of uses. And you know, we are hopeful that this will satisfy the Coptic Church's desires. The other aspect of the amendment in front of you is to prohibit certain uses that were currently permitted under the GM9 zoning. These uses were felt to be more traffic generating in nature, so we have deleted the uses drive-through facility, bank and bank machine, municipal service center, and the uses that are in front of you today in the recommended zoning are those uses that we believe are appropriate for the property in a mixed-use development. So I trust that that's a good overview for the committee, and certainly welcome any questions.
So just so that I understand this, we're upzoning these properties.
That's correct.
And we're crystallizing the value, their value today. So if they were whatever they were, we're giving them more density. We're giving them more of whatever we think is appropriate and providing certainty on those properties.
That's correct, Chair Hume.
Right. And so there would be no planning rationale under our official plan for someone a year from now to come and say, you know what, this really should be different.
That's
more. I
yes,
need more.
More. That's right. It's providing certainty, and I believe that was the direction from the Planning Summit with these targeted zoning reviews, and Councillor Aglai worked, I think, quite hard with the community to move them to that position that this was a proactive measure that we're taking, the city is taking, and it's going to provide certainty to your community.
Right. So at the end of the day, though, I just want to come back and I want to be crystal clear that the official plan policies on these sites won't allow the owner or a future owner, and I'm not saying forever, but I'm saying next year at this time, for a future owner to come forward and say, you know what, I want more height, I want more density, I want more, and by the way, I have a bunch of official plan policies that say you should give me more.
That's correct.
So,
yes.
So your zoning gives them as much as the official plan allows them to have.
That's correct. Under the general urban area, yes.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Ms. Malash. Go ahead, Councillor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is more a comment rather than a question. First off, I want to thank yourself and Mr. Moser for making this opportunity available to the community. The community had a need, they had a concern, and we sat down and talked about it, and this was the idea that came forward. So I can tell you from my perspective and the perspective of the community, it was very much appreciated. Just to comment very quickly, though, on the Coptic Church and some of the things that Ms. Malash had to say. The Coptic Church had representatives here until just a little while ago. Because of the last matter, they had to move on to another appointment. But they asked me to pass on two things. One is that they appreciated the work with the city staff and the community. that went on. But they also asked me to point out what Ms. Meloche has earmarked is they continue to have some concerns about the setback issues at the front and the back of the properties. So I committed to doing that. I know that it's been discussed with our planning staff and that they share the same view of Ms. Meloche. The other thing, though, is I think Ms. Meloche is quite correct that any concerns they had around a community use of the facility going forward as an ancillary use, that's acceptable to them. They didn't raise that as a concern with me this morning as they left, and I believe they had a discussion with Mr. Gauthier, our planner, on it as well on that issue just a few days ago. So they are satisfied on that. So the only remaining issue that they had was the setback, but again, I think planning staff has spoken to that. They're aware of it, taken into consideration in the recommendations that they're making today. So thank you for that.
Thank you, and we'll note that Dr. Paul Rafael and Father, this is tough.
Father Boutros.
Shanuas Boutros?
Yes.
Okay.
Very close.
Had registered to speak, and we'll note that for the public record just in case. But we do have two delegations, so if we'll go to them now. If there are no questions to staff? No. Ms. Carol Ranges, is that right? If you'd like to come down.
So you're online now. Okay, thank you. I represent the owner at 171 Green Bank. I don't think I'll be very popular here in saying that as taxpayers of the City of Ottawa, we are opposed to the focused zoning studies because we think they're a waste of taxpayers' money. Maybe we don't understand, but the way we understand it, the amendments to the zoning voted on today can still be challenged by developers wanting to increase the height or reduce the setbacks, etc. So what has really been accomplished with the work undertaken? Whether you have a 3-story or a 4-story height limit in the zoning today, whether you have 7.5 meters or 10 meters as a rear setback today, whenever these lands are developed, 5, 10, or 15 years from now, who knows what the official plan will be and what the needs of the city will be. So this work may have to be done all over again. About the rear yard setback increase from 7.5 meters to 10 meters, we do not understand the logic because this increase goes against the goal of intensification, especially on an arterial road. Also, in this particular case, we would like to put on record that the deletion or elimination of many uses was made without a request from any of the attendees to the meetings. Ms. Meloche said we can eliminate the animal hospital, the bank machine, the community center, the drive-through facility, the municipal service center. The people that have a vested interest in the properties, the owners, didn't have a say in this elimination. It was, these elimination uses were done at the drop of the hat, in our opinion. The 3 community meetings regarding this matter, in our opinion, the attendance of the meetings was not good. The last one in December 2012 had 1 or 2 neighbors. Not exactly what you would expect if residents were really concerned about this matter. Because there is no real proposal for development here, only the possibility that there may be development, the residents did not see the point in attending the meeting. The city should not waste more money on these projects. In brief, we think that the city should leave the zoning alone and spend its money on more pressing matters as opposed to potential matters. This is what we think. And I know that the increase is a benefit to us, but as a taxpayer, I think that the city could use the money better.
Okay. Are there any questions for the delegation?
I'd just like to thank Carol for coming out. We've had numerous discussions on this. I know your position, but they've been respectful discussions, and I appreciate you coming out here today and expressing yourself.
Okay, and I appreciate you, Councillor Eagle, to be here.
Okay. Thank you very much. The next speaker is Stuart Cronenberg, President of the Trent Arlington Community Association. You're on.
There. Thank you, Chair Hume and Committee. I won't take very much of your time at all this morning, given what Councillor Eglai has said, and you, Chair Hume, with respect to the obligation of the city to, in a city-initiated zoning, to maintain this and to be prepared to defend it if something changes or something asks for more in the future. I want to confirm that, yes, we did have a very useful community consultation on this. It was, there were compromises involved. The initial view, or the initial position came in, and it was counteracted by the community. But in the end, I think we came to a reasonable compromise, and the Community Association, Trent Arlington Community Association, does support this planning initiative. I think that's, I was going to say a little more with respect to the undertakings that we would like to see, but your Chair Hume has already noted that. That is very important to us, that once this zoning were to get in place, that then we as a community be willing and know, and in the knowledge that we will that won't be changed easily. That was one of the undertakings and the understandings that we went into this process, and we appreciate that support. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. Do you have anything you want to offer, Councillor?
Just a quick comment. Stuart, I want to thank you for coming out today and to sort of echo what Chair Hume said about Councillor Harder's piece of property last time. We don't often hear that we got it right and that we worked well with the community, so I think everybody around the table appreciates that kind of comment and also the effort that the community associations put into this sort of endeavor, so thanks very much.
Yeah. And thank you, Mr. Cronenberg. And just to put a point in, the questions to Ms. Meloche were very clear. We're doing this to provide certainty for your community. Now, 10 years from now, if the city in that climate rewrites its official plan and things can change, but given this official plan where it is, the zoning that's in place, you can rely on. The official plan does not give a proponent the opportunity to come back and say, your policies, here they are, require you, or demonstrate that you should give us more. So, for however long that certainty lasts, that's the certainty we're trying to provide.
Yeah, we're not looking here for eternity, but in terms of as official plans are renewed over half a decade or a decade, at least we, if that happens, then we're engaged again.
Absolutely. Yeah. You would be engaged, and as a result of the policies that we're adopting with the official plan that's just been tabled, if when those policies change, we're going to, hopefully for the future, although we are for the next one, changing the zoning as well. So, as official plans change, so do zoning, so they're not out of sync. So you would be involved in that case. But for this official plan and for the foreseeable future, the zoning that's on those sites is the zoning that's designated for the official plan, and someone's not going to come around and surprise you and say, I now want more on those sites because the city's plan says that I should demonstrate more. We have our staff and a professional planner saying, this is it, that's all, here you go. And so you can rely on that.
Just one comment here on that section of Greenbank, and I think I've made this before when they appeared on the Phoenix development. It's a bit of a unique situation where you have a commercial strip commercial institutional strip with houses on one side, particularly just immediately behind residential streets, and somehow you've got to transition from what you allow on Greenbank on the face of the street to those residential units. The other thing that we try to preserve on Greenbank is it's wide open space. Most buildings, in fact all except perhaps one, are well set back from the street, and that's why we look for no encroachment on minimum setbacks, front setbacks, and we like the rear setbacks to protect our residents in the back.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. So now in front of us is the recommendation that we, I'll go to it. The Planning Committee recommend Council approve an amendment to the zoning bylaw 28250 to change the zoning of 171, 173, and 175 Greenbank Road from general mixed-use subzone to general mixed-use subzone 9, with the exception as shown in document 1 and as detailed in document 2. Members of the committee, is that item carried? Carried. Okay. Good. Thank you very much, Councillor Eglai. We're going to go to item number 9 now. So item number 9 is the OPA Central Area Secondary Escarpment District Plan and CDP. This is implementing the Escarpment District Plan, which has been completed for quite some time. And Mr. Nixie, do you want to come down? You're the delegation. You want to come down and sit there? I'm not sure, Councillor Holmes, did you want a presentation or did you just want to make some comments?
Just a couple of comments and a question to Mr. Nixie.
Okay.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Well, this, as we know, has been in the works since 2008, with many public meetings and much public consultation along the way, with general agreement from those who live in the area. And the whole basis of this planning was to give the school board more intensification on their lands. These are the old tech lands on Albert. Give the school board much more intensification, and in exchange, the school board would provide the playing grounds for us. So that is the basis that's talked about in this study, and so we look forward to the day when that green space will become accessible to residents of the city. Not that it isn't at the moment. People use it, there are pickup games on it, and lots of dogs on it. So my question to Mr. Nixie is there a planning time that the school board is working with?
Thank you, Councillor. Through the chair, the board responded in terms of bringing their concurrence with this forward at the request of the chairman about a year ago, because the issue at that time was to try and facilitate movement on the file and to have the foundation for having a pathway, a bikeway across the property. The board itself has been considering the use of these lands for quite some time, and they're very precious to them. They're not yet resolved on the future vocation for the site, whether or not they would like to have a repurposing of a portion of the site to continue a presence downtown. So it's a bit unclear. However, the general thrust of the community design plan for downtown and the escarpment plan, we're definitely supported, and in fact, when the matter was brought to the school board's Board of Directors in April, it was unanimously supported to concur with this amendment. So I can say that the spirit of having that park there and understanding that that would be the long-term future for the site is solid, but there's nothing provoking the board at this time to proceed with a disposition.
Okay, so then should we wish to do some programming on that space, to have a couple of soccer fields provided, for example? There's such a great demand for soccer in the city. What would the school board's answer to that be?
Unfortunately, I can't answer for them. I do know that They are, from time to time, wishing for ways to regularize public access so they understand their responsibilities. What they would like to make sure that they provide for is that there could be always the possibility of their occasional use for programming on the site. That is was written into their report at the time they considered the matter.
So then that's going to have to be some discussion between our Recreation Department and the board's needs, and try to get some resolution about the usage of the space in the short term.
Yes, the current commitment is to proceed expeditiously with an agreement that will at least allow the bikeway to transverse the property, and that would also trigger an opportunity to start talking about the programming of the site, which is now recognized as a park.
Good, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and there is also a motion before you talking about the designation of 478 Albert Street, and Sally Coots, the planner, agrees with that motion.
Yeah, it's the, Councillor Holmes is asking that we consider the Planning Committee directs staff to prepare a designation report for 478 Albert Street, Albert House, for committee and council consideration. And you're in agreement with that, are you? And that's an outgrowth of the Escarpment District Plan? Someone say yes or no.
Okay, sorry. Yes, and Councillor Holmes talked to Sally Coots, and Sally provided some direction on the motion, and we're in agreement with that.
Okay. Who owns Albert House, Councillor?
It's a B&B.
Okay.
Owned by...
So it's a private sector owner?
Yes.
Okay.
Would be the typical process.
Right. So, and that's supported by staff?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So is there anything more for Mr. Nixie? No? Mr. Nixie, thank you very much for your presentation and for the discussion. There's no other speakers on this item. Do you want to say a few words, Councillor?
I want to thank staff for the many years and the many processes that this has undergone over quite a length of time. And it is really working with the school board, which we have done, and it's great that it's come to this, that we finally see the resolution and we can move forward on it.
Right.
So thanks to staff.
So, and I think it's worth noting for members of committee who will have seen this report, one of the first prepared by George Dark on our behalf, I want to say 6 years ago, 7 maybe? 7? Sorry, you're going to...
6.
6 years ago. We're now bringing forward and tidying up that implementation of that report and turning it into a secondary plan. And if you want to see density and intensification that's coming out of it, along with green space and sort of those city building amenities, you should take a look at that plan, because it is quite a document, and I think you'll be quite surprised at what is envisioned to happen in this this escarpment district area. It plays well around our transit nodes. It's, I guess, looking into a crystal ball, they thought the significant development should be around those nodes, and it provides for that. So it is quite an interesting and city building plan. And, you know, we talk a lot about CDPs. This was one of the first ones. I'd encourage you to take a look at it, because it is very interesting and enlightening. So, and I guess this is, Councillor, so we've completed the Centertown CDP. This is the Escarpment District Plan. I'm not sure how much more of your ward we have to do from a CDP perspective, but I think the next thing we do is the heritage overlay in the Golden Triangle, which we are starting this year. And I think it's a credit to Ms. Snedden and her team for starting to move those, getting those things done, bringing that certainty to the communities by actually implementing these plans and getting that work done. So congratulations on that. So on the item, if there are no more other speakers, is that carried? Carried. Okay. Now, Councillor Shinishenko, you're not sitting there to tell me that you've come to a fabulous resolution to your issue and we can deal with it now before lunch?
I do wish that I could, but no, I believe both sides would like to have so-called day in court, or at least day at City Council.
Perfect. Okay, we will then break till... Oh, okay.
Mr. Chair, before you break, I did have discussions with the applicant. I would let the applicant speak for themselves or himself in terms of that we don't have a solution, and I would prefer before lunch that we would put this to rest one way or another.
Okay.
I'll be brief, sir. Mr. Chairman, thank you again for this opportunity. Councillor Blois, thank you for taking the time to meet with us. I have no good news, and I'll leave the committee to dispose of the matter.
Right.
Thank you, sir.
So there's no ability on your half to propose any amendments to what Councillor Blois is bringing forward.
No.
This is
thought about it, and to be fair to my client, a lot of that discussion took place before today.
Right.
But no, I regret to advise the answer to that is no. But thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Cohen. I appreciate your due diligence in that, and Councillor Blois. Okay, so now that we're back, speakers to this. Councillor Blais.
Sorry, thank you, Councillor Hume. A question for staff. Fell, or is Mr. Boughton still here?
No, unfortunately, Mr. Boughton was expecting this to restart at 1:30, but if it's simple planning question for an engineer to answer, perhaps I can...
I believe I heard Mr. Boughton say that he could support the outcome of Councillor Blois's motion, which essentially has singles on the Elbow Street, I think it's La Chapelle, with the remaining stacked townhomes or 1.5-story townhomes that are proposed for the rest of the site. So I just want to confirm that staff would support that and would say so at a board hearing.
I see Mr. Tim Mark sitting beside me. Perhaps Tim, did you want to...
Yes, Mr. Chair, I had that discussion with staff, and they did indicate to me that they could support it. However, staff can also support the report that is before you. So the advice that I have extended to the ward councillor is that if the owner appeals the zoning bylaw, legal services would seek to retain an outside planner. If the amendment is made to put singles and it's the community that appeals, I would go with staff witnesses, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. You know, in thinking about it and in speaking to some folks from the community, you know, I think Councillor Blois's motion actually achieves what I think we're trying to achieve. So I think that's the best way to go forward with singles on that side street and some other form of higher density development facing Orleans and Meadow Glen. And I think that will solve most of the community's problems and address many of the other issues that our committee members have had. So thank you.
Okay. Councillor Harder?
So with regard to this application, if it does go to the Ontario Municipal Board, and I look at the drawings that were shown by Mr. Tremblay on the fact that they diminished the height, and it more relates with the singles in the neighborhood and the product that they would be developing. Is that what goes forward as the report from staff, or is it back to what the original was? If we defeat that, what is it that's going to be at the OMB?
What she's asking, Mr. Mark, is the risk that they will put in front of the board their original application as opposed to what the application has moved to in the interim. Do you follow me?
I certainly follow the question, Mr. Chair, and that's an assessment that the applicant's going to make. Their desire to move forward with the development and avoid a board hearing versus going forward with the original staff report. That's something that only the applicant can advise you of, Mr. Chair.
That's not what she was asking.
I'm not finished yet.
It's not the staff recommendation. It's the original, what they originally applied for. the higher heights, so they took an original application, they said, this is what we want to do. They met with the community and they said, okay, we'll squish it and massage it, and as a result, you've got a staff recommendation that says, yeah, okay, the squished and massaged, we're prepared to recommend that. What she's asking is, what is the risk that that squished and massaged turns into what they originally applied for?
There are no assurances in this world, Mr. Chair, but that would, in my experience, not be warmly received by the Ontario Municipal Board.
Okay.
Okay.
There you go.
But I guess the risk is, too, first of all, Domicile doesn't build this product that we're assuming that they're all of a sudden going to get in the business of doing. Secondly, should that survive, what are the chances that the density actually will still be achieved, but in much higher format with much more traffic potential from a newly improved, as far as the community might perceive, situation? So what I'm saying is, you know, you might have a row of maybe not bungalows, it could be like traditional towns. I mean, we're so guessing here because we're doing this on the fly, but traditional towns, it could be semi-detached, it could be, they're definitely not going to be frontages that are going to matching the singles, because that's just not a product that's likely. So what would the opportunity then be for the applicant to say, well, you know what, we might get somebody else to build these things or this thing, but we still need the same density to make a case financially to make this work? Is there also a chance that the board might have a ruling that would actually make it denser or make it or change the height? Or would the height be limited to what it is now? What are like, you have so much experience in this, I'm asking for just your gut feel, not a prejudgment.
Mr. Chair, I would anticipate, well, I don't anticipate. There's certainly the prospect that the applicant is going to seek the zoning that was recommended in the staff report that I understand has a higher density. And so that risk is certainly out there. As to getting heights beyond or above that which is in the staff report, the risk is out there, but in my opinion it is less because the applicant in front of you has effectively signed off on the heights that are in the report.
But that's based on a certain density target being achieved as well. So if they're being asked to revisit their site and their suggestions are coming forward, I just say that it's a risk, okay? And again, when I listened to the public, and I've met with them before, and I actually followed up on a lot of the issues that were brought forward. And the fact is, in this location, on this size of property, and the type of development, I don't see that it is inappropriate in today's building standards and what we're actually building across the city with infill and according to our official plans and things like that. So I'm not going to be supporting the amendment. I think that puts us into trickier water that I don't think anybody wants to tread in. And I don't want to be in a position where, not knowing any of that, I'd rather go with the work that's been done and assume that we're going to have the matching similar heights, et cetera, and work on the site plan issues at that time. So thank you for your professional opinion, Mr. Mark.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other speakers? Councillor Blows? Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And first of all, thank you for the latitude in terms of being able to break and try to work something out. And it's unfortunate that that we weren't able to come back with something that we just plunk on the floor and everybody can buy into. The reality is it doesn't work like that. And it's not in this case because we have a builder or an applicant who doesn't want to make things work. And as I mentioned before, you have a quality builder who have actually dealt with in the past in the ward, who's actually walked away from a project because it didn't meet their standard. They didn't fully own the land. They walked away and they left it. And we ended up getting, and that's the risk, we didn't end up getting something better. We actually got something less. And so it's a little bit of a mixed mind how I proceed here with this motion, because there is always a risk. But I think it's a risk worthwhile taking. Even though you have an award-winning builder who I think regularly is acknowledged for the kind of work they do, the quality they build, in this particular case, the proposal does not fit the community and does not fit what the residents want. even the compromise I'm putting forward, it accomplishes some of that, but not all of it. And I'm still not supportive of the R4M designation on the remnant, but I do think it is a compromise that is worthwhile looking at and worthwhile pushing forward. I got to give the residents credit here, because the residents have been very, very involved from day one. The pre-consult did one of these exploratory moves between the developer and between the community in terms of what could happen. They worked very hard at making sure everybody was informed. The signs you saw, they're the big signs. I put them up there so nobody could say they weren't informed. But the residents were out way ahead of me. When I was hand delivering way beyond the statutory distribution, I was running into people who already knew that this was going on. So they have certainly done their homework and they've done their research. The applicant, after the first pre-consult meeting, did come back with a number of concessions. I already mentioned the height. I mentioned taking out the pathway, something that I was favorable to. Setbacks, acquiring a piece of property. I'm sure there's a significant cost to that. I don't know what it is. So there have been positive steps on that side, but not enough to satisfy the residents. And as the ward councillor, it behooves me to try and find that solution that works for all parties and that works for the community. Unfortunately, we're not there. I do think this, the motion before us, it still makes sense to me. I know it doesn't make sense to Mr. Miguel, who certainly has far more expertise, and Domicile went out and hired probably the best planning company out there. I know Mr. Doran is probably shaking his head saying, on the one hand, you give us a message under the official plan and under the planning guidelines to go and do intensification, and then when it comes to intensification, you turn your back. And we do send a mixed message out, and unfortunately, sometimes with what we want on the one hand and what we wish on the other hand, and what actually happens aren't the same thing. So, Mr. Chair, I will be supporting the first part of my motion. I will be dissenting on the second part, on the R4M exception, if we can split that. Thank you.
So you want this divided?
So the R1, I want it divided, the R1 and the R4 divided.
Okay. Those one and those two. Okay. So any other speakers? So we're dividing. We've got the R1 for the property fronting on La Chapelle, the R and the R4M that represents the existing zoning on the other side. I would say that I think from an urban form, and you know we've seen it before, and I can draw committee's attention. Do you remember Steele Street in Councillor Tierney's ward? That you know, for lack of an opportunity to put singles to complete a street, we ended up in the Ontario Municipal Board, and we lost at that point in time to Minto. And I'm not particularly hopeful that we're going to be able to sustain what's happening here, but it's heartening to hear Mr. Mark identify that that potentially we would. And I don't know if the R1 zone is the right zone. I mean, it could easily have been R3, some other mechanism that would have created a complete street on La Chapelle. And similarly, I don't know if the R4M that you're recommending is right, or that there needs to be more height or more density on that site to complete that. But I think it represents a better urban, the concept represents a better urban form than what is presented. And I would have hoped that the time given to the applicants would have been able to. And I suggested to them, they wrote me long ago, and I said, that's where I think you should go. And it was thanks, but no thanks. And so it would have behooved all of the parties, I think, to come to a better understanding and to have something here that would have, I think, achieved the densities that are required to make this financially viable, and that would have addressed, I think, some of the urban design issues that you brought forward, Councillor. So I'm going to be supporting Councillor Blois's recommendation or motion. So on the item then, Councillor yeas and nays, and we're dividing it. I'm splitting it. Be it therefore resolved that the proposed zoning maintains the R1W zone for the property fronting La Chapelle, period. That's one. The remnant property will be zoned in accordance with the report to R4M exception holding R4M XXXH with the conditions referred in document 6. So that's the second. Okay? So, on the first portion, the R1W zone, yeas and nays. So I'll call yeas and nays and ask for Councillor Blois.
Yes.
Councillor Shirelli. Councillor Hobbs.
No.
Councillor Hubley.
No.
Councillor Manette.
Yes.
Councillor Caudry.
Yes.
Councillor Tierney.
Yes.
Councillor Blais.
Yes.
Councillor Harder. And myself, yes. That's carried. Okay, on item number 2. Sorry? I'm going to do the second part right now. Yeah. So this is the second part of the zone that we would zone the remnant property in accordance with the report R4M exception holding R4M in accordance with the conditions referred to in document 6. So that's the second part of the motion. So Councillor Blois. No, you're voting no. Councillor Shirelli, Councillor Hobbs.
No.
Councillor Hubley.
No.
Councillor Manette.
No.
Councillor Caudry.
Yes.
Councillor Tierney.
No.
Councillor Blais.
We.
Councillor Harder. And myself, yes. That lost. For, well, just a second. I just want to make sure. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, so it's lost. So, actually, Councillor Blois, what I'm going to ask you to do is we're going to move another motion because we can't have, so what we in essence have is no recommendation. So what we should do is change approve, because we're taking, what we've taken is we've split the properties, right? So the frontage on La Chapelle, we've kept the original zoning. We've rejected the zoning. We haven't rejected. We've defeated the approval report on the remnant parcel. Therefore, we would have to say, Mr. Mark, Councillor Blois would be change approve the zoning of the remnant parcel to R41 in the report to reject. Is that correct? Okay. See, Mr. Cohen, I told you this would get messy. Yeah, so...
Mr. Chair, I will take a look at this between committee and council, but I believe that's correct.
So I should move, Councillor Blois should move his own motion to reject the staff report, right?
On the balance of the lands, Mr.
Yes.
Chair.
Okay, so just to make this simple for everybody, can I just, I'll call it again, Councillor Blois. So it's moved by Blois that you're changing, approve the R4M exception zone to reject the R4M exception zone. So I'll call yeas and nays. And so now, just for members of committee, I am. I'm going to tell you right now. So when Councillor Blois voted against his second part of his motion, those who voted no were defeating the change to from the current zoning to the new zoning. So if you want to maintain that vote, you would vote yes to the motion to reject. If you, like Councillor Blais, Councillor Blais, Caudry, Harder, and myself, we're going to vote no to this motion. Those who those who supported Councillor Blois are going to vote yes to this motion, okay? Yes, he's saying reject, so he's going to support that. Councillor Blois is going to support that. So if you voted no last time, vote yes this time. It achieves the same end. Correct, Mr. Mark?
Yes, Mr. Chair, and this results for persons who haven't been on council before this term. This is a result of a necessity to have a decision on the zoning that brings to an end the process.
Yeah. Okay? Did everyone... Okay. Yes. So now Councillor Blois is moving that... Okay, sir. Sir, I'm going to have to ask members of the public back in. We're in the middle of voting here. So what we're going to do is the motion will be it therefore resolved that committee recommend to council that they reject an R4M exception holding R4M on the balance of the lands. So you're rejecting that zoning. Okay? So if you voted no on the original motion, you want to vote yes on this one. Unless you changed your mind. Okay? Okay, no, and I'm going to be honest, if you've changed your mind and you vote no, that means the motion to reject loses on a tie, and we will still have defeated the staff recommendation. So, I would encourage you, if you want to follow this path, to stay on the path. Okay? So, Councillor Blois.
Yes.
Right. Councillor Shirelli. Councillor Hobbs.
No.
Councillor Hubley.
Yes.
Councillor Manette.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Councillor Caudry.
No.
Councillor Tierney.
Yes.
Councillor Blais.
No.
Councillor Harder. No. And myself, no. No, it's not. It's rejection loses. Yeah, rejection loses. So, Mr. Mark. So, Councillor Hobbs. I'm sorry. Okay. So, Mr. Mark, what do we do now? We'll fix it at council.
Mr. Chair, the committee has made a decision.
Yep.
Clerks will report it. It rises to council.
Right, it rises to council. Okie doke. Okay, that concludes that item. Thank you very much. And Mr. Cohen, I'm going to talk to you when these items come up a lot earlier than in the middle of the meeting. So, okay, there we go. Okay, we're at 1:15, so we'll be back at 1:45. 1:45.
I'm good at
Members of committee, I have a quorum of council, committee in the room, so I will ask that you to take your seats, and we'll resume the meeting. No, I did not. I said it. No, I didn't say 2. Did I not? I thought it said quarter. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. There we go. 10.
Thank you,
Mr.
Chair.
Phillips, you'll make sure to note that as a lobbying contact? Oh. Okay, you noted as a lobbying contact. No, you lobbied him. Okay, let's go 233 Armstrong.
Thank you,
Ms.
Mr.
Edwards.
Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think committee members are well aware of this this particular file. I know it's received a lot of coverage, so we're going to provide a very brief staff presentation to allow the public representations to be made and discussion to happen at this committee. But just very briefly, this particular site, the original application was submitted back in March of 2010, and over the period of dealing with the application has gone through various iterations of modified development proposals. The first scheme that we saw was a 36-story proposal, and through the course of review and discussion, including design review, that application or that proposed development has been modified several times, and the end product that's being presented to you today is a product that staff is very comfortable with and we're prepared to recommend approval on. One of the key drivers in terms of the discussions that were had was to ensure that the overall density that would be represented by this project was consistent with the density that was allowed through the CDP process that was gone through for the West Wellington area, which, as committee may recall, was approved in the spring of 2011. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Edwards, who will run through very quickly, just reorienting members with the location of the site, the policy context, and highlighting the evolution of this development program for this site over the course of the last several years, and highlighting the basis for the staff recommendation.
Thank you. So the building before us contains 239 dwelling units, 3,100 square meters of retail space, and 312 parking spaces. Subject site, indicated by the red star above, is bounded by Parkdale Avenue to the east, Spencer Street to the north, Hamilton Avenue north to the west, and Armstrong Street to the south. The site has approximately 2,600 square meters and represents about 75% of the block and is shaped like an L. Sorry. Uh-oh. Okay, sorry about that. Here's this on the left. Here's the site in its context. It's currently occupied by 2 buildings. The property... Do we have a pointer? Okay, sorry. The property immediately to the west at 7 Hinton is a brick factory building designated under Part 4 of the Ontario Heritage Act. To the north is an 8-story mixed-use building. To the east across Parkdale is a low-rise neighborhood, and the property directly south across Armstrong is the Parkdale Park and Parkdale Market. Okay, sorry, I just got to figure out what's happening here. The site is located on an arterial road, Parkdale, and is within 400-meter walk of the transit station, which provides good access to this site. The subject property located within the mixed-use center, as you can see on the screen outlined in pink. Our mixed-use centers act as our mini downtowns, and the focus of our mixed-use center is to direct major intensifications to these mixed-use center so that the stability of the neighborhoods within the general urban areas, those low-rise neighborhoods to the east and to the west, are enhanced. And our policies also state that our highest density development will occur within 400 meters of the transit station. You can see the transit station outlined on the screen above the T, and this subject site is within that distance. As you can see, the property above in the red is located on the northern edge of the Wellington West CDP study area. The CDP area encompasses Properties fronting on the traditional Main Street, and through the process of the CDP, parts of the mixed-use center were added incrementally to the study area. As part of our analysis, we looked at the mixed-use center as a whole from Scott Street all the way to Wellington West. The project, as you can see by the red line on the left and the yellow line on the right, will create a transition to the high-profile node envisioned at Tunney's Pasture Transit Station. Tunney's Pasture will be the site of significant change in the future, with development expected to be higher and denser than what is currently there. Also, as part of our analysis, we looked at the relationship from Tunney's Pasture Station down to the low-rise neighborhood to the east. Again, as you can see in this image up on the screen, this proposal creates that nice transition down to the and respects the low-rise neighborhood to the east. We are of the opinion that the redistribution of the massing is more appropriate for the context given these transitions. It is proposed that the site will retain all existing permitted uses, but we would be adding a parking garage and light industrial limited to a brewery. And we would also be creating a new exception to address the performance standards specific to the property. This zoning schedule proposed up on the screen just shows how we would essentially be shrink wrapping the building before you today to ensure that the step back and transition is maintained in the future. Just very quickly going to go through the design evolution that Mr. Smith talked about. Originally, staff was presented with a 36-story tower. For obvious reasons, we did not support this. We felt it was grossly inappropriate given its context. Again, just some further images of that 36-story proposal. In the summer of 2012, the applicants came back with the proposal up on the screen, which brought the height down to an 8 and 18. Again, we had concerns. We weren't satisfied with the location of the massing and other elements with this proposal. So in January 2013, the applicants came back with the 8 and 18-story building up on the screen before you now, with the 18-story mass located to the northwest of the site, not flanking the park or Parkdale, which we felt was an appropriate location for this massing. We still had concerns, and to address those concerns, this is what was presented in March of 2013. There was further step backs, further articulation. We were really happy. We were happy with the way that it addressed the park, but we still thought that, we could do better along Parkdale and, with the look of the building. In May 2013, the proposal before you today and the proposal up on the screen was something that staff felt that we could be moving forward with. We were very happy with the relationship, not only to the park, but again to the remainder 75 or 25% of the lot. We have, better relationship along Parkdale to the east, transitioning to the low-rise neighborhood to the east across Parkdale, and again, that we thought that the massing was in the appropriate location. So just some further images of that building, Here, just up on the slide, is a rendering of the proposed building within its context. You can see the relationship along Parkdale. And just in conclusion, we feel that this proposal fully represents the transitioning policies that are currently found within our mixed-use centers and our official plan. We are satisfied that the proposed increase in the height and related amendments to the performance standards support the direction of the Planning Act, the provincial policy statement, and strategic directions of the official plan and the CDP. The high-density residential development, which is located close to transit and in an area envisioned for high-profile buildings will contribute to a greater mix of housing for the city. We are also recommending the use of a holding zone to ensure that we are satisfied with the method of remediation on the site. This is to ensure that the development takes place after cleanup happens. In conclusion, we recommend approval.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there questions from members of the committee? Nope, okay. Now, before we... Oh, Councillor Hubley?
Mr. Chairman, it's not uncommon to see residential projects being proposed on brownfield sites, and it's something that's very much encouraged, particularly when we're getting into intensifying within urban areas. The good sites end up being taken, and what we're left with is some of these more challenging sites. The Ministry of the Environment also is very involved in this, and as you may be aware, before projects can proceed, there's a requirement for a record of site condition that needs to be filed with the Ministry, and the record of site condition is based on what's being proposed, so there's a certain standard of cleanup that would be required for a residential project. So it really depends on sort of the level of effort that needs to be gone into it to achieve the acceptable standards to meet the MOE criteria for the type of use that's being proposed. And in this instance, yes, there is contamination. There is remediation that's happening today with this project. The intention is to move forward more quickly with a remediation plan to achieve the cleanup of the site. But that's really something that's very common to many brownfield sites development. I'll cite another example where we had significant contamination, where we now have a very significant residential project, and that's 100 Landry off the Vanier Parkway on the edge of Vanier. So a similar situation there. So again, the technology is there to achieve that. The property owner carries that responsibility, and they undertake the works that are required to achieve the ministry requirements.
Okay, and Councillor Halder, I'm going to go to you next, but I just want you to understand the CDP designation on this site has been appealed to the board. Is that correct, Mr. Mark? It's not been dealt with?
Mr. Chair, the official plan designation for the site has been appealed to the board, and it has not been dealt with.
Yeah, with respect to the CDP.
It flows from the community design plan, yes, Mr. Chair.
Right, okay. And so, what policies govern the, now that this is really, it's not before us, or it's not in place, the policies of the primary plan would be the ones that are guiding this approval.
That's correct, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Okay. Just want to understand that that's the case. So, however, now, Ms. Edwards, in this context, though, the density that's on the site respects the density that would be provided under the CDP.
That's correct, Mr. Chairman.
Right. Mr. Mark, do you agree with that?
I accept the advice of planning, yes, Mr. Chair.
No. If you were to calculate it as under the zoning bylaw, would the zoning, which you have done, and you provide an opinion to that effect, is it the same?
Mr. Chairman, I have been advised of that by planning.
Perfect.
That it's the same.
Okay. So this issue here that's before us is not an issue of density. So it's only strictly an issue of height.
That's correct, Mr. Chairman. It's a redistribution of the density that's allowed in the different built form program.
So that if they came back in an 8-story or 12-story or a 14-story, the same amount of square footage is available to them in those alternative formats under the community design plan.
That's right. The massing would obviously differ. And
fair enough. I understand the massing is different.
Yes.
I'm looking for areas of conformity with the community design plan. And the only area that doesn't conform at this point in time is the height on a portion of the building. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. That's fine. So thank you very much. Councillor Blais?
Sorry, thank you. What is the value in proceeding with this application if the applicant is challenging us at the OMB on the CDP?
I will offer my comment, and Mr. Mark might then offer a comment as well. But basically, the applicant had an application in with the city prior to the approvals that were given by council following through from the CDP process. So clearly they were protecting their interests to ensure that the application would be given full consideration before being tied into a situation that the CDP where they would then have to make modifications to that. So it's really to protect their interests, and if they were successful with the rezoning and there's no other issues associated with this site, I would highly suspect that they would proceed with the withdrawal of their appeal to the official plan amendment and secondary plan that would reflect the modifications that would have been given as a result of approval of this zoning change. I'm not sure if Mr. Mark has anything further.
They're not the only persons to the appeal.
No, Mr. Chair, there's the Hintonburg Community Association and Metcalf properties that are still outstanding, as well as Tega.
Right. But the Metcalf properties appeal is a preventive appeal to ensure that we don't give them more density than that we don't give this applicant more density than they have on their side. Is that correct?
I might put that a little bit differently, Mr. Chair. I think Metcalf wishes to ensure that it has an opportunity to seek anything that's granted to Tega.
Right.
I guess, this may be debate and it's not a question. I just wonder what the value is in approving zoning or not approving zoning if we still haven't even have a policy framework that's been approved and signed off on.
I think Mr. Mark will tell you that, and he can, that if we were to defer this application and have Mr. Mark seek a hearing at the board to resolve on the policy framework, that the board, although totally within our ability to do so, the board would most likely, well, the applicants would say, we have an application, we want them heard together, and the board would most likely agree. Is that not fair, Mr. Mark?
Yes, Mr. Chair, it's a very strong principle of courts and administrative tribunals to avoid a multiplicity of proceedings, and while the city could ask for the official plan amendment to be heard alone, it would be quite an uphill struggle to get the board to agree to that.
So, alone, Mr. Mark. You said alone?
It would be an uphill struggle to get the board to deal with the official plan policies alone.
So just to clarify where I'm going, if in the instance that committee votes against the proposal today and that proceeds to a board hearing or a board appeal, they would be likely considered together with the official plan.
Yes.
So therefore, we would already have staff working on it. We would already have legal counsel hired.
Absolutely.
So
yes.
the incremental cost is low, I guess, is what I'm trying to get at.
We would have Mr. We would have Mr. Saddam offer evidence, right? Is that correct? We might seek we might have to seek an outside planner on some elements of it, but I'll leave that to Mr. Mark.
Mr. Chair, this is certainly a different situation than the city normally finds itself in. I think the lawyer handling the file would have to reflect upon whether or not it would be prudent to go for an outside planner, given the initial recommendation with respect to the CDP and recommendation advanced now. Because of the legal opinion I provided earlier this year, it would be the city clerk and solicitor's decision ultimately but I think he'd want to find another lawyer to handle the file.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Councillor Hobbs, you have questions for?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. My questions are to Ms. Edwards and Mr. Smits. I'm just wondering if you can explain how a CDP can make a recommendation on a height of 8 stories in 2011 and we turn around just 2 years later and end up with staff supporting an 18-story building.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I think following up on one of the questions that the chair had to Mr. Mark, this application actually came in before the CDP was approved, and the secondary plan and zoning that flowed from that. That occurred in March of 2011. The actual application for this site came in March of 2010, so a year before. Basically, the application then needs to be considered in the context of the policy framework that's in place at the time that the application is made. Through the process of dealing with this application, we're very aware of the directions that were being pursued with respect to sort of the incremental inclusion, as Ms. Edwards indicated, of this particular property into the West Wellington CDP area. At the same time, we've always had the application on the books. It had never been brought forward for a formal hearing before this committee or a conclusion as far as the decision is concerned. So we were very cognizant of some of the directions. That's one of the reasons why the principle of retaining the density allowed under the CDP was a very strong principle that we communicated back to the applicant, and it's another one of the reasons why, in terms of the location of the higher profile element, we felt it important that it not face onto the Parkdale Market and the Parkdale Park or onto Parkdale itself, but that it in fact be located to the back corner of the property, which has a more stronger relationship with the mixed-use center, where you will anticipate and can anticipate much more significant development. So the bottom line is, yes, we were aware of those directions, and the applicant also appealed the directions for the CDP, read the official plan amendment and the zoning as they apply to their property, again, to protect their interests, I would assume. So we were still left in the situation of having to deal with this application based on the planning policies in place at the time the application was filed, but also having consideration in regard to the directions that were being pursued through the CDP. And at the end of the day, what we have before you today in terms of a developed proposal, we're very comfortable with recommending approval of that, and that's basically where we stand.
I guess, the issue is, as councillors, how can we be expected to ever want to engage in a community design plan process when, it just leads to these types of situations? And I don't know if you can offer some insight as to, maybe what we should have done better with this site, because, if we knew there was an existing application, we were heading down a road here of overturning a plan in a couple of years, and that's not an ideal situation to be in. So, I'm just kind of wondering why we would have pursued what we did with the community design plan with this issue of the application pending.
I think, Mr. Chairman, we're going through a process of reviewing our CDP process. I think we've recognized that the various CDPs, they've all represented various challenges in the different areas that they were undertaking with respect to who was involved, who was engaged, the directions that were being taken. And one of the key things that I think is coming out of that is through the official plan update process is to provide greater clarity in terms of the CDP process, particularly the inner urban and the more suburban ones, when these things should be kicked in, how we should be rolling out with moving forward with CDPs, recognizing that they still have to be responsive to unique conditions and unique contexts. And I guess the one thing that I might offer is, in this instance, maybe enough consideration was not given to the site-specific application that we had on the table as we were going through the CDP process to see whether or not we could find some common ground there. But again, that's all after the fact. That's conjecture on my part right now, and that's really as far as I think I can really go in terms of a comment on that.
But in the future, and I don't agree with the staff recommendation on this site, but just in terms of doing CDPs in the future, should we not be taking a better look at some of the zonings and some of the that are different in areas, or some of the problem sites that are different in areas, and taking a harder look at what we're doing initially.
I
Maybe
think
that's more of a, I'm sorry.
I think Mr. Mark will tell you that once the site's under appeal, the policies that are in place, the new policies aren't in force, and the existing policies are in place, and you have to consider an application under those existing policies. And that's part of the conundrum we find ourselves in this case.
Yeah. So it's been a frustrating process, but...
and fair enough. And I think that the solution, though, may not rest in our OP. I think it may rest within the Planning Act that says, that community design plans and OPs aren't appealable. I mean, you can't appeal those positions, then the CDP would be in force in effect and we wouldn't be having this debate. But Mr. Mark can maybe provide some enlightenment on that conundrum.
Mr. Chair, you've given the correct response. Under the Planning Act, and it's called the clergy principal decision in clergy properties case, matter is decided according to the application, according to the policies in place at the time the application was made. And that governs matters when they're before this council and when they're before the Ontario Municipal Board.
Thanks. Sorry, I just have another question for the planners, and I guess it's, if it's the same density to have the podium and the tower rising from it, what would be, what would be the justification for having so much of the site covered in buildings? Like, we still have the 8 stories and then have the tower rising from it. So why would we want to do it that way? Why wouldn't we just propose one tower that didn't take up so much active site space? It just completely blocks the entire block.
I think, Mr. Chairman, when you see, or when the image of the proposal is before us, there's a lot of articulation, there's a lot of stepping back that's happening on upper floors, on all sides, along Armstrong, along Spencer, along Parkdale, and it's really to start moving towards the sculpting of the mass that's allowed on that site. So rather than having an 8-story lot line to lot line monolith, which the zoning effectively allows for, this is a resculpting of that density into a form that is responding, in our view, in a very positive way to achieving some of those transition objectives that are called for in the official plan when you're introducing higher profile elements within areas of proximity to establish lower profile areas, and also to provide for achieving appropriate street conditions, a pedestrian realm experience that is not dominated or overwhelming by some of the other higher components because they're stepped back from the street facades of the building. So really what we're looking at here is the redistribution and the sculpting of the building, which has caused it to move up in height at the rear corner to 18 stories. Another alternative development form at a lower height, for example, 14 stories, you would not be able to achieve that same degree of sculpting, and it would be a very different impact. At the end of the day, staff were very comfortable that this particular project was responding in a very positive way to the primary plan, the policies that are in place, but also responding in a very positive way to some of the key objectives that were articulated in the CDP, one of those being the reflection of what the density could be that could be achieved on the site.
Okay. I guess in terms of this height, the community is not really gaining any benefits from this height, though. There are no... there's no Section 37, there's no other benefits coming to the community by having a higher tower than what was in the CDP?
That's correct, Mr. Chairman. Because the density is remaining the same, the Section 37 guidelines approved by Council provided that where there's an increase that represents 25% more than the as-of-right density, then it becomes a project that is subject to a 37 contribution or negotiation. In this instance, the density is the same as what's allowed under the current zoning, so it does not kick into a 37 negotiation project.
And just regarding the hold that would be put on this, because of the contamination, how would we assess the success of that cleanup? Like, how would we do that initially and going forward on this site?
That really ends up being something that the MOE is very directly involved with, and the MOE is the provincial department that sets the standards that have to be met. It is in legislation. The reason we introduced the holding provision, we felt that was significant enough that they confirm and get confirmation on the means and the methods for the remediation to achieve the record of site condition that would be required for a residential project. That's something they would have to do in any event, but we felt it was important enough that we wanted to have them go through that process to ensure that the method and the means is a method and a means that's acceptable to the MOE.
So if there's a situation where this does pass MOE muster and they start working and then there's problems, you know, how do we avoid this ending up being a gigantic hole in the neighborhood and one that is has got contaminants? What do we have? What sort of happens from the city perspective as this goes along after they do start working, if they do get approval and if they do get approval from the MOE?
I think that's something that we'd probably want to take a closer look at when the materials are submitted with respect to the method and the means for how the cleanup would occur. Clearly, the intention would be to ensure that the means that are being employed, we wouldn't end up in a situation like that. But you're right, Councillor. I mean, there is that potential, but we want to mitigate sort of getting into that type of a situation, and arguably that's one of the other reasons why we want to see this, have a better understanding of this before you have the ability to develop in accordance with the zoning that we're recommending be approved.
Okay. That's all my questions for now. Thanks.
Any further questions for the staff? Go, Councillor Blais.
Yes, sir. In the conflict between density and height, what is our guiding principle as to what should win out?
Sorry, Councillor, I didn't catch the question.
A conflict between density and height, which, according to our OP or our guiding principles, in your professional opinion, which should win out?
It's not that one should weigh out. It's, I mean, density is a means of controlling the intensity of use of land. Height is a means of controlling sort of how density might be represented in terms of built form. I think, from my view, I mean, they're both valuable tools to be used. In this instance, clearly the CDP provided a direction in terms of an intensity of development that would be allowed, and we felt that that intensity of development was probably reasonable. And then we're looking at, is it appropriate to redistribute that density in a different built form? And I think in looking at this site in the context of its mixed-use designation that applies, we are quite comfortable that an alternative redistribution of that allowed density was appropriate. So it's not that one weighs out the other. I think in the context of our zoning bylaw, generally speaking, we've moved away from density limitations, FSI limitations, if you like, moving more into built form control. So built form really is more of a definitive indicator in terms of relationship to built form and how to advance some of the policy objectives of the plan. But the two still do work together, and in this instance, there is an as of right ability for a certain amount of square footage that it was established through the secondary planning work that was done, and we felt it was important that that also be recognized.
Okay. And Mr. Mark, how defendable are our CDPs these days? Have we ever won a defense on a CDP, or where zoning and the principles of the CDP don't match? Have we ever won at the OMB in terms of defending the policy versus the implementation?
Mr. Chair, the West Wellington Community Design Plan largely has come into force with the exception of this site. So it was not challenged largely across the length of it. In recent years, that's the only interurban one that's been challenged. There are other community design plans that have been adopted, and by and large, they have not been challenged at all at the Ontario Municipal Board. And I should note, to be clear, it is not the community design plan that is before the Ontario Municipal Board. It is the official plan amendment that accompanies the community design plan that's before the board.
No, I think my question, though, Mr. Mark, was in an event where the CDP designation says X, but the zoning says Y, and they have not yet been harmonized, and a legislative body, Ottawa City Council, or another one in the province, I don't care, makes a determination based on the policy, how often is that successful at appeals, typically?
Mr. Chair, I'm struggling to recall where there has been in recent years, and by recent I'm thinking post-2006, because that's when community design plans were creation, if you will, out of the 2003 official plan that only largely came into force in 2005. And so it was just 2006 moving forward that we started to see community design plans, and I am reaching into my memory for a significant case involving a contest between zoning and a community design plan, and I am struggling to come up with one right now, Mr. Chair.
And just on the specifics of the building, what's the height of the pedestal, the larger section? Mr. Smith? What is the height of the pedestal, the larger section?
It's 18 stories. I'm not sure if Ms. Edwards knows the actual.
The podium, sorry, not the entire
podium. The podium is 8 stories.
The podium is 8 stories.
Yeah, we're at the top of the step back of the podium. So again, it steps back. I believe it's at the 5th story, I think 7th story, and then it moves up to the 8th story or something in that order.
And 8 stories is what's indicated in the CDP at present?
That's correct.
Okay. So I'm struggling to understand how the densities remain the same, because even though they're allowed to do 8 stories, and they could build a square, I suppose, but would other policies relating to green space and setbacks, et cetera, not apply as well?
It's the step backs, and I'm going to ask Ms. Edwards to go back to the height schedule that's actually part of the zoning bylaw. And you can very clearly see on that height schedule that as you move in from the property line, there are significant setbacks that are required to be provided for the different elements as you rise up. And so at certain points, you're looking at a setback that can be up to 5.9 meters, 8.7 meters, 2 point. So, I mean, it steps in considerably as the building sculpts itself up, and that's the reason why you're able to achieve a higher scale than if you were to do an 8-story mass over the entire property that basically has vertical walls rising up from where the vertical walls can rise based on the zoning that's in place with respect to setbacks and allowances for buildings adjacent to lot lines.
Okay, thank you.
You want some follow-up questions?
So, thanks, Mr. Chair. Are you saying that we could have achieved the density if this was a solid block on this L shape of not stepping back without having the tower on top of the podium?
Mr. Chairman, the basis was determining the gross floor area that could be accommodated within the envelope defined by the zoning approved to implement the CDP. That generated a certain square footage, taking into consideration the square footage that would not be included in gross floor area calculations, such as elevator cores and so on, and coming out with that number and the number that's represented by the gross floor area of this project is the same. So yes, you could in effect, as of right under the zoning that was approved through the CDP, achieve a square footage that this represents based on the normal determinations in terms of building organization and layout respecting setbacks as defined through the zoning.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. Are there any further questions to staff, Ms. Edwards and Mr. Smith? Okay. Councillor, you want to explain your motion so that the delegations have an opportunity to speak to it?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. As I've said repeatedly on this file for the last couple of years, I'm not in agreement, and I'm moving a motion now respect, and I'll just read it briefly. Whereas the zoning bylaw amendment application proposes a height of 18 stories and the Wellington Street West Community Design Plan calls for a maximum 8 stories on this property, and whereas the City of Ottawa takes their community design plans and secondary plans seriously and will defend those plans to provide certainty in our neighborhoods, and whereas through extensive public consultation it is clear that there is no appetite amongst the residents of the area for a change to this plan to allow greater height at this site, and whereas the city's legal staff have advised that a height of 18 stories would likely not be upheld at the Ontario Municipal Board, be it resolved that Planning Committee recommend that Council refuse an amendment to the zoning bylaw 2008-250 to change the zoning of 233 Armstrong Street and 3 Hamilton Avenue from light industrial subzone 8, special exemption 104 FSI 2.0, maximum height 13.5 meters. I won't read all the other, to the mixed-use center subzone, and as shown in document 1 and detailed in document 2. So I'm asking that that my colleagues today approve this motion to refuse this amendment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Now we'll go to delegations. Mr. John Fraser is first.
I'm wondering if before the clock starts to run, if the staff could go to that previous visual they had showing the development looked at facing north. Yeah, showing the setbacks, yes. Great, thank you very much. Okay, well, thank you for the opportunity to speak, Mr. Chairman. My name is John Fraser. I live at 45 Spencer Street. Across Spencer Street from what you see there, but you can't see Spencer Street because it's totally obliterated by what you see there. Notwithstanding the density calculations, the sculpting or the articulation that we just heard about, this development will have a severe negative impact on our lives. And not just at 45 Spencer Street, which is phase 1 of the Parkdale Market Loss, but phase 2, which is adjacent to us on Spencer, the corner of Spencer and Parkdale. I'm going to give some personal perspectives. We haven't, I think there are a number of people to speak. We haven't planned our presentations. This will be a personal perspective. I'll probably leave a lot of the details to others. Starting yesterday when I left our condominium on Spencer Street at 12:55, trying to go south on Parkdale, couldn't do it. Light traffic had been backed up all the way to Wellington. Went around the block to Armstrong, one block to the south where there's traffic lights. That was backed up too. And the traffic was in such a state, a motorcycle and a pickup truck ran the red light going south on Parkdale because they found a break in the traffic. The same thing happened basically later in the day, although I didn't see anybody running any red lights. So the proposal to add 362 parking spaces, which I hope is the correct number, to this block, with many being casual spaces, doesn't seem to make sense. And from what I can see of the traffic study, it does not deal with the traffic on the Parkdale-Armstrong intersection. What I saw, it just appeared to deal with Hamilton Street, and maybe Armstrong. Furthermore, there's a lot of pedestrian traffic in the area going to the park, and the traffic will increase the hazard to children and families that, excuse me, that walk or bicycle to the park. Please forgive me any impropriety in what I say next, but there's a lot of foot traffic going to and from the Carlton Tavern, which is that small building that you see in the bottom sort of right there. It's a known fact in the neighborhood to be aware of departing patrons and increased traffic in this area is only going to increase that hazard. There are also seniors in the area, I guess I'm one of them now too, that have had difficulty crossing streets in this area with many close calls. So as I said before, the condominiums, which you can't see in this picture, will be in the shadow of the new building. And in the Planning Committee report of June the 11th, 2013, there's only half a sentence on page 4 that vaguely mentions this impact. Two of the more troubling statements, and there are many in the report, are page 5, states that step backs to the 6th and 8th stories were introduced to create a better relationship to the low-rise neighborhood east across Parkdale Avenue. Well, what about the neighborhood to the north on Spencer? And item 4, page 10, states that the impact on immediate neighbors has been mitigated through large step backs at various heights. Well, immediate neighbors to the north on Spencer? What step backs? And I'm also a bit boggled that we're even here today because it appears that the city's legal advice is that an 18-story building is unlikely to be upheld by the OMB. On a personal note, I've seen capital cities of a number of other countries. I've been in their markets, I've been in their parks, enjoyed the parks, and I can't recall seeing any with an 18-story building next to them. It's just entirely out of scale. So I see I've got 20 seconds left. I will leave others to speak at greater length about the community design plan and the precedent that this might set for other developments. So I hope that what is approved finally will be more compatible with the vibrant urban fabric of the neighborhood and with a request to please keep the microbrewery.
Don't worry.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there questions for the delegation? Councillor Hobbs?
Thanks very much, Mr. Fraser, and thanks for promoting both the Carlton Tavern and Beyond the Pale. They really are very popular destinations on that block today, and that block does have a special feel. I'm just wondering if you could just tell everyone how tall 45 Spencer is, how tall your building is beside this.
The portion at 45 Spencer, excuse me, that I live in is 3 stories. It's a converted industrial building, and then to the west of it on Spencer is the 8-story Phase 2. Yeah. We're all one condominium corporation.
So just so everybody's aware, the 3-story portion is the one that's directly north of the higher portion proposed here, the tower portion proposed here.
Yes,
that's at the back of Hamilton.
I think from what I see, it's going to overlap some of the 8-story portion as well. There's been so little play of that in the committee report that that's hard to tell.
Yeah. Thank you very much for being here. And I want to ask staff a question in regards to and Mr. Fraser mentioned the number of parking spaces that are going to be in this building, and I'm just wondering if there's a justification for that number of spaces. We're talking about being 400 meters away from a major transit station, and yet we're ending up with seems to be a large number of spaces. If you could just answer to that.
To start out with, there was a sun shadow study that was undertaken for this project, and I'm just looking at it right now. And clearly in the wintertime, you're going to have much longer shadows, but early in the morning, the 8-story component to the north will not be completely encased in shadow, and as we move into 2 p.m., that building again is exposed to the sun, and for the latter part of the day, there's no shadow cast as a result of this development. During the solstice period, or the equinox periods, again, midday, around 12, there will be some shadow casting, but outside of when you approach 10 o'clock and then after 2 o'clock, the shadow moves away from the property to the north, so again, the sun exposure is there. In the summertime, there is no impact at all on the building to the north as a result of the sun being a lot higher in the sky.
So there's no impact to the lower portion of Spencer, the 3-story, because they have very large patios?
Neither the lower nor the higher. Basically, the shadow is, well, actually, there's a little bit of an impact that results in mid-morning on the lower portion, but that soon goes away, and that's the only time of the day that there's some limited impact on shadowing on the 3-story portion. Other than that, there's no shadow impact at all for the building to the north.
Okay,
that's during the summer solstice, or the summer solstice, which would be June 20 to June 21st. With respect to the parking, one of the components of what's being proposed as part of this project is to introduce a public parking supply. Again, this is one of those areas where there is continuing demand for increased public parking supply, so this developer decided it would be appropriate to introduce a public parking supply as part of this project. Part of the reason for him wanting to do that was his view and his engineer's advice that the most effective means of proceeding with the remediation is to get down to that contamination plume that's in the ground. So it's the amount of excavation that he feels he's required to do, and with the introduction of a public parking supply, it would allow for that additional parking to be provided that wouldn't be for the project, but would support the larger community. Our parking operations staff agree that, yeah, this is an area where there will be increased demand for public parking supply. At this point in time, this is not an area that's on their radar for an area parking study, but they didn't express any concern with a public parking component being introduced as part of this project.
And notwithstanding the contamination issue and the fact that what you're just stating about going down so many stories to deal with that, what about the impact on the neighborhood that's very close to this property, like 45 Spencer's right across the street, and this is a very deep excavation, and you know what has been sort of looked at the impact of going down that deep, and how does that occur, and you know you end up with the Carlton Tavern that is an existing building that, you know, how is that going to fare, and how is 45 Spencer going to fare with that deep of a hole?
This is a responsibility of the property owner / developer, and it's also something that's covered under provincial by the province. Basically, there's the expectation and a requirement, and we would stipulate that through the site plan approval, that there will be investigations that are undertaken with respect to conditions of adjacent properties. So there's a pre-construction inspection, and this is really to protect the developer from claims as well. Should there be claims for damage that don't result from this project, and also to clearly confirm if there is damage that results from this project, what the nature of that damage might be. But it's not uncommon to see excavations of this nature. We see it in the downtown all over the place, where you go down significant levels in bedrock, and the techniques that are employed are effectively done in a manner where there's continuous ongoing monitoring in terms of the vibration, and the different techniques that are being used. There's controlled blasting, controlled sort of excavation works, which is very much cognizant of the potential implications that this could have on adjacent properties. So again, there are checks and balances in place. It's not something that the city is directly involved in regulating, but it is something that clearly the contractors, insurance companies will require, and it's something that the province also has certain standards around.
But looking in this area, there's been a lot of problems with sinking and, you know, other issues with the older homes in the neighborhood, and I have a concern about the kind of the area outside, even just the immediate neighbors dealing with such an excavation, because you get a street over and people's laneways are sinking, and that's been an ongoing problem. And so anyway, I would just like to have a better feeling that the city has looked at that issue with what all the impacts would be on neighbors. There's a lot of single-family homes right very close to this area as well.
And these are really getting into details, Mr. Chairman, in terms of the nature of the requirements that would be required with the site plan application, geotechnical studies, and various other studies that would have to be submitted. It's also something that would be required prior to building permits being issued, but it's also something that would be required if development were to occur under the 8-story program that's allowed under the directions that were approved through the CDP.
Okay. Thanks, and thanks for coming in, Mr. Fraser, again.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else have any questions? No? Well, thank you for coming today. And the next person that I'm going to call up is Ms. Cheryl Parrott or Parrott. And how do you say your last name?
It's Parrott.
Parrott.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Go ahead.
So I'm a resident of the Hintonburg area, and I was involved in many of the meetings of the Wellington West CDP over the 4-year period that it went. And many people in the community put in a lot of volunteer hours on this. Now, we're hearing that just today that this application was in before the CDP was approved, and so that the rules don't really apply. And I guess sort of what I'm seeing is that the hint is if you get your application in before, then you don't have to comply with the CDP. But I want to let you know that certainly what the community is going to see is if this project is approved, that the city is not upholding their CDPs. That will be really what the whole community sees. So I really ask you to not approve this application. Now, we heard from the planners. I'm changing this because of what I've heard. We've heard from our planning staff that, in fact, it really is the same density. It certainly doesn't look it on the picture because the setbacks look very minor. But if it is the same density, then it could be 8 stories, and it would fit the CDP. And that would give the community a lot of confidence, and they still get the same density as what the CDP has said. And so there's no loss to the developer. So keep it at 8 stories. And it works for them. They have exactly the same density as they requested. And Chair Hume today was talking about the certainty in zoning. And certainly that's what people are looking for, is with CDP plans, that we need to have some certainty. And we have a meeting tomorrow night for the Scott Street Community Design Plan. And many people have been saying all along, is there a point to going? If this passes today, there's no point in turning up tomorrow because it means that CDP plans bear no weight. So again, I really ask you to reject this proposal. This property is close to transit. Yes, it is transit-oriented development. It has a heck of a lot of parking for transit-oriented development. The traffic study, which wasn't available on the website, but a neighbor did provide to me, talks about 120 cars an hour during peak hours. That's a heck of a lot of cars going on to Parkdale, and if anyone has been around the Parkdale Market, Parkdale doesn't move. It often takes 20 minutes to get from north of Scott Street to the Queensway. You pile another 120 cars from this one, plus about another 300 or 400 cars from the other projects that have just been approved on Parkdale, and Parkdale won't move. That's really, I think, my comments. I had to sort of change it just because of what I've heard here. But again, please reject this proposal. They can do an 8-story building. They have the same density. There's no loss to the developer. It meets the CDP guidelines. So please vote to reject it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Parrott. Does anyone have any questions? Councillor Hobbs?
Thanks very much, Cheryl, for being here, Ms. Parrott. I just want to ask you, so we're all clear, you would be in agreement with an 8-story building in this area as per the CDP. I just want to
Yes,
be sure.
absolutely.
Okay,
Yeah.
great. And I agree with you and with your other points, and I really appreciate you being here. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'd like to call Jeff Leeper, please. Jeff? So you're together a tag team again, I see, but I don't have you on the list. So Mr. Baltz, welcome as well.
Sorry, I'm Jay Baltz. I won't present. I'm just here.
That's good. Thank you.
Good afternoon, members of the Planning Committee, and thank you. My name is Jeff Leeper. I'm the president of the Hintonburg Community Association, and I'm joined by Jay Baltz, who is the co-chair of our zoning committee. Very briefly, the Hintonburg Community Association represents over 500 paid current members, and community design plans matter to us. Our volunteers and Hintonburg residents contributed hundreds of combined hours to creating the Wellington Street West Community Design Plan over 4 years, from 2007 to 2011. For the record, we're opposed to this application. When Ottawa took the important and necessary step of closing the urban boundary, it took on the responsibility to plan for intensification. A bargain was struck with residents. The city is going to grow up, not out, but there will be certainty because expert planners, consulting with residents and developers, will plan for and zone for height and density. So the expert planners at the City of Ottawa, residents, the development industry, determined after years of study that tall buildings can go on some properties in Wellington West and Hintonburg, but not on others. On the lot in question in this application, the plan determined that 8 stories would be the maximum. Buildings will be taller as you move north towards Tunney's Pasture, according to the current discussions in the Scott Street CDP. An 8-story building here will provide a transition in keeping with the official plan. I just wanted to pull up some comments back in October of 2011 by Planning Chair Hume. I won't read the entire slide. It is available at hintonburg.com. But a couple of things to note. Chair Hume said that community design plans are incredibly important. He noted that they're not a jumping off point for more height. He said that we're doing them for a purpose, and that purpose is to bring us certainty. And when discussing the TEGA proposal, he said, no. It's no at 36 stories, it's no at 30 stories, it's no at 25 stories, it's no at 20 stories. We agree. Let's go to February of 2013, when the city asked its senior legal counsel to determine whether or not the OMB would be likely to uphold an 18-story building or not. Your senior legal counsel, Tim Mark, said, "It is difficult, in my opinion, to conclude that an 18-story building would be upheld by the Ontario Municipal Board." He did note that it is also difficult to believe that a height limit of 8 stories would be sustained by the board. For a variety of reasons, it would seem that a high-rise building at the lowest end of that range may be appropriate. Range here refers to the range of high-rise buildings, which start at 10 stories. We recently found out what Chair Hume expected us to do with this information. We've had a lot of people writing the Planning Committee with respect to this application. As I think you probably know, they continue to come in. My phone is ringing continually. What Chair Hume told one resident a few days ago was, because of the legal opinion, the best course of action would have been to negotiate a settlement at something much less than 18, but the HCA was adamant that the city not enter into settlement talks on the issue of height. So we didn't. We asked the HCA, given the legal opinion, to lead the settlement talks, but they declined to do so. They think it is better to have fought for 8, lose, and get 18 than agree to 12 to 14. It would not have been my position. Actually, what Chair Hume told us was that he armed us with the legal opinion and said, you can meet with TEGA and discuss with them options for this site. This is a spectacular failure of leadership. It is not the community association's job to negotiate away the CDP.
Excuse me, Mr. Leeper. Okay? I've given you some latitude in some of your comments as you were quoting from different things. I don't want to hear personal attacks on any of the people on this council. So go on with the presentation about this specific project, please.
Thank you, Ms. Harder. So we're now at a difficult junction. Planning staff have either created an indefensible plan, or the lower heights are defensible, but the city may determine that it is not its job to try to defend those. We don't consider that either of those options is acceptable. Already, the city's planning department has failed to foresee the loophole that allowed a 23-story tower to be approved on a lot where only the front portion was included in the Wellington West CDP. The 335 Roosevelt Avenue discussion, covered by a CDP, has been equally confused and expensive. The city's record using CDPs to establish certainty has been abysmal. So we're asking you to draw the line today. Either CDPs are meaningful documents that have been crafted to be defensible against appeal, or are an expensive, public relations-driven failure. We consider that the best thing for you to do at this point is to deny this application in order to salvage some trust in the CDP process. We strongly urge you to retain both outside counsel and outside planners to defend your zoning in the course of what may be an Ontario Municipal Board appeal. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you very much. Does anyone have any questions of Mr. Leeper? Councillor Hobbs.
Thanks, Councillor Harder. I guess I'll just ask you the same question that I asked Ms. Parrott. Are you in agreement if this was an 8-story building of solid without setbacks, et cetera, that was described? You'd be in agreement with that?
Yeah, and first off, thank you, Councillor Hobbs, for your motion to refuse this application. That is gratefully received by the community. I think we should stick to the plan. The plan says 8 stories, and I think we're all bound by that at this point. I personally think height on this site would be called for and appropriate, but let's do it to plan at 8 stories. Okay. Thank you.
So you would have been okay with something higher, but you are in agreement that the CDP is the higher?
We have a plan. There's a lot of different properties that are coming under different intensification pressures. Different people in the community have different ideas about how high those should be. Many people like a bit of height, but I think for the sake of consistency and certainty for ourselves and for developers, we should stick to the plans that we create. At this site, that's 8 stories.
Thanks. I'm in agreement with that as well, and I appreciate you being here today and sitting here all day, and also to Mr. Baltz. Thanks very much for being here.
Thank you, Catherine.
Thanks.
Councillor Hobbs.
Thank you. Anyone else? Nope.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much for coming out today. Next, we have Mr. Phillips, Mr. Lloyd Phillips. Did you want to come forward with Mr. Cohen, or Mr. Cohen, are you coming up separately?
Mr. Cohen just stepped out.
Okay, we'll get somebody else. Somebody else, you come head up, somebody else can go. And then our last speaker, as far as I have here, is Linda Hode after Mr. Phillips and Mr. Cohen. Unless Ms. Hode, you'd like to go forward? If she's willing to do that. Thank you very much. Welcome, Ms. Hode.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I am speaking as an individual, not a member of the Hintonburg Community Association in this instance. And I am speaking as an individual who is opposed to the present proposal. My comments concern parking, a long-standing interest of mine, as some of you probably know. In my opinion, there is way too much parking on this site, especially this close to LRT. As I think Councillor Hobbs mentioned, we're supposed to be doing transit-oriented development. Providing this quantity of parking is not, in my view, transit-oriented development. The parking, as Mr. Smith explained, is based on the need to excavate a very deep hole in order to deal with the contamination. I am very disappointed in the lack of imagination shown by the applicant for below-grade uses. There are other things that you can put below grade besides parking. There could be storage to replace the storage units, that will be demolished in order to develop this site. Storage units don't need to have light, need to have elevators. There are a number of other options that could have been used in order to use up the space that was created by the very deep excavation. I've been away for 2 weeks, and I'm sorry I haven't had time to read the entire staff report. And Mr. Smith did allude to this aspect of it slightly, but I would feel much more comfortable if we had some kind of a parking study that showed a need in this area for any public parking, and especially for the amount of public parking that's being proposed. Again, we're here dealing with transit-oriented development. We're trying to encourage, as I understand it, people to use active transportation to do various things, including entertainment, shopping, work, who knows what else. I would suggest to you that you need to do a study of the need for public parking. If you provide the parking, they'll drive their cars. There's no question about it. If you don't provide the parking, they might walk, bicycle, take the bus. The other concern I have is that there is one car share space proposed for this site for I've forgotten how many units of residential and how many square feet of commercial. I think that is inadequate, to say the least. I would propose for the residential component at least 3 car share spaces should be provided. And I'm also hoping that during the OP review presently underway, we will establish a ratio for car share spaces in residential and commercial buildings, so that we will have a standard that we expect developers to work with. There could be an incentive in terms of reducing the number of parking spaces required because of the provision of car share spaces. This has happened on individual sites, as I understand it, but we should have a standard across the board. And I would also like to suggest to you that this would be an opportunity, should you approve this development, which I hope you won't, to provide electric plug-ins for electric vehicles. Again, I think this is something that we need to have in our official plan review, and I will certainly bring it up with those responsible for the official plan review. But this would be an opportunity, again, if we do, you do approve this, I think we should be certainly asking every developer who comes before you, before the official plan review is completed and approved, to provide both car share spaces and electrical vehicle plug-ins. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there questions for Ms. Hoad? Catherine?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. And I guess thanks very much, Linda, for being here, and you made some really good points, and I really appreciate that about the car sharing and the plug-ins. I think that's critical in our future. There's a big virtue car share in our area. I guess want to clarify as well if you would be pleased with this as an 8-story building, but then still have, I guess we would still have to have the depth of hole and because of the contamination. Would you still be okay with the parking spots, and maybe there'll be some alterations for virtue car or electric plug-ins, but or would you rather see, as you suggested, the storage options and options for other types of businesses down there?
I'm certainly would approve of an 8-story building, and I would certainly encourage the reduction in the number of parking spaces. I really do think that if we're serious about transit-oriented development, we cannot continue to provide this large numbers of parking spaces this close to a light rail, what will be a light rail station.
Thanks very much. Great points today, and I really appreciate you being here, as always. Thanks.
Okay, we good? Councillor, you're good? Excellent. Okay, so the next two are Mr. Phillips and Mr. Cohen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am Alan Cohen. Lloyd Phillips is beside me. Project planner, we have our project architect, soils consultant, traffic engineer here. If you have questions, I have a few brief comments and I'll turn it over to Lloyd. This file didn't start off amazingly well, as a result of which I think battle lines were drawn and drawn hard, and forces were galvanized, and I think that's unfortunate. And one of the other unfortunate aspects of that is that your staff was required to devote an enormous amount of time to this file, for which I publicly thank them, quite apart from being supportive of their recommendation. They spent a lot of time discussing the issue with us, battling with us, refining points with us, and I think the proposal in front of you is one that I'm comfortable, as is your department, commending to you. I won't prognosticate about whether this will go to the board, and if it goes to the board, how it will do. I'm simply delighted to have the support of your staff, and I'll turn it over now to Lloyd. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Cohen. My name is Lloyd Phillips, the planning consultant to Tega Developments on this file. Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, I think that this is a good design for the Parkdale market. It respects the heritage building to the west at 7 Hamilton Street. It's based on detailed input from the Urban Design Review Panel. We've had 2 sessions plus a focused session. The height, amassing, and density are appropriate for a mixed-use center as designated in the official plan. And this is the right design at the boundary and the mixed use at the boundary of the West Wellington CDP and the future Scott Street CDP. The density that's being proposed, the mixed use, and the built form supports existing transit and the future LRT at Tunney's Pasture. This is the kind of development that's envisioned in the vicinity of transit stations. The FSI is 6. It's the same as what's proposed in the CDP, and that it compares with the FSI, which is applicable to 7 Hamilton, just on the west side of Hamilton, where a transfer of density allows for potentially a 12-story building or higher with an FSI of 6.5. The height limits and the massing provide an appropriate transition from the traditional Main Street, which is the focus of the West Wellington CDP, and the low-rise residential east of Parkdale, as well as north to Scott Street and the taller buildings on the Tunney's Pasture campus and the taller buildings on Parkdale. So the principle of transition is maintained. The development will provide 239 new apartment units. There's some 33,000 square feet of commercial and live workspace. As well, out of the 312 parking spaces, 70 will be available as public parking spaces. And on that note, the previous speaker mentioned that should not be considered to be transit friendly. Well, in fact, it is, simply because there is a need for parking in this area. Everybody knows that. At one point, we did ask the city to do a parking study, and we were told, in fact, that there was neither the funds nor the priority to do such a thing. In spite of that, we still think that this would be a positive thing. As well, the intent of restricting parking around transit stations is not so much to push people away from their cars, but in fact, that's to avoid surface parking, which consumes valuable land. That was the original intent of it. I'd like to comment now a bit on the matter of the CDP and looking at changing the CDP. It's normal for planning policies, zoning bylaws, and plans such as community design plans to evolve and change. They are dynamic, not static. An example of this is the city official plan, which is subject to a mandatory review and update every 5 years. Community design plans are not currently subject to periodic reviews, and this is a major factor in the problems that the city and the community face when dealing with developments that propose something different from the CDP. The West Wellington CDP was approved in 2011 based on the planning environment that has changed dramatically since then. One major change is the city's strategic investment in the LRT system that will include a station at Tunney's Pasture. Another major change that is associated with this investment is the city's attitude towards higher density development and high-rise buildings in the vicinity of rapid transit facilities, as well as the importance of good urban design. When the West Wellington CDP was approved, the purpose of the 8-story height limit on the block containing the Tega development and the Carlton Tavern was to provide a transition in height from the 6 stories of the traditional Main Street north to the high-rise office buildings on Tunney's Pasture and the existing apartment buildings on the east side of Parkdale Avenue north of Scott. These are typically 12 stories as far as the apartments go. Since then, they've gone higher. The zoning for the CDP was also intended to provide a transition in height and massing from the low-rise residential area east of Parkdale and to respect the heritage attributes of the former Capitol Wire Cloth building on the west side of Hamilton Avenue that I mentioned earlier. As well, the height and massing should not overwhelm the Parkdale Market and Parkdale Park. Since then, the city has approved developments in the range of 30 stories on Parkdale, north of Scott, based on these being transit-supportive developments and to achieve a superior urban design image for this area. The proposed zoning for the Tega development maintains the principle of transition to the north, with only the northwest section of the block being allowed to reach 18 stories. The transition to the low-rise residential to the east is achieved with a 5-story limit on the Parkdale side, and the Heritage Building and Parkdale Market are respected with variations of 7- and 8-story limits as per the CDP. The proposed zoning on this block is the culmination of 2 years of detailed planning, design, and technical analysis, as well as detailed review and input from the Urban Design Review Panel. The results of this process will enhance and improve the Parkdale market area, and it will not undermine the overall focus and intent of traditional Main Street in the West Wellington CDP. And on that note, I recall Mr. Mark noting that the focus of the appeals is really on this northern edge, whereas the rest of the CDP has gone through unchallenged. The proposed zoning represents, therefore, an evolution of the basic principles of the CDP in response to current and future planning environment, and it is more representative of a development in a mixed-use center. Thank you very much.
Good. Are there questions for the delegation? Go ahead, Councillor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One of the comments that concerns me is the contaminated soil that's been addressed. How are we assured that there will never be an issue for, for residents down the future?
The next steps would have to be an approved remediation plan, site plan approval, and then a record of site condition that's required before anything gets built here or any hole is dug.
Okay. So there will be all definite assurances that there will never be an issue. I mean, basically the liability will land in your hands if there was an issue down the road.
Well, yeah, and ultimately the Ministry of the Environment will have the final say on the whole remediation plan in any event.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
So I want to go back to this question of density and et cetera again. If the podium of the new building is 8 stories and it is largely taking up the footprint of the property, how do you maintain the same densities by adding another 10 stories above that of a slimmer scale? How do you end up with the same number of people?
Through the chair, the one major difference between the zoning and the CDP and what is proposed here are the increased setbacks and, as Mr. Smith mentioned, sculpturing of the buildings. And one of the most important aspects of the setbacks and sculpturing is just above the base podium, which is the 2-story part, and this wraps around the Carlton Tavern. One of the critical concerns that was raised through the urban design review process is how is this going to relate to the Carlton Tavern if and when it ever develops. So when we went through that process, it was designed to push the taller parts, including the 8-story part, as well as the the 18-story part farther away and increase the light, air, and views from the Carlton Tavern property so that it too could have a viable development and a livable development. So when the CDP was approved, that wasn't, it was given some attention, but not to the same extent, or I'll say intensity of review and analysis that this design has gone through. And that's why the building has been pushed up. I think the other side of the aspect is just straight urban design. And to put it very crudely, it's either having a short, fat building or a tall, elegant, well-designed building.
No, which is a fair comment, but I just don't see how it would get any fatter if it was only 8 stories, because the podium, as I understand it, is 8 stories, and it takes up most of the footprint of the L-shaped piece of property. So how does it get any fatter? Like, the setbacks don't seem to be that extreme that it would all of a sudden equal another 10 stories of height.
As I mentioned, if there's a comparison between the zoning approved in the CDP, the 8-story parts are much closer to the edges of the property than what we propose here. So everything's been pushed back and into the corners. And then similarly, there's greater step backs higher up. So when you add up all of those things and basically pile it all into the corner to achieve these greater setbacks, that's how the density is maintained, but the building has grown taller.
No, so maybe you're not understanding what I'm saying. I see a setback at 2 stories on the inside part of the L, and then you go up another, 5 stories or so until the next kind of setback. So if you just filled in that L, how does that equal 10 extra stories of height?
Again, if you can think of the transfer of density concept, where density that used to be roughly where those trees are shown on the L part and the lower part of the inside of the L, that's where building was permitted in the previous, or the CDP zoning.
Yeah.
So all of that has been pushed up higher and back, and that, again, was a critical requirement of the Urban Design Review Panel. And in fact, one of the designs that we came up with working with them was, if you can imagine a similar open space where part of the Carlton Tavern site sits, and a similar building form to the 8-story part that you see in the foreground facing Parkdale Park. So the whole block has been designed as one piece, but the consequence of that is to, by increasing those setbacks all the way up as you go in steps, is to basically pile all of the density into the corner. And as I mentioned, this results in a superior urban design solution.
Yeah, sorry, I guess I have to disagree. I just don't see how adding 10 stories of height compensates for filling in that L. Like, filling in that L, I don't think would be any less attractive than what you've got.
And the L is only one.
Right?
Sorry, sir.
I just don't see how filling in that L would make it less attractive than the big block you've got there. It's not like your podium is significantly smaller below 8 stories. It's essentially the same footprint. So, anyways, it's a personal view, I guess, of architecture, but I just don't see how adding height has made this building any more attractive, to be perfectly honest. So, if you don't get any more attractiveness out of it, why would we do it? I guess is my point. That's it, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions for the delegation? Just, Mr. Cohen, before you go, you said something that piqued my interest. You're not going to pontificate about whether this is going to the board or what your successes would be. Aren't you at the board now?
I am at the board now, and I could be at the board. I'm at the board now. I could be at the board. In addition to that, on an appeal to a bylaw we didn't like, I could be at the board.
Sorry, you're going to have to speak in the microphone. I can't hear you.
So we are at the board now in respect of your secondary plan and zoning bylaw.
Right.
What I meant was specifically in respect of this proposal. So we have appealed the official plan amendment.
Right.
And we've appealed your implementing zoning bylaw. And to be clear, we didn't appeal the CDP because it's not appealable.
I understand that.
That was for the, I know, sir, for the possibly the benefit of others.
Right.
And what could also travel to the board, mindful of Mr. Mark's comments, is any decision that may be made by council in respect of this application. And that's the point I was referring to. So I could elaborate. I am comfortable with this report. I'm comfortable with my chances at the board, but I don't make predictions.
Right. I get it. That's not what I thought you said. So, but okay. So I understand you're comfortable with this. You're comfortable with the staff report. You're good. Okay. Go ahead.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. And just to Mr. Phillips, I'm just wondering if you could just build an attractive 8-story building here, given that it would be the same density, or that's what we've been hearing. I guess I'm just trying to get clarity on what's so misguided about the CDP in this area, why you couldn't just do an attractive 8-story building.
We've gone through so many variations of anything from 8 stories through 12 stories through even 15 stories, and they all ended up looking, I'll say, like short, fat buildings, dumpy buildings, and that this is a much better configuration, and I think in the city's, I'll say, urban design image for development around transitway stations, and then thinking of this being in the center between the transitway station and the 6-story traditional Main Street to the south. We think that this is an excellent building form. So there's an urban design aspect to it as well. 8 stories is, it becomes really an extension of a main street, but it's not really part of a main street. And I think that's kind of an underlying design problem here.
I just also had a quick question about the 7 stories underground. Would there be a consideration to building business applications instead of parking in that area, such as a storage center?
We've had that idea proposed to us during our public consultation process, and the problem of that is finding an end user and a market for such a thing. We know for sure that there's going to be use of the parking.
Thanks very much.
Any further questions for the delegation? Oh, Councillor Manette.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just wanted to clarify when it was mentioned that you were at the board right now. You're at the board for 36 stories, is that correct?
We're at the board on an appeal of the secondary plan council adopted and on your zoning bylaw, and we have an application in that was originally for 36 stories, and I suppose that could go to the board as well. We're prepared, and I'm under instructions to endorse this report.
Okay. No further questions for the delegation? Thank you very much for your presentation. Now, are there just any questions, staff, before we finish? Councillor Manette.
Thank you. It's more dealing with the legal aspect.
Okay, well, let's get Mr. Mark up here and we can...
Thank you. Okay, so it's been identified they're at the board right now for 36 stories. They could be at the board for 18 stories. As a legal opinion, and strictly as an opinion, what would their chances be? Is basically, and before I ask that question, I need a clarification. Since city staff is supporting this proposal, that means we would have to hire an outside consultant to represent us. Is that correct?
I think there's two. Just in order to provide clarity, there's two pieces to that puzzle. One of them is the legal representation with which Mr. Mark said earlier, because he provided an opinion to me that we shared with the Hindenburg Community Association, he most likely will not be able to carry our case to the board, and we may need to seek outside legal counsel on that. He also stated earlier that although on the policy side we could be represented by the author of the secondary plan, Mr. Sidam, it might behoove us to seek an outside planner to defend the height limit issue. Is that, am I encapsulating you correctly?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Lawyers are retained to provide, to advocate on behalf of positions they take by their clients. Typically, however, the opinions that lawyers give to their clients are not made public, and that provides a room for lawyers to make submissions to whatever body they're appearing in front of. Given that the memo was intentionally made available to the Hindenburg Community Association, it becomes more difficult for me to advocate effectively on behalf of counsel if counsel takes a position, let's say, in favor of 8 stories. I don't think I could do that credibly, Mr. Chair, given what I've put in writing. To answer the council's questions, first of all, the 36 stories is not before the board at this time, nor do I think that TAGA could put it in front of the board for the same reason on the discussion we had earlier today with respect to Meadow Glen. Having endorsed the staff report, TAGA is really bound as much by that staff report as are Mr. Smith and Ms. Edwards. They would find it difficult to advance a different position. What is my opinion as to success? I am on the record saying that in my opinion, I don't see that the development in this location can be held to 8 stories. I don't see that as happening because of the mixed-use center designation on these lands, which makes it different than the balance of the West Wellington Community Design Plan. I provided an opinion that I think something less than 18 stories could be defended. At that time, however, I did not have the benefit of the opinion from Mr. Smith and Ms. Edwards because they had not completed their planning review, and I know that this committee frowns on planners providing their opinion as to what is appropriate before that review is done, so I didn't ask that question. I think it's going to end. Would the board approve 18 stories? Possibly. You heard Mr. Smith go in some detail through his analysis on resculpting the parcel. And if I were to say, what is the difference between the opinion that I wrote and the report that you have in front of you today from planning, it is that resculpting where Mr. Smith has given his and Ms. Edwards' opinion as to what is an appropriate design.
Now, in previous reports, and not all reports, but a lot of planning reports we have is when we're talking about having to hire possible outside planners or this time an outside lawyer possibly, there's a cost associated with that. Would you have any estimate of what the cost is if we had to hire both of them?
It's not actually very often that one has to go outside to hire legal counsel for hearings. We're almost always able to do it internally. And so if council were to endorse the position in the staff report and it was appealed, I think that might be able to be done internally. Might not be me, but it could be done internally, and there wouldn't be a cost associated with that. And of course,
say that again, Mr. Mark.
Mr. Chair, if council adopts a staff report and it's appealed by the Hindenburg Community Association,
okay,
I think that option can be handled internally. It might be me, it might not be me, but I think that could be done internally. If council were to endorse an 8-story proposal, then I think we'd have to hire external counsel, and I think we'd be looking at $50,000 plus.
How much was that?
$50,000
plus. For the legal, and then it would be for the planning?
Planning would be on top of that.
That's all questions I have for now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. No further questions to staff? Okay, no further questions, staff. Okay, so we're going to close the public hearing portion of the meeting. We're going to turn the recommendation back to committee. What's in front of us is Councillor Hobbs's motion. We'll deal with that first, and then we will, if that is not successful, we'll go to the main motion. So, speakers, Councillor Hobbs, do you want to lead us off?
Thanks very much, Mr. Chair. I just, I know there's been a lot of discussion about this already, but to my mind and to the minds of the community, and hopefully to the minds of my colleagues, what is of absolute importance here is following our community design plans. And when we forge community design plans, when we forge those covenants with the community, we're giving them that surety, and in this instance, we're grabbing that surety back. And, you know, how does that follow in terms of setting examples of what might happen in other areas of the city? And, you know, although it might be disagreed that sets precedents, I think it does, and I think it takes away from the hard work that we've been doing with all of the community design plans in Kitchissippi Ward and throughout the city, and what we hope to accomplish starting with the planning summit. So today I have from the beginning, I was against this proposal because it was never in adherence with the community design plan. The community has agreed that it is not within the community design plan or something that they can live with. And what I'm asking is today for my councillor colleagues to please also respect the covenants that we forge with communities and vote with my motion to refuse this proposal. Thanks.
Councillor Blais.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I have to echo Councillor Hobbs's comments. We go through a very lengthy and expensive process to develop community design plans or secondary plans. We get community buy-in, we get stakeholder buy-in, we approve them as a democratically elected body to say this is our vision for a certain piece of property or a certain community, and then people want to change that after the fact. I think we need to demonstrate that we're willing to stand up for the things that we've supported and the visions that the city has set forward. I think of lands in Orleans that are designated in the official plan as employment lands, and we have developers that are trying to change them to residential, and we're trying to use the secondary plans to defend those. And I don't want to set a precedent where we are allowing these, bait and switch moves to come in, that they've bought into a community design plan, and then all of a sudden we're going to change it shortly thereafter to allow additional height or additional use or different use, etc. And I certainly wouldn't want to see those employment lands in Orleans redesignated to residential simply because the applicant is asking for it. So I may be supporting Councillor Hobbs's motion. I think we need to stick by the vision we've set for the city, and if residents or people want to change that vision, they know how to do that. They can change the council. But until that happens, we need to make sure that the vision we've set forward is what we're going to live up to. And, we can't allow these last minute or shortly thereafter changes to undo everything that has taken time and money to get accomplished in the first place. So thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Kadri.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and I too would echo the comments by the previous two colleagues. The reason why I'm doing that is the fact that I just asked from the city to do a community design plan on one of the streets in Stittsville. The reason why I asked for that plan or CDP to be done for that street is so we get some certainty onto that street. So we get a certainty also from the community perspective, because they have an avid aspect to this in terms of participation, in terms of what they see as a future picture of that particular street. If we were to do that, and we said we will do that as a city, then to have it changed 6 years or 5 years or even today, after the CDP is done, I don't think it's fair to the community. I don't think it's fair to the process. Because as a city, if we're committed to community design plan, then we should stick to those CDPs, whatever is agreed on. In my case, it's, could be 3 stories, could be 4 stories, could be 6 stories of building on that particular street. But once the community and the city and the developing community agree to it, I think we should stick to that CDP, and that's one of the main reasons I'm going to be supporting Councillor Hobbs' motion. Thank you.
Anybody else? No. I think that this is a lesson for us all. I've certainly learned a valuable lesson. And I can tell you, when someone tells me not to engage in settlement talks, I'm going to be very careful, but I may not listen to them. Or may not recommend that we listen to them, because I think that Mr. Mark, quite frankly's opinion that he wrote was quite instructive. It laid out the complicated situation that we find ourselves in, and it actually laid a path, a solution. Probably not as satisfactory to the applicant nor satisfactory to the community. So the question now is for how best to get us to where I think Mr. Mark indicated would be what the tribunal would have recommended. And so how do we get there? Ideally, perfectly, in hindsight, the city would have engaged in settlement talks, and we would have had something much more reasonable before us. We may have taken our lumps in the community for it, but we would have resolved this issue. That's what we should have done. Unfortunately, some deference was paid to where maybe we should have stepped up and taken a stronger position, but I take responsibility for that, because it was a strategy that I sat down with some of with city staff and said how best to resolve this, and obviously it wasn't the right strategy. So at the end of the day, we find ourselves in a very difficult position. We have a staff report based on the policies that are in place today that recommends 18 stories. We have a CDP that is under appeal, the zoning, not the CDP. We have the zoning and the official plan amendment that is under appeal at 8 stories. We've heard from Mr. Mark that he does not believe that we are going to be able to sustain 8 stories at the Ontario Municipal Board. Nor does he believe that 18 stories, because of the compatibility issues, he believes can be argued successfully that there will be something much less than that. That points out to me 2 problems. First of all, the initial policy that we put in place probably wasn't the right one, because in his opinion we weren't able to sustain it at the board. Again, hindsight is wonderful, 2020. That wasn't the position that we took as a committee and as a council. In light of that, we should have at the time taken a much harder look at what we were designating on that site, because it is clear from Mr. Mark's opinion that we can't sustain that decision. So we can either approve Ms. Edwards' report, or we can say no. I suggest we probably will find ourselves at the Ontario Municipal Board, and hopefully through that process be able to achieve a result more closely resembling the opinion that Mr. Mark gave. So how is the best way to get to, and what I referred to in an email that I sent to the Hindenburg Community Association as that sweet spot. Where is that sweet spot? And I've come to the conclusion, and I will tell you that I sat with Mr. Mark and we tried to game out how we could get back to that sweet spot. And the conclusion that we've reached, and I conveyed that to Councillor Hobbs and the Mayor, was the best course of action for the city in this case to get to the most reasonable solution would be to reject this application and move forward to defend or to look for a solution through the Ontario Municipal Board process. And I will give Councillor Hobbs credit, when understanding how best to approach this. She reached out to a number of you to talk to them about her position, and I think it says a lot that you agreed with her. You agreed with her that this is the best course of action to take. I'm not going to tell you it's not without some significant risk. We could end up 8 months from now, 9 months from now, having the board impose an 18-story building here. I mean, that is a real possibility. Hopefully Mr. Mark is right that it is that we will be able to prevail. I do not believe, given the evidence, that we'll be able to sustain an 8-story position. So I'm not convinced, although others in the community are convinced that we will be able to sustain that position. I'm not convinced, given Mr. Mark's opinion and the experience around the table, that we'll be able to do that. But at the end of the day, the best way to get us to as close to 8 stories, or as close to the opinion that Mr. Mark gave, is to say no here and take the appropriate steps to retain the council and the planning expertise necessary to get us to that position. So I will encourage you to support Councillor Hobbs' motion, which, if it doesn't pass here, I will second it if it goes when we go to council, and hopefully we'll be able to get a move on and bring this rather difficult matter to a close. So, members, I'm going to call yeas and nays on Councillor Hobbs' motion to substitute approve for substitute reject to substitute approve for reject, whatever it is. We're refusing the application. So, on that, Councillor Hobbs, on your motion.
I'm supposed to say yes, right?
You're supposed to say yes.
Just kidding. Yes.
Okay. Councillor Hubley? Yes. Councillor Manette?
No.
Councillor Caudry?
Yes.
Councillor Tierney?
Yes.
Councillor Blais?
Yes.
Councillor Blois?
No.
No. Councillor Shirelli? Councillor Harder? Myself? Yes. Okay. There we go. 6-2. That motion's carried, and we will be off to council and tribunals beyond. So there we go. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're moving on to item number 11, which is the Colonel By Drive Focused Zoning Study. Just a glass.
Mr. Chairman, members of committee, we're here to speak on the Colonel By study. We have Ms. Meloche here again, round 2, now with our second zoning study that we're going to be speaking about today. So I'll just pass it over to Ms. Meloche.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, members of committee. So this is the second focus zoning study that has been carried out, which is the Colonel By Drive study. And to my right, I have Emily Sangster, who planner as well, who helped me with this study. We worked on it together. So the Colonel By focused zoning study, again, was an initiative from the Planning Summit last spring. And the subject area consists of 36 residential properties adjacent to Colonel By Drive between Bank Street and Bronson Avenue. And the study was initiated in response to concerns regarding the nature of infill along Colonel By Drive, specifically in 2011, request to designate a house at 9 Rosedale Avenue under the Ontario Heritage Act, which then went on to the Ontario Municipal Board on the community's, members of the community's appeal. They were not successful at that time, and a semi-detached dwelling is permitted at the 9 Rosedale property, which was right at the corner of Rosedale and Colonel By Drive. There has not been any building constructed there yet. But what 9 Rosedale Avenue did was it really underscored for the residents along Colonel By Drive that that their concerns about the nature of infill in this area of Old Ottawa South. And recent infill developments raise concern from the perspective that they did not generally require minor variances. They typically utilize the ones that have been developed in recent years. The infill, the new infill, utilizes the maximum building envelope permitted by the existing zoning, which is an R3Q zoning in this area, and extends from Colonel By Drive south down to Aylmer between Bank generally and Bronson. So it's a large area, and there is a variety of housing forms and housing type. But what is really typical and unique about the Colonel By Drive frontage is that it is characterized by many large, older houses on large lots. So the new infill that has been developed under the R3Q zoning tends to be taller in height than the existing homes along Colonel By. They have, the newer infill has flat roofs, typically more of a square-built form, rooftop terraces, and they've been built to the minimum setbacks from at least one property line. So the overall effect and concern of the residents along Colonel By Drive is that the new infill has the effect of dwarfing neighboring homes, creating unwanted shadowing and altering the streetscape along Colonel By Drive. Residents are concerned about losing the heritage style and character of this very highly visible portion of Colonel By Drive, and as a result, the city initiated a zoning study for the area. And I might also add, Mr. Chair, that the city's official plan designates Colonel By Drive as a scenic entry route into Ottawa, so it has a priority and a primacy, if you will, in its role in that capacity. So we held 6 community meetings through this process, through the zoning review. Councillor Chenishenko's office was involved in all of those meetings. We established a small working group of residents along Colonel By Drive who participated in the zoning review, and that was culminated in a 6th meeting, which was just held in May of 2013, where the councillor's office circulated to the neighborhood. There were notices in the local paper, and we had about 20 to 25 residents at that meeting. So to move to the zoning that's recommended, the zoning strategy to you today, and as I say, the objective is really to try to provide for zoning tools that will maintain that character and heritage character along Colonel By Drive, while recognizing that new development, new infill may be built, but to do so in as sensitive a way as possible to maintain the existing character along the street. So the zoning recommendation, Mr. Chair, is 3-pronged. The first recommendation is to reduce the building height from 11 meters to 3 meters. So 11 meters in height is currently permitted, which does permit very generous 3-story plus housing form, and we're recommending that the building height be reduced to 9 meters. The effect of this, we've looked at it in the analysis is in your report. I won't go through it now, but the effect of lowering the building height limit to 9 meters is that 3 properties would become legal non-conforming, and those would be 3 of the newer infill homes along the street. The second zoning recommendation is to implement a limit on rear yard development. There are some lots along Colonel By that have lots that are deeper. The depth of the lot is deeper than 40 meters, so over 120 feet. And in one particular case, in the last couple of years, there has been almost, if you will, like through lot development that was built along Colonel By right into the maximum extent of the rear yard. So we're proposing as a measure to mitigate the impact of building well into the rear yard that on those lots deeper, only on those lots deeper than 40 meters, that any new building or addition to an existing building would extend to no more than 20% of the average rear-built lot line between the two abutting properties. So similarly to council adopted infill bylaw that you recently adopted with respect to front yards, looking at the adjacent front yards on either side, this would extend to the rear yard, and in those cases, no more than 20% of the average built rear yard would be permitted. And then the third zoning tool is to implement a heritage overlay applicable to the subject properties, which would be the 36 properties along Colonel By. The heritage overlay would be placed in the zoning. And as you know, the heritage overlay, section 60 of the zoning bylaw, certainly permits that additions may be built to the rear of existing dwellings, but it's another check and balance, if you will, to regulating a new development or additions to existing buildings within the heritage overlay. And I might just add that about 6 or 7 years ago, I believe, was the time frame a heritage overlay was placed on the properties on the other side of the canal, directly across from Colonel By. Those properties fronting on Queen Elizabeth Driveway, a heritage overlay was put into place on the other side of the canal. So in some respects, it's a bit of a bookend recommendation. So those are the three recommendations that are before the committee and council. And again, I think that what this zoning review has tried to do is to provide certainty for the residents along Colonel By, and again, given the nature of this strip of homes and the scenic entry route into downtown Ottawa, we're of the opinion that these are sound zoning recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Shenashenko, do you have questions for Ms. Malash or the team? Okay. Just so you're not recommending a heritage overlay here?
Yes, we are. Yes.
Are you?
Yes, it's one of the three tools, Mr. Chair, that page 7 of your report, that number 1 is to reduce the building height from 11 meters to 9 meters. Second recommendation, to limit rear yard development on those
sorry,
lots.
I got it.
Yes.
I read the height limit and stopped there.
And number 3, to introduce a heritage overlay.
Recommendation 1 is addresses Area A, limits the height to 4 meters, with a heritage overlay.
Yes.
Okay. As itemized, as shown in document 1, detailed in document 2. Why is a heritage overlay necessary?
Well,
can't you do it through the zoning process?
No. I mean,
I guess my point is, can't you amend the zoning in a way to constrain the building envelope?
It's one thing to constrain the building envelope, but I think what we were really conscious about through our discussions with the community is the need to really maintain the character of the housing stock along Colonel By. It's a unique housing stock, and certainly they're not, many of the properties are not designated as heritage properties, heritage listed properties under the Act, but there is a building character, and the community, and I think you'll hear from them today, they wanted to see some measure or further review tool that would help to preserve the character of the housing stock, and the heritage overlay is the best way to do that.
So we're not only limiting the size of the buildings here by reducing the height limit, we're also getting right into how their houses are. So we're really saying you got to keep them, not exactly, but you've got to, there's a very rigorous process if you want to change this this.
That's correct.
Where you live today.
Yes, it's a review process in addition, under the zoning bylaw, in addition to a dwelling within a heritage overlay or building, has to undergo a rigorous review. Certainly applications can go to Committee of Adjustment for minor variance to have that scrutiny, but it is a further review. The idea here is to really maintain the building stock and as it is, as much as possible.
The issue is, the issue isn't is the heritage overlay getting at something else? I guess is that I never like to use one tool to deal with another issue. So what I'm getting at is that is it the size of building that is the concern and we're using the heritage overlay to get at that? Or is it actually that we want that streetscape? Do you understand what I mean?
We want that streetscape,
okay.
Mr. Chair.
So that's the issue. It's not, we don't like this development happening, therefore we shall put a heritage overlay on it to restrict that or put a process in place so that we can prevent development or prevent redevelopment happening, as opposed to using the heritage overlay for the purposes for which it was intended, if you follow me.
That's correct.
Right? Because I know people come up, well, you know, that's heritage. You can't build that. And what they're doing is they're wrapping the application in the cloak of heritage in the hopes that the development will be thwarted when it's really not heritage at all. Did you follow me?
That's correct. And really, in my opinion, and certainly staff here as well, it is my planning opinion that the heritage overlay is not there to stop development. I think it's there to guide development, but to do so in a sensitive way in those areas where there is preservation. It's deemed to be, there's a high priority on the preservation of the building stock. Right. And that's the case here. It's to protect streetscape.
Okay.
And we felt that it was really, we put to the community in our discussions the reduction in the height limit, and we talked about various other tools, and there was a very strong feeling, Mr. Chair, that we needed both combined tools to really try to protect that character as much as possible.
Okay. So I just don't want to find myself in a position before a tribunal where I'm using a tool for a purpose for which it wasn't intended to meet the communities. You know, the community's decided I'm now a planner and I know how to deal with this, so we should just use a heritage overlay, as opposed to a thoughtful and reasoned execution of the tool for which it was intended. Mm-hmm. As you know, when things happen in neighborhoods, everyone becomes an expert.
Absolutely.
Right.
And our recommendation, obviously, taking all the input that we received from the community and together with our own discussions with planning staff and our own review, I certainly believe that this is a defensible zoning strategy.
Okay. Okay. Good. Questions from members of, any questions from members of committee? Do you have any questions, Councillor? For Ms. Malash?
At this point, I don't believe so. My questions were going to be more around the issue of the transition clause, so unless this is the moment to do it, I did not think it was.
If you're focused just to staff, then I would speak to them now.
Okay, now is that opportunity then. Then certainly I do have questions. Thank you. As you know, there was a very high participation rate. We publicized this in advance. We publicized it when it was happening. We gave interim reports. You're nodding, I believe, confirming all of
yes,
that.
Minutes were prepared from each meeting.
And there was certainly the expectation then that given this was essentially a community that was electing to impose restrictions on themselves, because they were essentially saying to themselves, we're going to limit our own ability to develop, not to halt our own ability to develop, but to put in place the kind of protection that would keep others from altering the character of the street, but our own ability perhaps to maximize profit by doing that. So when this came forward, certainly those who participated, and we had, as best as I could say, 100% approval at our public meetings, I learned very late that some form of transition clause, if I have the terminology right, was being recommended by staff. Can you explain what that is and why it's being recommended and how it came about at this last minute?
Through the chair, I can start with it, and then maybe we get further clarification. But staff brought that to, Ms. Nietzsche brought that to our attention within the last couple of weeks, that in terms of an order course of business for those applications that are coming in currently, that until such time as we have another bylaw in place, when that application comes through, that is the bylaw that is used to be able to comply with that application. So it would be unfair to applicants that already have their submissions in the queue to then be instilling additional provisions to that when we hadn't had that approved yet.
So if those who did participate were to argue it's equally unfair for them to learn that some applications might get through that until now haven't, work that hasn't begun might be able to, how would you respond to that balance of fairness?
Through the chair, certainly, and I wasn't participating in the actual consultation with the community at the time, but in any other sort of situations that we do have, that is certainly the case. In terms of, it's not our option, I guess, to say, to be able to instill something that has not already been approved. So I guess it's beyond our control, so to speak, I guess you would say, in terms of a level of fairness from the community's perspective. It really comes down to what it is our obligations are through our planning process.
Mm-hmm. So you could say it's recognizing that those who have applications in process have some rights as well, and this is the city's response to that. Perhaps my question would be to Mr. Mark then, whether this is normal or recommended, and what kind of position would we have put ourselves in if we were to say, as of the moment this committee votes or council approves it, all development under the old rules stops and the new rules kick in. That's sort of a question in that. How would you respond to that?
Mr. Chair, where one sees a broad rezoning in an area, this type of transition clause is often utilized. When we had the comprehensive rezoning, which of course was citywide in 2008, there was a similar transition clause, and because of all the scenarios with which one might have to deal, it was actually 3 years long. The infill bylaw, I recall, had a transition clause. Again, it was dealing with a wide area. So staff felt it was appropriate in this case. However, because it's a smaller area, it's a more focused study, the view was, similarly, the transition provision should be shorter. It shouldn't be 3 years in duration. The initial thought was that it might be 1 year. We put that out there. We received some submissions that a little bit more than 1 year might be necessary. Staff are going to recommend August the 31st. The reason it's September the 2nd is simply because August the 31st was a Sunday. So a little bit more than a year was felt to be appropriate, but certainly not the 3 years that was recommended to council with the comprehensive zoning bylaw.
So I'm hearing, although some applications could still get through under the old rules, the period is shorter than typical in cases like this. And what sort of position would we put ourselves in if we offered no transition period?
Mr. Chair, I think the fairness argument, I think, would, if someone appealed the bylaw and said that, listen, I had my application in, I was in progress, I think that would weigh heavily in the board's mind. One often sees, with respect to interim control bylaws, where somebody has an application in and the municipality imposes interim control, that the board will often find in favor of exempting the parties that had applications in, so much so that the city often does it itself because it just knows that it's very difficult from a fairness point of view to take away zoning rights from someone who has actually taken the steps to file an application.
So this is not taking away zoning rights, it's giving what staff have deemed to be a fair period, and that's why this motion is coming forward in this form?
That would certainly be the legal advice, Mr. Chair.
Yeah. And would the fact that this was so well publicized and there were so many opportunities to participate factor into our being able to justify that shorter period as well? Would that be a useful defense to us?
Mr. Chair, I feel very comfortable with the shorter period in this instance. The publication that is received, the fact that it's dealing with a smaller area than certainly the comprehensive or infill bylaws, I feel pretty confident that the city could defend a September 2nd, 2014 date.
Thank you very much. No more questions.
Okay, good. Okay, any other questions for the delegation or for the staff? Nope. Okay, Mr. Hoban, you're up. What's that?
Mr. Chair, I'll be very brief, a couple of slides. I'm going to, I'm here today wearing three different hats. One, I'm in a broader context, I'm an architect and have done a number of infill projects in Ottawa South. Number two, I happen to be an advocate on one particular file, but more importantly, I'm actually a homeowner in the area that's affected. And so, just to speak very plainly, it's clear that there is a fair amount of concern for what's happening in the general neighborhood. But on the issue of wide consultation, I have had no notice whatsoever of this event. Happened to find out it completely by accident. And it would seem to me that if you're going to rezone my property, it would be kind of nice to actually tell me that you're going to do that.
So when we announced that we were doing some stuff on Colonel By Drive at the planning summit to much fanfare, that went right over your head?
You know, it's not, yeah, and I'm tall.
I'm just surprised because we announced it with such fanfare. We expect guys in the industry to
I'll tell you, in the process, basically, I've moved in within the last 2 years. So that may have been affected what's gone on. But this notion has, you know, in terms of broad consultation, the group gets smaller and smaller, and basically others are cast out. I'm not going to focus on that. Just, you know, I'm here to make some comments, and then I'm going to move on. I think I will come to your comment, which are we using a device to hamper development that really is inappropriate? I want to speak to that. But I want to speak to, first of all, what are the issues which are aggravating people? And if I paraphrased it, I think some of the things have been captured. There are a few lots that are very deep, which are 4 meters in depth, and I believe that the restrictions on the depth, I don't really have a problem with the notion of restricting that, because I don't think anyone's realized that a normal rear yard setback isn't sufficient to affect the size and mass of a building. And quite plainly, we were involved in one of those projects. So I don't have a problem with that. I do notice the issue, on the issue of height, I have a number of very clear comments. If you look at the screen behind you, what I've done is tried to capture the substantial buildings which form our image of what Colonel By Drive is. On the left-hand side, as has been noted, there's been a heritage overlay introduced along Queen Elizabeth driveway, and what you'll see there are substantial buildings. The Greek Embassy, 540 the driveway, a series of very substantial buildings, which, and it's pretty much an established pattern. If I go to the east side, on the right side of the building, you'll see a number of buildings at the top, at the end of Barton and in Galt, which are substantial buildings as well. And as you move along the canal towards Bronson from the Bank Street Bridge, you'll realize the number of important buildings actually diminishes. But what's absolutely clear is that these buildings contribute to the substantial nature of the canal. These buildings, when they were built, were mega buildings. You have to realize that when these buildings were built over, in a period of 80 to 100 years ago, what was building behind them were small pattern book houses which couldn't compare in scale. In relative terms, the kind of recent infills bear no resemblance to those historical buildings. What's significant about those buildings is that most of them are designed. They're of an era. They have a certain level of detail. There's a craft in how they're executed. And they're very conscious. They're different than the pattern book houses which you see in the neighborhoods behind it. I want you to note this, that none of those buildings could be built under a 9-meter height limit. So now I'm speaking to you as a planning committee. What's your vision for the city of Ottawa? What's your vision for the driveway and the canal? Is the notion we want to scale everything down and make it small? Okay, that's fine. But these buildings which shape your idea of what the canal is and that edge condition, none of them fit within the 9-meter height limit. And so from that perspective, I don't see it. I will say this, that a couple of the things about infill recently, I think, distort the notion of height. And one of them is rooftop terraces and access to rooftop terraces. So if you want to address something in the bylaw, address that. Using a heritage overlay is a weak tool. I want you to look at the slide that's right, the picture that's right in the bottom. And on one side you have a big gambrel, this is just west of Leonard, a big gambrel roof, little house in between, and an infill beside it. The biggest house is the existing one. The second is the infill, and the most diminutive one is the house that's in between. What you're actually saying with this new heritage overlay is that person has to go and get a special approval to basically build similar to the houses that are on either side of them. That seems to be crazy in my mind. Notwithstanding, I'll come back to this is about vision. This is about what do you think the right thing is. How do I flip to the next slide? All right. Quickly, if you walk around the neighborhood that's behind the edge condition along Colonel Mai Drive, what you find is a series of pattern book houses. All of those houses don't fit within a 9-meter height limit. The way we're looking at infill these days with respect to natural grade, you can't raise grade, you can't change grade, so all of those require an 11-meter height limit. So what you're basically saying by intonation is that these, by inference, the buildings behind the ceremonial route are filled with buildings which are okay to be 11 meters height, but on the ceremonial route, you're going to restrict it to 9. Another comment that actually is made in the report is the notion of sun shadowing. There's no technical information, but just anecdotally, the edge condition is on the north and west side. I'm just a little bit curious how anybody concludes there's a sun shadowing issue. In the winter sun, there's a little sun diagram up in the middle there. In the winter sun, basically everything's coming from the southeast to southwest. At the equinox, it's east and west, and at this time of year, sun is rising and setting in the northeast and northwest. So something's missing in terms of the actual technical analysis. Now, so that's my shtick. That's basically what I have to offer in terms of a technical perspective. Now, just to be positive about it, what is particularly struggling is, the approach of using heritage overlay Council has spoken about using it as a means of preserving character. But what you're actually saying is you're going to turn and ask someone to go to the Committee of Adjustments, which is a planning committee, to deal with character. That seems preposterous to me. From time to time, they often have an architect on the Committee of Adjustments. I have been in that position myself. But you're there for a planning purpose. I think a much more sound position would be actually to refer this to a subset of the UDRP or someone who actually has a design skill set. That would be okay with me, and it would make sense. So, you know, in retrospect, I'll just come back to rooftop terraces, deep lots, controlling those, referring these to a UDRP or someone who can actually guide this and actually respond to character. I don't dispute that people are concerned about these things. What I'm saying is the mechanism for enforcing it is weak. The last comment that I will make would be, I'm here as an agent for a building at the corner of Leonard and Colonel By Drive, which is an historic turreted red brick building on the bottom right, second from the bottom, which we're in the process of rejuvenating and saving when it's on a substantially large parcel of land. And so we're working to actually preserve that. We have in a position to receive an enlargement permit almost instantaneously. But, you know, that's one of the reasons that the grace period is actually relevant and why I would absolutely support the notion of a grace period in terms of putting that work in place. Those are my comments. Mr. Chair, if there are any questions, I'll happily respond to them.
Are there comments for Mr. Hoban? No. Ms. Meloche, do you stay there, Mr. Hoban, because this is a very. Do you have any? Do you want to respond to Mr. Hoban? He's suggested he's made an alternative suggestion that the design should go to rather than a heritage overlay that forces you to the Committee of Adjustment, that the design should go to some a mechanism that you should put people in front of a more design-focused panel. So you have to turn on your microphone, Ms. Meloche, so that we can hear you.
Hello? Yes, sorry. To my knowledge, the Urban Design Review Panel would not have any jurisdiction at this time to deal with an area such as this. I'm looking at staff.
I mean, it's not to say that we can't create it. I mean, it's just to say, would it be a better tool, I guess, which is your point, right, Mr.
That's my point. You know, I would like to defend the rights of individuals to do whatever they want, but there's a new infill on Aylmer Avenue that looks like it's a skyrocket. I didn't put it on here because it's so bad in terms of its execution that it's embarrassing to put it up against other projects. But, you know, how do you actually get better design? You actually look for better ideas, and you actually try to encourage people to come up with better designs. I know in our environment, from an architectural perspective, if a client knows that there's a review agency that's dealing with character of design, they're a lot more willing to basically engage with a better quality result than if there's nothing there. And in this case, going to the Committee of Adjustments, I don't think fulfills the purpose for which you're trying to achieve.
I think, Mr. Chair, Mr. Hoban and I, staff, are in fact saying the same thing, that I think this area, and I would just ask you to look at the photography that Mr. Hoban's put forward of the street, and you can see the substantial nature of the homes. That we're, in a way, both saying the same thing, and that is the need to preserve character and to carefully review design for new infill, which may come along. And it seems to me that the only tool that really allows us to do that, aside from building envelope provisions, is the heritage overlay. And That, I believe, is why it was introduced into the zoning bylaw, was to, for those areas with an overlay, review new development in a sensitive way, and additions to existing buildings would have to be sensitive to the character of the main structure or house in front of that addition. With respect to height, the concern is with respect to new infill. It's being built 3 full stories, 12-foot floor-to-ceiling with rooftop terraces. We did our own survey of heights within this study area, and the average height of dwelling is 7.2 meters. But we were concerned about looking at anything lower, reducing the height limit any lower than 9 meters, because we still want the ability to provide for new housing that has a reasonable floor to ceiling, because typically it's 9 to 11 feet floor to ceiling now. So we think that height limit is absolutely defensible, and we'll get to a better streetscape line along the street.
Mr. Chairman, further to add, the scale of development in this area is not the typical area that we would be sending to the UDRP panel. And in fact, we're actually examining currently right now ways in which we can have city staff review more of our development applications that go to the UDRP, because we are currently overloaded with the amount of tall buildings and other sorts of development that is happening right now with the UDRP through our design priority areas.
Right, I get that, and I get what he's saying, but I think that what he's trying to, and you can feel free to jump in, but what he's trying to say is that the Committee of Adjustment is not the proper place to arbitrate or to deal with design issues, right? Is that?
That's exactly what I'm saying. You know, we do a lot of work in the Village of Rockcliffe. It's a heritage district, which means that you have to take everything to the Built Heritage Review Committee. I don't have a problem going before that committee. At least I'm dealing with someone who can understand what real heritage is, what's transitional, and how you reinvent it. In fact, I think it's, you know, as opposed to the UDRP, which is geared to larger projects, maybe appearing before Built Heritage Review or having a review by a heritage planner would be way more sensitive than sending to the Committee of Adjustments. I must mention, the Committee of Adjustments aren't mandated to have an architect on it. Every once in a while, one gets chosen.
Yep, I hear you. Okay.
Mr. Chair, can I just interject for some clarification on the heritage overlay for the benefit of the committee? The heritage overlay doesn't regulate design. It regulates form and mass and location. So the actual, if a Committee of Adjustment application is made for a building to which the heritage overlay applies, all that the Committee of Adjustment is looking at is whether or not it meets the requirements of the overlay, which are to be the same height or lower than a building if it's an addition and set in from the sides, and if it's a brand new building to have the same form and massing of the building that it replaces. So things like window placement, materials, cornice lines, etc., they are not governed by the heritage overlay. So it's more form and massing, it's less design that the Committee of Adjustment reviews with the heritage overlay.
But I think that the point that Mr. Hoban is making is that isn't going to achieve the goal that we're trying to achieve, which is to preserve the streetscape. And I guess I don't know. I don't think we're going to solve it here, but it's a valid point. And I'm going to have to think about potentially what we could do. You know, could we take these applications away from the Committee of Adjustment and send them to the Built Heritage Subcommittee?
Well, the Built Heritage Subcommittee deals with the Heritage Act, not the Planning Act, and the Committee of Adjustment deals with applications under the Planning Act.
Yeah, but
I guess I'm not arguing with the committee or with Mr. Hoban. I just wanted to clarify exactly what the Heritage Overlay's intention is and what it can regulate and what the committee would look like. Anything more obviously is up to committee.
Mr. Chair, I will say, Sally's right, they have different mandates. However, what I find with the Heritage Department is I have a clear understanding what heritage is, what is valuable, what is not valuable, where there's room. I mean, working within a heritage area, we have always had great interaction, and there's an opportunity to professionally review what's happening. What Sally has clearly pointed out is that Committee of Adjustments doesn't have that mandate, and the heritage overlay doesn't accomplish it.
Yeah, I get what you're trying to do, and I'm not sure I have a solution for you, but I understand the dilemma that you're. I understand the point that you're proposing. I mean, it would be better to have a body that was more that just didn't consider what the Committee of Adjustment does in terms of preserving the appearance along that streetscape.
Correct.
Right.
The response, I mean, and the character along Colonel Nye Drive varies dramatically. You can get some smaller buildings that are strictly two-story that are of architectural merit, and then you get other ones who are just cheap infills in the 50s or the 40s, and they're not substantial. So the nuances of all the things that you take in terms of design, materiality, texture, window openings, how you deal with cars, etc., all of that is a better position with a design review panel that can actually speak to those things.
Right.
Those are important.
Okay. Are there any further questions for Mr. Hoban? No. Mr. Hoban, thank you very much for your presentation. And if you have any, this isn't going to council until the 17th of July. So between now and then, if you have any thoughts of how this could work better, if you'd send them to me, I'd appreciate them, because I'm prepared to understand where you're going. I'm prepared to explore those, but some better focused idea might help me.
Correct. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, January Cohen. Ms. Cohen, if you'd like to come up.
Good afternoon. My name is January Cohen. I'm a lawyer with Soloway Wright. And I have been retained by the owner of number 3 Leonard to appear today for 2 reasons. The first is to speak in opposition of the recommended zoning, and I submitted a letter last night to the clerk of the city, and I outlined several substantive reasons. And
we did receive that letter.
Thank you. And I'm prepared to answer questions about that letter. I think the focus of my submissions today is going to be slightly different. I'd like to talk about this transition period that has arisen, and my concern with the transition period, and if I may, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to speak to some comments that were made earlier about why should we have this transition. Let's talk about fairness and that kind of thing. So in order to respond to some of those questions and ideas, I'd like to tell a story of my client. And I'll tell this story briefly, but it is a true story, and it explains why I think that the transition provision specifically for my client is necessary. My client purchased this property several weeks ago. He did his due diligence. I assume his lawyer, who was not me, did their due diligence. And this issue did not come up. So my client bought this property with the understanding that the zoning was what the zoning currently is today. On top of that, my client purchased for an additional fee, and I don't think I'm telling tales out of school here, certain architectural plans, certain architectural services, and what he thought was a soon-to-be building permit in the works. A couple of days ago, I got a frantic phone call from my client. He had just heard about this, and he is 100% confident that his vendor had no idea that this was happening, so this was all news, despite what the city, and I'm not disputing that the city did notify certain people. All I'm saying is that my client did not receive notification. So here he is today. He's purchased a property, he's purchased architectural drawings, he's purchased services, and he's got a building permit that is in the works. So he would like some kind of security to know that even though his building permit has not been issued, his purchase is protected. So we are here to, first and foremost, oppose this bylaw, but particularly right now as it stands, to ensure that if it passes and if there is some kind of transition period, I would like a specific exemption or specific transition period for my client. The other thing I'd like to say about the notification, and again, I don't want to beat a dead horse about the notification, because we often deal with notification in this setting or at the OMB, and often the response is, well, you were notified well enough to appear today, so what prejudice are you suffering? And I think I've made it pretty clear that despite the fact that we appear today, there could be some serious prejudice for my client. So we do take issue with the notification, and there's one thing in particular that we do take issue with and respectfully disagree with some of the comments that have been made by staff. There were not a series of public meetings, and I can point you to the report itself where it says there were a series of meetings with a select group, and then it went public. So I do take issue with this idea that there were a series of public meetings. So again, I'd like to get some kind of an assurance that my client at number 3 Leonard will be grandfathered, so to speak, and he will not face any issues in getting his building permit that is already in the works.
Oh my God, it's so slow. Okay, maybe someone needs to tell me where you are in the building permit process.
I can have...
No, I've got the chief building officer right over there. So, Ms. Gregoire, if you could tell me where 6 Leonard?
3 Leonard.
3 Leonard is in the building permit process. They're seeking an exemption from the bylaw because they entered in good faith into the building permit process, and
Mr. Chair, I cannot respond to that question right now, as I don't have the information at my fingertips, but I could find out that information and get it to you within 24 hours.
Oh,
it's not helpful.
I'm not sure that 24 hours is going to be...
Coots has some information.
Just a little. It is being circulated through the planning branch, that particular application. I have to sign off because it's a heritage listed building. I have signed it off. I know there are some parts of it has to go through building code, etc., but it is marching its way through the system, and there have been some sign-offs.
Okay. Mr. Mark, is the fact that they've made a good faith application sufficient to designate and they've been marching as Coos says through the process to warrant an exemption?
The test, Mr. Chair, is if all the staff who need to look at it did so today and made their decision as to whether or not today could the building permit be issued? Is it a complete application? And so, of course, I as Ms. Gregoire, cannot answer that question as I sit here in front of you. But, Mr. Chair, I think it's something that could be looked at and a recommendation given to you by staff before July 17th.
Okay. Okay. Not sure that satisfies you, Ms. Cohen, does it?
Certainly, I would like some kind of assurance before leaving today, however.
Okay. Are there any other questions for Ms. Cohen? Ms. Cohen, thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you.
Michael Patnode, he's here. If you want to come up. You agree with qualifications. That's what you wrote down.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, I do support the
new zoning proposal. I've been involved in trying to come up with ways to help to protect the streetscape on Colonel By Drive for a couple of years now. I live at 888 Colonel By. I've been there 13 years. I appreciate the efforts that the city's gone to try to come up with a solution to protect Colonel By Drive. As you know, it's a scenic route and is also along the UNESCO heritage site, the Rideau Canal. And what we've been observing in the last little while is development that's often seeming to be incompatible with the existing streetscape and often goes to the maximum permitted under performance standards, especially with regards to mass, height, and setbacks. As we heard earlier, Queen Elizabeth Drive on the other side of the canal is already protected with some heritage overlay zoning, and we would like to see on our side similar protection. So I fully support the three recommendations put forward in the study, the reduction of the height, the setback restrictions, and the heritage overlay, of course. As far as I'm concerned, the study process has been open and lengthy, and certainly the community, the involvement that I've seen, which has involved people in the community association and the subcommittee looking at infill, as well as the work that our councillor and staff and consultants have put together, we've seen a lot of support for this among the owners along Colonel By Drive. In fact, I'm not aware until today of anybody that objected. The qualification that I have has to do with the transition period, which only came to light yesterday, to my knowledge, that there is a need to have some kind of transition period. And I think that we're all fair-minded people here. We don't want to see people get penalized for operating under one set of rules and being told those rules have unexpectedly changed. So the only thing that I would ask regarding the transition period, if it's going to be followed, is that it be as brief as possible. And I want you to recognize that in fairness, that represents a risk for many of us homeowners too, because we're of the understanding there are more than one property that may already be in the permitting process, and we don't know which ones exactly they are. So we don't know if a neighboring property might become a large mass, limited setback house immediately next door. We have no way of knowing that, and yet I think many of us are here, and certainly myself and my wife are here to support moving ahead with this zoning proposal. And I think that, you know, just for the record, we see a lot of issues. I've heard a lot of things today. I've been reading about it in the papers. We see a lot of issues of this nature coming up in the city. And I honestly think that we wouldn't be here today on this particular issue if developers, some developers and some architects were more sensitive to the character and streetscape, especially on this scenic route, and were developing in a more compatible way, not dominating the streetscape with their new buildings. So hopefully this study, which I understand is a bit of a flagship study, will help to advance some of the concerns of residents about inappropriate development and protection of the heritage quality of parts of this city, and I hope that it works out to that effect. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Are there questions for the delegation? Councillor Shinishenko.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Patnode, and I believe we fully understand you are a local resident who will be as affected by these self-imposed, if I could characterize it that way, constraints as anyone.
That is correct, yes.
Yeah. And would you say you entered into this process trying to find a fair balance between a homeowner's, resident's rights and placing restrictions on your neighbors and or a newcomer purchaser and developer?
Yes, in fact, during the consultations, those kinds of topics were discussed, and we were provided with some excellent advice, I thought, about how we could accommodate a balance between reasonable development, even homeowners wanting to put additions on their property and so on, and yet at the same time protect the streetscape and have a streetscape along Colonel By that maintains a character that is almost irreplaceable.
So there were more restrictive measures, but you ruled them out as a group in this process.
Correct. We talked about even lower height restrictions. We talked about even possibly heritage designation as opposed to heritage overlay. There were many options discussed, and we really did try to come up with a fair balance that both took into consideration preservation of the streetscape, property rights, and developers who, rightly so, want to come in and build as well. So it's not an easy balance to achieve. Our feeling, I think, is that this proposal does that, and it helps rectify the existing situation where the zoning is a little too permissive and allows for a little bit too much destruction of that streetscape.
Mm-hmm. And one last point, I've been trying not to have the lid of my head blow off when I've heard on several occasions that there hasn't been much consultation, because I'm painfully aware of how much there was, to the point of having hand-delivered notices and had my staff do that. Can you describe for me, just quite simply, your own interaction with the neighbors? As I recall, there was quite literally a door-to-door campaign to inform all neighbors in the entire neighborhood at the beginning that you even wanted to begin this process.
Yes, that's correct. I think one of my other neighbors can speak to that, as he personally hand-delivered notices. We had email lists going. Everybody was forwarding information to neighbors, talking to neighbors, and so on. There were articles written in the community paper. There were notices published in the community paper. Basically, anybody who's been living in this community, who's paying attention, would know that this activity was going on. Even the notices that you send out, that the OSCA sends out, and so on. I mean, this has been well advertised.
Thank you. That's my recollection of the process, too. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your... Any further questions for the delegation? No? Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
Michael Lynch, if you'd like to come forward.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, members of the Planning Committee. I appreciate being here today. I wrote out a really neat delivery, but I have to throw it aside because much of it has been addressed. Suffice to say, I've been a resident on Colonel By Drive for about 30 years now. I live at 930 Colonel By Drive. It's a very nice area to live in. One of the advantages of it, of course, is the fact that it's right next to the Rideau Canal, so it has all that historical heritage environment. It is also part of that ceremonial route. There's nice NCC lands and so forth and so on. It is a great spot. So it was of considerable concern that many of the community over the past few years have witnessed new development going in. In some cases, very nice. In other cases, it is simply out of scale. It has two property lines. It's far into the back. It's got rooftop terraces on top of third floors looking down at people's yards, so forth and so on. You just heard a few minutes ago from one person that none of the housing that is there today would have been approved many years ago if the current zoning recommendation would be put through. That's simply not true. The average height of the homes along Colonel By, I understand, is 7.2 meters. We're proposing something of 9 meters. I'd also like to point out that while we were deliberating with Nancy Meloche and her group and the city, that, and as Michael Patno just recently said, we considered tighter zoning. The only reason we decided on 9 meters was to allow for a greater height on some properties that may require it, such as the one that was cited earlier where it found itself between two tall buildings. So we have been more than willing to develop something that appeared to be a compromise between what was there and what we might want to see and what future residents might want to see. I might also add that we were looking at both the character of the streetscape as well as the impact of new infill or new development. I should mention there that when we looked at the heritage side of it, that came in the context of 9 Rosedale when the Ottawa Built Heritage Advisory Committee recommended that the collection of homes along Colonel By warranted some form of heritage protection as a collection, not as individual homes. So we did look at things like heritage conservation districts, so forth. We were advised by Sally Coots, the city, that type of thing. The heritage overlay seemed to be a nice in-between route to take that would provide some protection of the heritage character of the street. With regards to consultations with the community, there was lots of consultations. As mentioned at the very beginning, to get the study going, I personally knocked on every door, not to say everyone was home. We had several community meetings before Meloche and company were even hired. They were held at the fire hall. They were all advertised. Throughout the process, we passed around emails. We did what we could to reach out to the community. I believe Councillor Chernyshenko mentioned it in his weekly column or monthly column in the Oscar. I personally wrote an article for the Oscar newspaper that was a full page, second page, a month ago, that detailed out the work to date. We have been more than obliging to reach out to everyone in the community, both residents, developers, businesses, and so forth. We've done what we can. This notion of a transition clause at the last minute, I can see it. I'm not unreasonable myself. I think it's fair to be gracious to those individuals that might get caught in a situation where they have a property that they plan to develop and suddenly the zoning changes come about. However, the one at 3 Leonard, when was that submitted for a planning application? Was that yesterday or was that 2 months ago? I would suggest to you it must have been fairly recent, because the prior owner of that particular property was at several of our consultation meetings and was well aware of the zoning changes to be made. So I would say to Planning Committee today, I support the zoning recommendations as they are, clearly. If there is to be a transition clause, let's be fair about it. I think that if one was to shorten it, I think going out to September 2014, in my view, my personal view, might be too long. But I see no reason why, if you're going to do some infill, it can't be to the 9 meters. And 9 meters gives you plenty of height. And 3 Leonard, the houses that it's beside, are only 7.2 meters. So if there was an 11-meter house to go in there, that would be sizable. And no doubt would have to be built to property lines if it was that height. And in effect, with 9 Rosedale at the other end, what you've done is effectively bookend a series of 4, I believe it is, 3, 4 smaller homes in between 2 large infills. There's no reason for that. So I would suggest that that transition clause, if it were to be accepted, would limit the transition simply in terms of time in which they can get that in terms of the heritage overlay, so that if there's need to build on the side yard, fine. But in terms of height, in terms of front yard setbacks, they should go ahead as planned and as recommended. Thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity to be here today.
Thank you. Are there questions for Mr. Lynch? Thank you very much, Mr. Lynch. Dorothy Rogers. All right, Mr. Rogers, just before we begin, Ms. Gregoire, did you have an answer? If you want to just... And this was with respect to the Leonard property.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I can confirm that permit is about to be issued.
What's
so that it will not be affected by this new initiative.
Okay. Sorry. It's about to be issued like today?
It can be issued in the next few days, so that this...
So everyone who's looked at it, as Mr. Mark stated, everyone who needs to look at it has looked at it, and it is correct?
It's just a minor loose end that needs to be resolved. Technically, I could issue it tonight if the office was still open.
Okay.
So that it would not be captured by any changes to the Planning Act or the planning processes.
Okay. So I just want to be clear that so Ms. Cohen can advise her client that they're good to go. If they go in to get a building permit tomorrow, if they resolve their loose end, whatever that loose end is, they go in to get a building permit tomorrow, that building permit will be issued. Assuming that they've tidied up their loose end.
It may not be tomorrow, but from a legal standpoint, and I shouldn't say legal standpoint, from a building code standpoint, the permit is issued. It's just minor items that are not building code related. And I could issue the permit tomorrow, but I would rather the loose end be addressed.
Okay, so the loose end, so not tomorrow, it's a bad example. Let's say on Friday or the following Monday, they walk in and they've resolved their issues. I guess it's not the following Monday because that's Canada Day, right? It would be the following Tuesday. Ms. Cohen walks into your office at Centerpoint and says, "Hi, I'm here to pick up building permit 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They're going to say, "Yes, there you go." They're not going to say, "Oops, you're caught by this new study, the work that we're doing here."
3 Leonard is not caught by this new study.
You happy? Is that satisfactory, Ms. Cohen? Okay. I mean, we can say that for you, but, you know, anyway. Okay. Okay, thank you very much. Ms. Rogers.
Okay, excuse me. Thank you. Mr. Chairman and members of the Planning Committee, I live in one of the cheap infills from the 40s and 50s that was referred to. I personally like it very much. I was on the committee that met with Ms. Milosh and Mr. Chernishenko. It was a very sincere group that worked hard, and I think we came to an excellent compromise. None of us won. We didn't get complete heritage designation, but the developers didn't lose much because they can still develop, redevelop, and tear down buildings, according to what I understand from a heritage overlay and from the 9-meter restriction. I don't think we can go much further than that in what we can agree to as a community. Everyone has different intents. As for the appearance of the buildings, well, every era has its own styles. I can guarantee that my children in 20 years will look at the styles of the buildings that are being built now and think they're horribly outdated and want to replace them. However, we do have some sort of thing called streetscape, and we do have the entrance to the city. And I'd like just to mention that very briefly. The lots, you may note from Ms. Milosh's report, are not a median, we'll say, of 15 meters wide. The average is 16 meters. To build, is it really, I would like to ask an architect and don't know, why is it very good to have higher than 9 meters on a 15 tall building on a 15-meter wide lot? Why is that so good? What is there good about it? And second of all, if you can go to the extra boundaries of that, why is that? What is that creating for you? Is that something essentially good about it? I don't know. My last point is simply about coming into the city. You come off Bronson and you start into the city down Colonel By Drive, and if the zoning study is rejected, I personally support it fully. If it's rejected, you'll come into the city and you will see, on Colonel By Drive, you'll see a small 7-meter house, and then you'll see a 11-meter house with a rooftop extension, and then you'll see maybe a couple of little 7-meter houses again, and then another 11-meter house, probably white, probably with not too much landscape around it, because it will have to, if it doesn't have the heritage overlay, which will control to some extent the footprint, it will push a little further out and have less greenery around it. So is that what the city really wants for its ceremonial entry? It could be. It could be, to me, it gives the impression of a mouthful of big white teeth, except some of them are missing. I don't know how it will look. I like living on Colonel By Drive. I can understand that many people want to live on Colonel By Drive, but I'm still not clear why they want to live in the 2 meters above 9 meters high. thank you very much for the kind attention and for the consideration you're giving to this very, very important issue, not only for the people who live on Canoe, not only for the people who live in the city and like to drive in and come in, and mostly, I think, for the people who are going to be visiting the city, who want to see the character and culture of the city. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Are there questions from members of the committee? Okay, thank you very much for your presentation. That's all the speakers I have on this item. I'll close the public hearing portion of the meeting and turn the meeting back to the committee. And we have the recommendations that are in front of us. Somewhere I could grab my, oh, here we go. Oh, those aren't mine. Doesn't really matter. Oop, sorry, you're right. Thank you. Right, I got that. The Planning Committee recommend Council approve amendments to zoning bylaw 28250 to change the zoning of one addresses identified in Area A in this report and attachments. Goes on to say, including the Heritage Overlay, and 12 Fulton Avenue identified as Area B in this report and attachments for residential third density subzone Q to residential third density subjects Q with the following as shown in document 1, detailed in document 2. So, and we do have a staff-generated technical amendment which provides the transition zone. Further, be it resolved that the following changes be made to the staff report. 1, the document 2 be amended by adding the following clause, 2C and 3D. If an application for any one or more of the committee adjustment approval, site plan control approval, including extension of a site plan control approval, payment in lieu of parking agreement, part lot control approval, or building permit, was received prior to January 25th, 2013, the complete application, as well as any subsequent applications listed on I to V above submitted prior to the issuance of a building permit, are exempt from the provisions of and will be processed in accordance with the zoning regulations and provisions in place prior to July 17, 2013. And this clause is repealed on September 2nd, 2014. And 2, that there be no further notice pursuant to Section 3417 of the Planning Act. So, Mr. Mark, did you write this? No, okay. What's that? Okay. So somebody down there wrote it? And
Yes, just in response, Mr. Chair, the bylaw writing team wrote this.
sorry, you're going to have to speak up.
Sorry, the bylaw writers drafted this motion.
Okay. So, Mr. Mark, and you agree that this we're not going to get any outliers out of this? This substantially captures an appropriate transition?
In my opinion, yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay. And would it be appropriate to renumber, add a 2, and for Ms. Cohen's client, that 2 Leonard, the designs subject to the building, is it 2 or 3? 3, Leonard, for the permit about to be issued, be exempt as well? Is that?
Mr. Chair, in light of the advice that's come from the chief building official, my recommendation would be not to do that. It's pretty clear that they have the ability to have their building permit prior to July 17, and putting in one site-specific exemption just opens the door for somebody on appeal to ask for another. So I'll monitor this situation. I'll speak to Ms. Gregoire on the Monday before it goes to council, and if it's different, I'll provide further advice. My recommendation today would be not to put in a site-specific exemption.
So, Ms. Cohen, you're going to have to talk to Mr. Mark as this moves forward, okay? Okay, so are there any speakers to either the amendment, and I need a mover for the technical amendment. Councillor Caudry, thank you. So, are there any speakers? Nope. On the item then, is it carried? Carried. Okay, thank you very much. On to number 12. Cardinal Creek Village Concept Plan, Integrated OP and EA, 1079, 1422 Old Montreal Road, 1325 Grand Chien Court, again, Chien Court, and 1190 Regional Road 174. Okey doke. Tell us why this is all so good, or not, as the case may be.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of Planning Committee. I'll keep my introductory comments very short, just given the lateness of the meeting, and we can get right into the presentation. But this afternoon's report seeks approval of the Cardinal Creek Village Concept Plan, and this plan followed an integrated process that integrated both the Class EA process as well as a concept plan process. So this is much like the Fernbank exercise of a few years ago. This followed that similar process. So the village is approximately 200 acres in the east end of Ottawa, and it's the concept plan speaks to approximately a future population of 8,000 to 9,000, with approximately 950 jobs identified in this particular development. So I'll ask Michael Botten, who is the file lead for this development, to continue the presentation. And he'll be immediately to my right, and to Michael's right will be Charles Warnock, who is the program manager for the Suburban East area. Seems like we're having some problems tracking down the presentation. Are we good, Michael? Did you find it? Oh, okay. So it appears that the staff presentation is not on the deck, and I'll ask perhaps Michael just to continue through. Maybe that'll help us move through a little bit quicker, Michael. Just to give us the verbal update or presentation.
Sorry,
we're not able to track down the presentation on the laptop, so we're not sure. It was there earlier this morning. I guess it tired and went home.
Oh, maybe that's foreshadowing. Maybe. We have
is that a good thing?
We have no development. Ooh, sorry. It's been a long day. I don't want to cause Ted a heart attack. So
perhaps
Ted, I'm kidding. Relax. Okay, sorry. So a little bit of levity. We'll see if we can pull up. Do we have the presentation on agenda? We have it on our agenda to go, so we'll hook it up here, and you can, members of committee, it's on your agenda to go. So when you're looking at it, you'll be able to pull it up, and you can follow Mr. Boughton as he goes forward. So.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I do have a copy for myself here, so we'll do exactly that, run through the presentation. What you see up on the screen is the presentation of the proponents. So whether I can use it or not, I don't know. There might be one slide that I could use. But anyway, I will proceed through my presentation. I understand that the committee members have it in front of them if they so choose. So I'll quickly go through it, understanding time is marching on, so I'll try to be quick. Just a brief introduction. Accompanying me today for this presentation are several colleagues, and I'll just quickly introduce them, and after the presentation they can be available to committee for questions. We have Charles Warnock, the Program Manager for Development and Review in the East. We have Asad Yousfani, our Transportation Specialist in Development Review. We also have Frank McKinney with us this evening, the Project Manager for Transportation Planning, and Nick Stowe, Senior Planner for Natural Systems as well. I'll just quickly run through the attributes of the site. The site is located on the extreme east edge of Orleans, east of Trim Road and south of Regional Road or Ottawa Road 174. You'll hear both terms used interchangeably, which follows the shoreline of the Ottawa River. The subject lands comprise approximately 208 hectares in area, and it's bounded to the north, as I said, by Regional Road 174, to the west by the ravine of Cardinal Creek, to the east by the properties along Ted Kelly Lane, and further south along Frank Kenny Road, and then to the extreme south is what's referred to as the south tributary of Cardinal Creek. Old Montreal Road and an existing hydro corridor bisect the area in an east-west direction. The area is essentially characterized by rural residential properties fronting along Old Montreal Road, a few farmsteads, and a few rural commercial and institutional uses, specifically Laporte's Nursery, the Word of Life Church, and the site of the Hulson Playfair McGarry Future Tribute and Cremation Center, all of which front on Old Montreal Road as well. I had a really nice oblique, oh well, then maybe that's it as well. The lands, this is a shot actually now looking east over the Ottawa River. I think it's good enough to explain what I need to explain. What I'd like to point out, though, and perhaps these, oh, there's my presentation on the other side there. Slide number 5 is where I am. There we go. So there's the oblique looking now north to the Ottawa River. What I'd like to point out is these lands, as you well know, are part of what's referred to as Area 11, and I'll get into that a little later. These lands are designated Urban Expansion Study Area, but the... Okay. They're okay. There, the lands, the lands are highlighted in white, but what it does not show or highlight are 25 hectares of land to the immediate south of that, in that general area, right in there, over to the east, and those lands form part of what I'm referring to as the excluded lands. They originally form part of what is referred to as Area 11. Now, these lands have been excluded from this concept plan, and I'll just outline the reasons why. The south tributary, which is the southern limit of the lands, is part of the significant Cardinal Creek Valley system and is designated in the official plan as rural natural feature in recognition of its outstanding natural character, features, and functions. And if and when the balance of the designated urban expansion study area or the excluded lands south of the tributary are developed, it is anticipated that the tributary would be designated urban natural features and would be extended to include the tributary and the valley lands. It was staff's opinion, or it is staff's opinion, that any extension of municipal infrastructure south through the tributary to support development of the balance of the study lands would have highly destructive and irreversible impacts on the natural value of the Cardinal Creek Valley lands and water courses. So for this reason, at this time, the 25-hectare parcel was excluded, or has been excluded from the concept plan. So I'll just quickly now go through the policy context. Just as a background, the subject area is outlined in black on the slide, which is an excerpt of the rural policy area. And there you will see the appendage, southern appendage that I just spoke about right there.
It takes Cox forever.
These lands were so designated, as you know, in June and July of 2012, following the decision of the Ontario Municipal Board on the matters of the various appeals to Official Plan Amendment 76, and the subject lands were identified, as I said, as Area 11 in the various staff reports related to the subject of the possible future urban expansion areas throughout the city. The urban expansion study area designation follow the policies or must meet the policies of Section 311 of the official plan. They are specific to that designation, and I'll just quickly go through them, the highlights of Section 3.11. That section outlines the necessary comprehensive study that is to be carried out prior to any lands designated urban expansion study area being brought into the urban area, such as is the case today here. In the case of the Cardinal Creek Village plan, the development of a concept plan rather than a community design plan was deemed sufficient to achieve the policies of the official plan. The policies require the adoption of an official plan amendment to designate the lands as general urban area and to implement the infrastructure, environment, and open space provisions of the concept plan. Now, the policies also require consideration, that consideration be given as to whether these lands are required in order to maintain a 10-year supply of designated and available residential land. And on that matter, it is staff's opinion that this concept plan process could proceed at this time, given the time that is generally required to prepare the requisite plans and to implement them through the subdivision and zoning approval processes. Now I'll get into the integrated official plan amendment process that was followed, and the integrated official plan amendment and EA process was started in December 2011 with the filing by Tamarack Queen Street Corporation of an application to amend the official plan as it relates to these specific lands. The environmental assessment for the Transportation Master Plan and Master Servicing Study were initiated subsequently in the spring of this year, 2012, led by Tamarack Queen Street Corporation's consulting team. The process followed the Integrated Planning and Municipal Act Environment Assessment process in accordance with the Planning Act and Environmental Assessment Act. Now, this is a process designed to streamline the comprehensive review undertaken that is intended to eliminate duplication of similar processes necessary under the separate official plan amendment and class environmental assessment review process. And in particular, we're referring to the public consultation process and the notification requirements. With Council's approval of the official plan amendment and the with Council's approval of the official plan amendment, the Transportation Master Plan and the Master Servicing Study will also then have satisfied the requirements of the Class EA process. So, what are these three documents that are before committee? The first is the concept plan, and so we'll get right into that. The Cardinal Creek Village concept plan and the resultant preferred land use plan was influenced heavily by the current physical conditions of the study area, the servicing and transportation elements and relevant policies of the official plan, and, of course, the comprehensive community consultation that was undertaken. The plan, the 208-hectare area that I referred to, accommodates between 2,870 to 3,250 dwelling units for a population ranging from roughly 2,800 to 9,200 in population or residents. The plan also projects a potential of for roughly 1,000 jobs. The guiding principles that were followed that are contained in this plan are on the screen. There are 7 guiding principles, and they were adopted through a consultative process involving the public at large, and they are intended as value statements for the desired character of the urban environment. So the actual concept plan provides for a complete residential community with a full range of housing choices supported by appropriate community facilities such as parks and schools, employment opportunities, and stores in close proximity to the residential neighborhoods. The detailed land use plan shown on the screen illustrates how the plan could be implemented and also demonstrates the local road and active transportation network, the location of those schools and parks, and other infrastructure needs such as stormwater facilities. Given that the colors aren't all that great up there, I'm not going to describe all the various colors. Essentially, the main color, the beige color, is the residential, and the darker green areas, of course, are the location of the schools, the parks, the major open spaces, and the urban natural features. And so you'll see there's quite a lot of that throughout this area. The darker beige area at the extreme southwest corner is essentially where all the existing residential is located. And the larger red blocks signify what is referred to as the Main Street A and Main Street B areas. Those are the commercial areas of the community proposed. The key features of the plan, of the concept plan, essentially I just ran down them. The residential areas propose a mix of detached dwellings, ground-oriented multiple attached dwellings, and apartment dwellings at the densities specified in the official plan. As I mentioned, the urban use areas, the mixed use areas, A and B, as I mentioned. A, along Highway 174. I should point out that Highway 174 is the purple line right at the top. So the Main Street area A is primarily for commercial and which could accommodate large format retail use. The Main Street area B, in the center of the community at the intersection of Old Montreal Road and the North-South Collector, proposed, is for your more local and personal service uses. Both of these areas permit residential as well, of a higher density. The schools, there are 4 elementary schools proposed, basically in the 4 quadrants of the plan. There are urban natural features identified along Cardinal Creek, the tributaries and the forested area behind Ted Kelly Lane to the extreme east. There are major open spaces as well throughout. Parks, of course, there's one central park on the North-South Collector Road, and neighborhood parks distributed evenly throughout as well, the community. Pathways have been contemplated, and the road and transit has been studied as well, with, as I mentioned already, the arterial roads, Old Montreal Road, which bisects the planned area, and the Highway 174, with minor collectors and local roads shown in white, and the 2 colors, the Major collector is shown in red, north-south, and the minor collector is in orange that circles around, essentially. On-road cycling facilities have been contemplated and provided for in the plan as well, and the plan also contains a fairly comprehensive set of community design guidelines. The Transportation Master Plan now, the second of the three documents before you, is a key supporting document to the concept plan and serves as a companion document to the community transportation study that was also undertaken as part of this process. The Transportation Master Plan analyzes the future long-term infrastructure needs of the planned Cardinal Creek Village community in conjunction with the City of Ottawa's 2008 Transportation Master Plan and official plan as a whole to ensure that it is consistent with the vision, strategic objectives, and supporting principles of the city's Transportation Master Plan and official plan. The Transportation Master Plan for Cardinal Creek Village has been prepared in accordance with the provisions of the Municipal Class Environmental Assessment Guidelines through an integrated planning and environmental assessment process. And the major conclusions of the Transportation Master Plan are on the next slide. Right. Moving on then to the master servicing study. The study develops a municipal servicing design for storm drainage, wastewater collection, and water supply that would support the development of the Cardinal Creek Village concept plan. The master servicing study has also been prepared in accordance with the provisions of the Municipal Class Environmental Assessment Guidelines through the same process. And the conclusions of the master servicing study, essentially, very briefly, they incorporate conclusions of the Cardinal Creek Sub-Watershed Study Existing Conditions Report, quality control of stormwater pond discharge to the Ottawa River, and interim quantity control to capacity of existing culvert under the Regional Road 174 is considered or contained in the study. Erosion, quantity, and quality control of storm pond discharge to Cardinal Creek South Tributary is contained in the study. Wastewater to be handled entirely with gravity sewers, and a new trunk sewer is to be provided parallel to the Hydro 1 corridor. And of course, the network of 300 and 400 millimeter diameter water mains is provided to provide sufficient capacity to maintain appropriate pressures and fire flows. So those are the highlights of the study. Now, the proposed official plan amendment that is to implement the urban expansion study area and bring it into the urban area is contained in the staff report. The proposed official plan amendment details the revisions to the official plan schedules that are necessary to account for the proposed changes in land use and transportation network, and the amendment satisfies the policies of Section 3.11 of the official plan. Just briefly again, the particulars of the official plan amendment are that it removes the urban expansion study area designation on the 208 hectares from rural policy plan and puts them into the urban area. The excluded lands remain, 25 hectare excluded lands will remain designated urban expansion study area in the official plan. The official plan amendment also puts in place the appropriate urban land use designations in the urban policy plan. It adds the necessary on-road cycling routes and arterial and collector roadways on the appropriate schedules of the official plan, and it adds the necessary off-road and on-road citywide and community multi-use pathways on the appropriate schedules of the official plan. Public consultation is, of course, an integral part of the process, and public and technical agency consultation took place in the form of 3 public meetings held in June, August, and November of 2012, and it also included mailed notices of the official plan amendment and requests for comment on the proposed land use concept plan in November, December of 2012, and in April of this year. The main issues identified through that consultation is the existing rural residential properties. While no future development pattern is proposed for these lands, as perhaps you saw on the image, the plan nonetheless has accounted for them in the assessment of municipal infrastructure. The master servicing study concludes that there is sufficient capacity in both the sanitary and water supply network, and the stormwater management plan can accommodate them as well. The other issue was the mixed-use area A along Highway 174. The proposed allowable cap of large format retailing has been questioned, and you will note in document number 6 that is one of the conditions of approval to determine an appropriate cap. Access to commercial blocks from Highway 174 with a right-in and right-out access was also raised through the public consultation. And the natural environment, significant natural areas have been protected and incorporated into the plan. So that brings me to the staff recommendations. I think all that I will say is as a result of the issues identified through the review of the Cardinal Creek Village Concept Plan, the Master Transportation Plan, and the Master Servicing Study, the recommendations contained in Document 6 of the staff report propose that various modifications be made to the documents prior to Council's adoption of the bylaw to implement the official plan amendment. And in the interest of time, I won't go through each and every recommendation at this time. They are fairly well stated, so I don't think I need to elaborate on them much. So in conclusion then, the department is satisfied that the proposed official plan amendment, concept plan, and environmental assessment master plan and study is subject to the recommended modifications that I just outlined and the technical amendment that I put forward this morning. The plan conforms to the relevant policies of Section 311 of the official plan. Specifically, it identifies the natural heritage systems, it identifies the preferred recreational pathways, it provides sufficient community services appropriate for the planned community. It establishes an approximate mix, an appropriate mix and location of residential dwellings, and it has met the requirements of the Phase 1 and Phase 2 Class EA processes of the Environmental Assessment Act. And as noted in the subject of recommendation number 3, the concept plan is to identify the location, timing, cost of infrastructure and services required on and off site. So with that, staff recommend approval of the proposed official plan amendment, the concept plan, and the supporting master transportation plan and master servicing studies subject to the document, the conditions outlined in document 6. And with that, I and my colleagues and I are available for questions.
Good. Are there questions from members of the committee? Councillor Blois.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just going to jump ahead a little bit, I think, to what we're going to hear some of the delegations say. And as I look at some of the plans, there's certainly some, I think, some really beneficial design in there, some beneficial layouts. But the two issues that really jump out, and I think they've been a common theme in the submissions we've received, if you look at the area designated as A, which is the main street, very close to the river, and also the 174. So my first question is, by doing this, are we presupposing what's going to happen with the 174? There is an EA underway. We don't know what the outcome will be. There are a whole number of traffic issues that you indicate are being addressed, but I'm not sure if we're tying our hands by taking this approach as we get closer to the river, and then I'll talk about the kind of development closer to the river. Like, in other words, are we ahead of the game here with respect to the 174 and what this will do for any future options?
Mr. Chair, that issue, quite correctly, has come up or throughout the process. The consultant team working on the EA for the 174 widening is very aware of what this plan proposes. They have been consulted as part of this process as well. My understanding is that as the EA for the 174 proceeds and the alternative solutions or recommended solutions or alternatives come forward, it may very well impact the location, not location, but it very well could align or realign, suggest a realignment of Highway 174 along the Ottawa River, bringing it further south into that block. That issue was discussed at length. I understand that the proponent's plan is those lands would not come on stream likely for 5 years plus, or somewhere around 5 years, at which time we will know the outcome of the Highway 174 EA, and adjustments will be made accordingly to it. So that's how I can respond. If any of my colleagues have something to add to that, they're welcome to.
But if we proceed the way this is presented today, and that takes me to the next part, the arterial Main Street area A shown here, and I was going to ask you what you foresee, or we'll ask that of the proponent, what they foresee going in there. Does that not, I mean, to me, the riverfront becomes a very critical element. Do we not, again, tie our hands in terms of future alignments here? You mentioned the connectivity of pathways to the river, and yet I don't quite see a clear picture how those connections go through to the river with the 174 there and the way the arterial Main Street is shown here.
Mr. Chair, the concept plan is written in such high-level language around this issue. I think it's understood that while the plan speaks about making those connections to the Ottawa River and therefore by extension to the Petrie Island area as a desired pedestrian connection, the plan contemplates or allows for any realignment of Highway 174 further south into this site. So in answer to your first question, are we undermining perhaps the options of the 174 EA through the adoption of this plan? My understanding is if Highway 174 is necessary to be widened or realigned somewhat, well then this plan will not interrupt that. As I mentioned, the proponent's schedule is that those lands at the very north end will not come on stream for 5 years.
You're getting reinforcements out of the stands, and I'll be asking the same question to the proponent afterwards. So.
What you see here, in my opinion, does not predispose or anything what we're doing on the OR 174. Of course, you probably know we're at very early stages, so we're still looking at options. But options of four-laning OR 174, finding an alternate route, all those options are still being looked at. So, in my opinion, this does not predetermine in any way the findings of the OR 174 widening.
Okay. And with respect to what would possibly go into arterial Main Street A, I think I'll wait for the proponent to come up to ask them that. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to save my questions for staff until after members of the public have had a chance to present, but I do have a technical amendment to introduce. And I'll just read the operative clauses. Be it resolved that the following changes be made to report, and I'll list the name of the report. Document 6, conditions of approval be amended by deleting the words in quotes adjacent to Cardinal Creek at the end of paragraph 1A and adding to the end of the sentence following new text quotes, which includes any lot boundaries for residential, commercial, industrial, or institutional uses adjacent to Cardinal Creek in the north and south tributaries. 2, document 6, conditions of approval be amended by replacing the words in quotes development setback in paragraph 3H with the words limit of development. Item 3, document 6, conditions of approval be amended by replacing the word north in item I of paragraph 3J with the word south. And document 6, conditions of approval be amended by inserting the words and the north and south tributaries in item III of paragraph 3J immediately after the words Cardinal Creek Valley Land, and by replacing the word natural in the same item with the word normal. For anyone following.
Okay. You sure you don't want to ask your questions now? We can then.
Sure, I'm happy to ask my questions now. That's fine.
Let's get the staff questions out of the way, and then we'll go right to Dav.
Sure. So just to reiterate on the issue of the 174, Mr. Boughton or whoever is appropriate, by the approval of today's concept plan, this does not require or presuppose the outcome of the widening of the 174. Whether the 174 is widened or not has no bearing on this project, and this project has no bearing on the widening of the 174.
Well, I don't want the 174 widened.
Mr. Chair, that would be correct.
Excellent. Thank you very much. And in terms of access to the river, what is currently the access to the river along that particular section of the property? So I can highlight the river. The road is immediately adjacent to the river there, essentially. So there is no access to the river. The proposal would allow, if council chooses to do so, to shift the highway south several dozens of meters and produce a green space between the highway and the river, allowing for, again, if council chooses to do so, future recreational developments. That's been discussed with the proponent?
Mr. Chair, yes, that subject arose. I think it was even mentioned perhaps in one of the public meetings that was held. Just to expand on that, the official plan currently shows right now a multi-use pathway, citywide pathway, north-south along the Cardinal Creek corridor, and it comes to an abrupt end at Highway 174. So this plan will hope, and one of these proposed schedule changes continues that link, conceptual link to the north, right to the highway, and hopefully one day perhaps that pedestrian link through the highway, under the highway, will be made possible.
Okay, and just correct me if I'm wrong, my memory serves as all the parks in the development are connected through a network of paths, they will join a pathway that essentially travels through the hydro corridor to cross Cardinal Creek that would access then Petrie Island at Trim Road, and that would be disposable for pedestrians and hikers and cyclists and what have you.
I will say, Mr. Chair, that the plan has a fairly comprehensive network of pedestrian and off-road, on-road network sidewalks throughout the community. You can just see by the amount of green space, or green, I'll just say green on that plan, lending itself to quite a comprehensive network of pedestrian connectivity.
One other question I wanted to ask was relating to the Heritage Building on the Vandenham property adjacent to the District Park, and wanting to get staff's commitment for the preservation of that building, and discussions with the proponent to renovate the interior, well, and exterior, to city standards for the development of community space adjacent to I think it's the community park.
Mr. Chair, we can certainly initiate that through the Heritage Planners or unit in the department.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chair, this is something that I've been working on essentially since the OMB rulings on OPS 76 became apparent. I think it will be, this is the kind of planning that the old township of Cumberland did, long-term planning for proper community growth and development. I think it is the type of planning and long-term vision that residents of Orleans and Ottawa have been asking for. Projects like this will never please everyone, certainly, but I think after several meetings, both large public meetings as well as meetings with a group of members from both the Cardinal Creek Community Association and the Cumberland Village Community Association, several changes have occurred, and significant community feedback has been received and integrated into the plan. And I think, as I've said before, that this will be the best new community in Ottawa once it's built to completion. I'm very excited about the possibility of a dedicated transit corridor identified from day one, so that when transit, hopefully high-speed transit, goes through that corridor, we're not arguing with residents about impacts to sightlines and views and the things we're dealing with in the West End at the moment. That from day one it'll be identified and will provide great access to the amenities that this community offers, as well as providing better access for public transit to residents of rural Cumberland, as transit will now be brought up to the boundary of the estate lot developments that surround Cumberland Village.
Okay. Good. Any other questions of staff? Okay, let's go to delegations. Clive Horn is the first up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and councillors, for this opportunity to address you on this issue. When I came in this morning, I indicated that I was both for and against this development proposal because it has features that are really good, but it also has one aspect which may be not quite as good. The residential area is very well thought out, using the undulating topography to advantage, having a central village-style commercial area, allowing generous access to open areas, and clearly planning for future addition of public transport. But in the area overlooking the Ottawa River, adjacent to the Ottawa Road 174, as it gets down to the river level, it falls somewhat short of this quality of development. Perhaps I was naive or just too trusting in the consultation process, which in general was very amicable, but I did not question deeply Tamarack's ideas for this area, though they did mention a big chapter store and multiple dwellings. It was only when this transportation study, the Master Transportation Plan, was presented in April of this year that the full scale of the proposal became apparent. Over 425,000 square feet of large format retail, otherwise known as big box, and 260 apartments on 13 hectares. This was, pardon me. This was way over anything I had expected. This retail space is half the size of all the space in Place d'Orléans and is 4 times the size of the Target big box store at its eastern extremity, and would sit on 22 football fields. This I find unacceptable, as do the 350 plus people who have already signed our petition objecting to this, and there are still many more sheets out there because we've only been gathering sheets for signatures for about less than a week, and in rural areas, decentralized, low density, it is not very easy to get signatures quickly. And most of these people are actually quite critical of me for even contemplating having big box stores in this area, the most beautiful view of the Ottawa River in the city. When you look west at sunset, it's absolutely fabulous. But what was also most evident was the strength of their opposition, in that they needed little, if any, explanation of the issue before condemning it. Just seeing the map and the notation of 425,000 square feet of big box stores without any further explanation was enough for them to understand that it was a bad design idea. I saw this at our market on Saturday. This map was there, and even when I was not at the table to explain it, and even before I first sat down at the table, people who were just walking by stopped, read, and signed the petition. Also of interest was the fact that it was not just the local community that found this objectionable. No matter where people lived, and at our market we get people from a wide variety of locations, they regarded this proposal as being a ruination of the view. But there is another point to be made. Such a development requires the passage of a lot of traffic to make it viable. So the OR has to be identified as the commuter route from Rockland and Points East. And this reliance on the commuter traffic is confirmed by the request for 2 right-in, right-out access points to the OR 174. This presumes that this would be the result of the environmental assessment currently underway, that is studying precisely this problem, not the widening of the 174, but how should the traffic from Rockland and Points East get to Ottawa? And 2 of the 3 options do not include the widening of the OR 174, which would be necessary for it to remain the principal commuter route for traffic from Points East. So the acceptance of this proposal would undermine the validity and perceived independence of this environmental assessment. And my final point is that with respect to this area, you do not actually have to make the final decision right now. Phase 1 of the overall project is the northwest quadrant of the residential area, not including the area overlooking the 174. This will take at least 2 or 3 years to build out, and the EA noted will present its recommendation next year. I am speaking for the hundreds of people who have taken the time to sign this petition, indicating their disgust at the possibility of such a failure of planning that this magnificent view of the river could succumb to big box stores topped by apartments. We ask you to defer any decision on phase 2 of this development until more information is available, including the Plan B from Tamarack, which to date they have not shown us, and the EA recommendation. Do not allow an overly hasty decision to compromise forever the beauty of this location and the possibility of creating a truly great community. And Councillor Blaze circulated this afternoon an indication that Taggart is willing to really sit down and discuss in detail the exact designs, features, or design concepts for the disputed areas. And I would say to Councillor Blais, you want to hold their feet to their fire on this whole project forever. This is the way, by not approving any more than the first phase of this project, that we in the Community Association can hold the feet of Tamarack to the fire on this particular issue, the design of the stores and so on in the disputed areas overlooking the 174. Thank you for your forbearance on this and your time.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there any questions for Mr. Horn? Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Horn, for your presentation. Fran Stronach is next.
Members of the Planning Committee, thank you for allowing me, a former councillor from the City of Cumberland, to voice my opposition to the proposed commercial development along the historic, beautiful Ottawa River east of Trim Road off Regional Road 174. I plan to highlight and speak to 3 areas of concern which mitigate rezoning the residential land to the commercial land known as Parcel A. This particular stretch of highway between Trim Road and Canaan Road has been known as the killer strip for a number of years. Numerous accidents and fatalities have occurred over the years on this highway. According to city staff, there have been 465 accidents along this stretch of road. That is between Trim and Canaan Road. Years ago, this highway was a train track between Montreal and Ottawa. The only way to get there was by train. In the late 50s, the track was removed and a highway was built. Single lanes, traffic in both directions. Remains the same today, 2013. That's more than 60 years without any changes. Many understood 35 years ago this highway, officially known then as the Trans-Canada Highway, or Highway 17, was slated to accommodate 2 lanes of traffic in both directions. Of course, nothing happened. At amalgamation, the highway became 174 Regional Road. The number of drivers has grown substantially, and still no extra lanes, not even passing for slow drivers. 1. Using this road, the population has absolutely exploded. The only improvements we have ever seen are the installment of traffic lights at Trim Road and Canaan Road. That's the extent of upgrades to this highway. The proposal to have another entry to this particular area with a stoplight just down the hill, you have to go down a hill to get from Trim to it, is just asking for more accidents and deaths. In order to accommodate this entry and exit for this area, you would need right and left turning lanes. That would mean 6 lanes of traffic. There is really very little space unless you move south because the highway abuts the river. At a minimum, before you even consider rezoning this Area A, you have to consider what they're going to do with 174.
Nothing, I hope.
2, do we really need more land for commercial use? Stores, particularly at Place d'Orleans, have been dealing with competition from new boutique and box stores on Innes Road to the south. Stores on St. Joseph Boulevard in Orleans are suffering from the same competition. There are more commercial and shopping areas in Rockland, just a few miles east. Stores in Orleans area are closing due to lack of buying power of the public. There are only so many dollars to go around. There are presently commercial lands available on both sides of Trim Road, at the industrial park known as Trailer Creek, and on the opposite side where the park and ride is situated, and neither of them are fully utilized. We would certainly welcome new commercial and light industry investment here. 3, the historical Ottawa River is very important. We are delighted at the present time to be able to see the vista over the river of the Gatineau Hills. New homeowners buying residences here should continue to have that same view without impediment. Petrie Island is also visible from here in this parcel of land without being hindered by commercial buildings. The planning department has been very busy trying to link walking paths along the river for all to enjoy. There is an opportunity here to link the village of Cumberland to hiking trails in Petrie Island when the road is correctly realigned. The proposal to add neighborhood stores on Old Montreal Road, which would be B, seems to make sense for the local shoppers. Comments made by planning staff leads one to believe you need a population of about 5,000 to support stores in a rural area. Incidentally, The traffic problems faced with all these new taxpayers along Old Montreal Road will necessitate increasing the lanes of traffic available for cars. Removing the major farm parcel of land for housing is not a problem. Adding more commercial land by rezoning that part of the parcel on Highway 174 is, in the opinion of most East Enders, many of whom live in Orleans, is not a desirable or good use of the former Vandenham farmland. Rezoning this parcel will most definitely create traffic problems on 174, which is really the only access to that parcel A. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Are there any questions for Ms. Stronach on her presentation? No? Councillor Blois?
Yeah, I guess just for clarity's sake, I'm not sure at what point you're supportive and not supportive, because
it's the land that they have actually shown in that diagram. The only parcel in dispute is the land along 174. That would be commercial A.
Right. Okay. Because I like where you said opportunity, and I think there is opportunity. It's making sure we seize it. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Jocelyn Chandler. Yep.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. My name is Jocelyn Chandler. I'm a planner with the Rideau Valley Conservation Authority. Given the technical amendments that have been brought forward by Councillor Blaise, I'm content to waive my opportunity to comment.
Okay. Thank you very much. Anda Brunsma. Did I get that right? Sorry.
Close enough. Good afternoon. It's almost good evening. I started out with good morning on my paper. Thank you for the privilege of speaking to Planning Committee this afternoon. I trust that the letters that I wrote were received, or at least I was assured they were put on file.
Yes, the letter you sent to me was forwarded to the committee and forms part of the public record for this hearing and this file.
Okay, thank you very much. I'd like to just take a moment and because it's easier for me to speak in trying to paint a picture for you. So I would, since it's been a long day, ask you to just sit back and try to imagine. I ask you to consider what you do when you go on vacation, where your cottages are, what you do when you visit other countries or cities. People are inherently want to be near water. That was known and deeply felt by the ancestors of this land. It, like the Ottawa River, are part of our heritage. So I'd expected that Taggart set out to plan a totally new community with a 20-year build-out over 4 official city plan horizons on the single most beautiful development site in the entire city, rolling down to the very edge of the Ottawa River, that they would have a vision and capture the heritage of the region and develop a benchmark, a standard so exceptional others would want to follow. A pedestrian-friendly community with interesting building styles, fully integrated by pathways that meander down to the river. A development that encourages active lifestyles with entrances of the majority of its village-style commercial establishment flush with the sidewalk, not behind sprawling parking lots. How breathtaking the views from above in the residential neighborhoods, from sky to mountains to shore. and below, nestled along the shore of the Ottawa River, leading west from the Stormwater Pond Park, playing fields, a cricket pitch, a running oval, extensive play structures to coax children from their keyboards and Game Boys, attractive common public areas to meet and chat with big art and beautiful landscaping, thriving cafes, shops, pubs, restaurants, offering virtually the only riverside terraces and patios in all of Ottawa. I saw amazing architecture that people would come to see, an ingenious integration between the community and the heritage waters of the Ottawa River. On the other side of the road, where a linear park could take you to historical Cumberland Village and the Heritage Museum, to Petrie Island Conservation Area or the beach, you could walk out on a boardwalk and watch the great blue herons feed in the marshes of Cardinal Creek, admire snapping turtles sunning on the rocks, or throw a fishing line off a birdwatching platform. Or you could just sit on a bench in the shade of the trees and watch the most magnificent sunsets reflected on the waters of the Ottawa River. They would come from all over the city and bring visitors, or cycle from neighboring communities, or take the bus from downtown to enjoy a little rural feel in an urban cafe by the water. It would be spectacular. It would be award-winning. It would be the most sought-after place to live, work, and play. Businesses would want to locate here in the East End. People would say, "Have you been to Cardinal Village Creek yet? It's amazing." And then I woke up with a start. The real proposal is another suburban development. It's nice, and it's got to be nice because it's built on such a spectacular piece of real estate. However, it has missed the mark, as everybody can see, and everybody who looks at the layout can see, with the very large commercial development proposed for the north side of the site along the Ottawa River, 13 hectares, 22 soccer fields of commercial large store retail. So the issue is, there are two issues at stake here. It is the use of this land. No one is actually against it being, as I described, the cafes, the restaurants, the small shops, the places that people would go and spend time to enjoy the river. But in order to accommodate that, as was mentioned by Fran, and in the proposal itself, they suggest that 6 lanes of traffic, of roadway, are required to turn into this commercial area, which between the commercial area and the roads would effectively cut the entire community off from the river. So I understand they speak of pathways, but the pathways begin and end at the edge of this proposal. They don't link to anything because there are no pathways here. There are currently, the only pathway that exists ends at Trim Road on the North Service Road, and furthermore, there are no paths at all linking east of that area. So I look forward with a great deal of anticipation. There have been huge amount of consultation, as was mentioned by the folks and ourselves, in trying to develop the most incredible project in the East End of Ottawa, and we all want it to be successful. Don't get us wrong. We need this and we want it, but we're afraid that this is just going to be more of the same that already exists in Ottawa. And 20 years from now, I don't think we want the same as we have now. 400 people, as Clive mentioned, I have 50 more emails, which I also submitted for the public record, have stated that they're categorically against that type of development along the Ottawa River. These are not just people from the East End, these are people from all over the city of Ottawa. They want Planning Committee to uphold a principle about protecting the edges of the Ottawa River from commercial and industrial development. So I ask you that this is one of those times when going retro is not the right decision. Don't let the paved paradise and put up a parking lot be the legacy for the East End of Ottawa for the next few generations. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there questions for the delegation? Before I go, so I understand you correctly, the whole piece that's really the problem for you is I want to say, the north end of it. Is that right?
The end, I think, that's designated on the map as A, and at some of the consultation meetings we had, I was trying to encourage it being designated as B, because clearly B is from the description in the proposal, a much more village-like, community-oriented commercial space. And I mean, the Main Street A designation is, you know, clearly large retail. At some point, somebody had said industrial park. And to me, that's just completely not servicing this community. Why is that being built? It's not for that community.
Right, and so the follow-on to that is that you think, rightly or wrongly, that if you put that area A down there, it leads you to bigger roads, wider thoroughfares. It's laying the groundwork for something that you don't want to see, which is an expansion of the 174 in that area.
Well, clearly those two go hand in hand. It would require expansion, and it assumes that there would be an expansion, and I don't think that's legitimate. I think, as Councillor Blois brought up, it's not appropriate to suggest that that's going to happen ahead of the EA, and even if that road were to be expanded, it still wouldn't solve the problem of the traffic from Rockland. So it's already clear that that's not going to be a suitable solution. So I think my big question here is, if in the situation that the EA suggests that there should be an arterial road going south connecting Innes Road to Baseline, which was already planned in 1942 to extend Innes to Rockland, does that commercial development as presented, is that still viable? So if the outcome of the EA is we're going to leave the 174, we're going to create an alternative highway for, you know, transporting people in the east end of Ottawa and east outside of the boundary, would that change the layout of this proposal? Because in my mind it has to, because they say in the proposal that it is in fact mostly for drive-by traffic, that whole commercial development. So to me it's very difficult to say that these are separate issues. They are totally intertwined.
Okay. And you'd rather see that as what you call it Area B, which is more of a commercial, a neighborhood commercial, as opposed to a...
Yeah, and a fraction of that size. It doesn't have to be. 13 hectares is a huge piece of space. I mean, it's a very large piece of real estate.
Okay. Okay. Councillor Blais, you have a question? Yeah.
Thank you very much for your presentation. In the absence of a proper level of commercial opportunities for these, 10 to 13,000 residents, you would agree that they'll then, in an absence of building or a mall within the neighborhood, they'll be going either Place Orleans or up to Innes Road?
Absolutely.
So would that not then facilitate an additional widening to Old Montreal Road and potentially even an additional widening to the highway to accommodate the traffic for those shoppers? So aren't you...
I'm not following, sorry.
Well, so in order to get to Innes Road or to get to Place Orleans, they'll have to travel from this community westward to get there. Would the volume of cars generated by 10 to 13,000 new people going to shop there, wouldn't that put additional pressure on Highway 174 for potential widening, or even additional pressure on Old Montreal Road for widening beyond what's already been contemplated? Aren't we just facilitating extra people stuck in traffic?
So, Councillor Brown, my understanding is that commercial A designation piece is for commuters that are traveling on the 174 to Rockland. It's not for this community. They may go there, but it is not primarily focused on this community. It says so right in several places right in that proposal.
I have to disagree.
Well, I'm just telling you what the proposal
I
says.
think of Avalon, and in the absence of the commercial activity on Innis, while not designed very well, in the absence of that activity, the volume of traffic that would be heading even further west into the city or south to the northern ends of Orleans, or north to the northern ends of Orleans, would put so much pressure on 10th Line or other roads that it's needed, because there's going to be 10 or 13,000 people living there.
I thought the number that was quoted earlier was 6 to 8, so that's quite a jump.
Well, it's 3,300 homes. At 4 people a house, has 12,000 people. You know.
Okay, well, anyway,
Yeah. Anyways, that's it, Mr.
they're not living there yet.
Okay, any further? Councillor Blois?
And I guess as I'm going through and I'm looking at the various components here of the concept plan, and I see so many positives in there. I mean, I see
absolutely.
the natural areas that are protected. I see the layout, the pathway connections, whether they're on roadways and multi-use pathways. But I really, what I think I'm hearing consistently throughout is that river, whether it's a river buffer, whether it's the view to and from the river, that seems to be the primary concern I'm hearing here, and that's really what you're looking to have addressed in some way.
Absolutely. I think the consensus from all the people we've talked to is they don't understand why this big commercial place is being developed on such a pristine piece of land for people who don't even really live there. Mm-hmm. I mean, it's not primarily for the people who live in that community. And I guess from a planning perspective, if I look at it, the whole community is beautifully laid out and follows all of the principles of, being able to access local shopping, walking pathways. And then you've got this outlier where people are going to have to drive their cars. I don't know how much of that plot is intended to be paved, but it's going to be a very large surface area to accommodate, because we all know what these plazas look like. There's a lot of pavement. So then all of a sudden, the people who live up the hill are looking at the back of this big commercial area. And I can't understand how you would think that that would be attractive for a community.
So you've been living and breathing this, both the report, I think you've had quite a bit of interaction with the consultant for the proponent. If you were in our shoes today, in terms of, as this is moving forward, and I think it is moving forward, but there are adjustments that you want to see. How would you move this forward today? And then to ensure to protect those interests that you have?
Well, I personally think that Section A needs to be reconfigured. I think it needs to be changed from whatever that definition is, and I went to the city definitions, and there's nothing actually that's called that. So I sort of said, if it was the one I thought, you could pretty much put anything there in that Main Street A designation, anything. And I guess the question is that what we want? Is that not just the community, but is that what Planning Committee wants? This is a beautiful road along the Ottawa River. People drive it. Visitors, when they come to the city, they don't drive on the 417. They drive along the waterways. That's what you do when you go visiting places. So we need to keep in mind, what do we want here? And, and how do we want to make this attractive both to people in the community, in the outlying or surrounding communities, for the City of Ottawa residents, because Petrie Island's a beautiful place and that whole area is nice. How do we get people there? The potential is phenomenal in my mind. I just can see it being absolutely amazing, but it can't be if that 13 hectares remains designated the way it is. Now, if it's flexible, then I'll go home.
Okay. Thank you.
But I think it's critical not to lock this in the way it is, because I think that, box stores will come and go, but, this community is going to be here for a really long time, and we got to do something that will last.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other comments or questions? Thank you very much, Ms. Brunson, for your presentation. Now I'd like to call up Ted Phillips, Wendy Knotts, and Richard Harrison to come and address the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of committee. My name is Ted Phillips. I'm with Tamarack Homes, the Taggart Group of Companies. To my left is Wendy Knott. Wendy is the principal planner for the project and in charge of urban design. Richard Harrison, to her left, is our project planner. He is the project manager for the department, and he has been having most of the coordination of all of our consultants and Michael Boughton, the city planner. I'd like to start off by thanking city staff, Mr. Moser's department, Mr. Petty's relatively new into this game, and I think has learned a lot from the work that we've done in the last year. He has been extremely helpful in the process, as has Michael Boughton, the project planner. We've had countless city staff spend a great deal of time working on this project, but recognize the amount of work that Michael has done in particular because he's been the lead on the file. I'd also like to thank the community associations who are represented behind us, the community at large. They have attended many, many meetings in the community. Both the executives of the two community associations, the Cardinal Creek Community Association and the Cumberland Village Community Association, have been well represented during this process. We've had a number of public meetings. We've had a number of less public meetings with the executives trying to bring this plan forward, and I think that we've done a good job altogether. It is somewhat disappointing to have finished the last meeting we had with the two executives, hearing that there was a great deal of support for the plan, only to hear that there are concerns and numbers being pulled out of a traffic study which identifies the potential for 400,000 square feet of commercial land, when in fact the land that we are talking about as a whole is a mixed-use area which anticipates up to 50% residential and in fact has a designation of a traditional main street where the street enters the 174. So I could ask Wendy to build on that discussion, but I've also tried to limit the discussion we had in terms of going through the overall project. But if Wendy could spend a minute just to identify sort of the intent of that road coming in and what the mixed use, not commercial, the mixed use center will look like as it proceeds, that would be great.
Thank you, Ted. Thank you, members of committee. As we've been discussing, there are two Main Street areas contemplated within the plan. And just for the purposes of clarification, there are 22 hectares of overall Main Street designation. We're contemplating 8 to 9 hectares of that would be for residential uses. The balance, the 12 or 13 hectares, is for both areas. So Area A by itself is not 13 hectares. It's probably about 8. And as I mentioned, the other half of the land would be contemplated for residential uses. It's been located on the 174 as that major collector, north-south major collector road that you see identified in red is the spine of the community, and we see the entrance to the 174 as leading into Cardinal Creek Village from the north. Now, in terms of the types of commercial development, I brought you some photographs that indicate the form and architectural expression of the commercial development that Taggart is contemplating within this mixed-use area. The form and architectural treatment are intended to be very much consistent with a village character. You can see a number of developments there that are multi-story, that have commercial uses at grade, apartments or offices above. So this is not intended to be a large format traditional or commercial development. And in fact, the character of the commercial development is very important to Taggart, not only for its own community that is developing here, but also in recognition of the high-profile location this site has along 174. Anything more you want to?
No. So just leaping off from the, I think, the more, sorry. Is that on? So leaving the misnomer of this large commercial area, this mixed-use area, we see as a opportunity to create jobs. We see it as an opportunity to, in fact, bring the people down to what one of the previous speakers spoke about, which is to have a place that people can gravitate to next to the water where they can sit and have a cup of tea in a Starbucks or a little local community, to sit at a little pub and sit and have a drink. There's absolutely no way that we want to ruin this community. Having said all of that, this is the very first step of a very long process, as members of committee know. We're at an official plan stage. We're proposing to have a mixed-use center that's been identified and supported by a staff report acknowledging what it is that we're trying to build here. We've met with the community associations. We've, in fact, forwarded emails to Councillor Blais indicating our desire to continue to work with the community associations in developing this mixed-use area. We're hoping that today you will find it yourselves able to support the staff recommendation, which we endorse. That process, once it sets out the official plan status, will require to go through several other processes in the future. We anticipate very soon submitting an application for draft approval for lands north of Old Montreal Road. We expect that will be probably 3 or 4 years before we even have enough of a momentum to develop any commercial on that road, on that project. And as a result, expect probably in about a 5-year horizon we would need to build the intersection of where the main collector road hits the 174. So we don't even anticipate zoning or going anywhere near site plan for probably 3 to 5 years, and probably closer to the 5-year horizon. So to think that by approving anything today we're going to devastate that area is completely wrong, completely inappropriate. We have done everything we can to try to assure the community, assure the councillors in the East End that in fact this is a very important development for the Taggart Group of companies, and we hope that there will be a degree of trust between the community associations and ourselves working forward. We're happy to answer any questions you might have.
So you've heard what the people behind you said, and I take what you said at face value, that what you want to do is what you're showing on the screen. What can we do to provide them with some comfort that, you know, is there a belt and suspenders motion that we can bring forward that, I'll get to you in a second, I see you, but that we can bring forward that puts sort of on paper what you just said, that gives them something that they can grab onto and said, you know, this is what you said, this is what you were going to do, and gives them that comfort. Because I get what you're saying, and I think you're probably right, but I understand what they're saying. I understand their fear, I guess. Yep. The fear of the unknown, and they've read some stuff that, and it's all development potential. Whether it really manifests itself in that is another story. But so maybe there's something that we can do, and I look to Councillor Blais and you to kind of give them enough comfort that there's a future beyond this that isn't as bleak as sort of, you know, Maryville Road and Big Box type of thing. Do you get what I'm saying, Mr. Phillips?
Yes, I do, Chair Hume. I'd like to get Wendy not to speak about her perspective, but I can tell you that I forwarded an email to the councillor confirming Taggart's interest in starting after we've gone through the draft approval, because that's our primary interest next. We will engage in the community with a mixed-use study process that will be required to be done before the zoning application comes forward for that mixed-use center. But I'd like Wendy to be able to talk about the principles that are in the plan today.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a reminder In terms of the design of mixed-use areas, the city already has a set of urban design guidelines for Main Street areas that would apply to these lands. And in addition, it's the city's protocol that development proposals within Main Street areas have to go through the city's urban design review panel. So the city has already put in place a structure and protocol for reviewing development of this type. In addition, within the concept plan itself, we have developed other urban design principles that would generate development proposals such as what you see before you on the screen. And now Ted has also volunteered a more community-specific design process for these blocks. So I think with all of those mechanisms that the city has some certainty that Taggart will live up to its commitment in terms of its vision for these Main Street industrial arterial areas.
Sorry, there was just a bit of a conflab going on back here.
Did you get?
No, I
didn't.
didn't.
I can do that again.
So you want to do that again?
Can she give you that succinctly, Councillor?
Just want to run through that again? Sorry.
Okay, no problem. I was just saying...
I lost you at the place where you said the city has a set of design guidelines, which I was about to say, yes, they do, but go ahead.
Okay. Again, just as a starting point, the city has a set of urban design guidelines for Main Street areas. It is also the city's protocol that all development proposals within Main Street areas have to go to the Urban Design Review Panel. So the city already has a structure in place to pay particular attention to urban design considerations in such development areas. In addition, within the concept plan document itself, it has a set of area-specific design guidelines.
Yep.
And Taggart is now volunteering to do a community-focused design review of these Main Street areas.
Right, and so and that's what Councillor Blais was saying. So you've offered to do that. If we formally, Councillor Blais crafted that into some sort of resolution, that may give the people behind you a level of comfort that there's a process that will further define this area to come, and that there's some recognition on our part that you've offered that, and we've gladly accepted that. That might go, and I'd have to look to them, but go back to say, okay, we get this. We understand that there's a step. There's a step to come, and it's a little bit of comfort. So Councillor Blais?
So, Mr. Chair, I'm very happy to move an amendment to the staff report. Therefore, be it resolved that the City of Ottawa will accept and participate in a design guideline process as referenced in Document 1. Document 1 being the email from Mr. Phillips to me from earlier today outlining his desire and Tamarack's desire to participate in such a process.
Okay, good. And that's obviously satisfactory to you, Mr. Phillips. So.
Yep. Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Are there any other questions for the delegation? So, Councillor Manette and then Councillor Blows.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One of the major concerns I've heard over and over today is about the box stores, and I was quite pleased to see the design with the village concept. Will the residents, especially the Cumberland Village residents, have a say or an input into how the buildings will be designed as the process goes forward?
Through you, Mr. Chair, to Councillor Manette, this process that we've agreed to with Councillor Blais today would see a similar type process to what we have now. Go through and develop a set of guidelines that would guide the development. Once that's approved, then it could come back to council if that's the wish of committee. Additional to that, as Ms. Knott indicated, we have to go through as well the city's urban design review panel to get approval from them. So I think there's two checks and balances, and yes, we've agreed to do both of those. As we've said, we do view this as a jewel of the company and expect that it's going to be something we're all proud of. So I'm hoping that all the way along through the process we'll have the community supporting us, and I certainly understand their fears, having given real concerns in the past of what's happened. So I'm hoping to change the path of that.
Yeah, I think a lot of the fears are they don't want to see another Ennis Road on this prime land. And I think everybody around the table would agree with that. I mean, it's one of the nicest properties left in our area, and, you know, to do it, let's do it right. And one of the things that I'd like to comment also is I know Cardinal Creek Community Association had many meetings with Cumberland Community Association, with yourself, with Councillor Blais, and I know that I've received an email just this week from the president of Cardinal Creek Community Association, who's very pleased with the process and how it's moved forward, and he's very supportive of the plan as it is. I think as you move forward, though, you know, as long as the residents have solid input, as long as we're not seeing another Ennis Road over there, and we see a village concept, you know, I think it will be something that we can move along a lot easier if we are all in agreement.
If I could, Chair Hume, the last thing we want to see is another Rockland that is the exact opposite of what we anticipate building in this community. Having said that, yes, I did want to touch on Sean and the Community Association's participation in this process. They were, as well as the Cumberland Community Association, at every single meeting that we had, well represented. It is kind of a shame that we're at the 11th hour, and I know you folks are all tired, as are the people in the back. Otherwise, I would have loved an opportunity to talk about the heritage preservation, talk about the mill that exists within the community, talk about some of the special features that we're prepared to enhance and make accessible to the greater community, talk about building parks in advance of when they would otherwise be built. All those things that we've talked about with the councillor and the community associations are sort of missed in this sort of quick version of dealing with the mixed-use center, and I would have liked to have had an opportunity to expand on some of those more, because this is going to be the nicest community in the city.
But like you identified also, it is a long process, so there will be plenty of meetings, I'm sure, and input from the public and from the council table. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Bloss?
Yeah, my comments may be somewhat redundant, or my questions may be redundant because of everything that's happened in the last few minutes, or the comments from the last few minutes. But Mr. Phillips and Mr. Harrison, you and I, we met in February to go over some of the issues, and I thought you were very receptive to what the concerns were. But we're still talking about the same concerns here today, and it's basically, you know, how it buffers from the river, the development closest to the river. Some of it has to do with traffic. And unfortunately what happens is, and I think this is a great plan overall, by the way, there's so much positive in there, and I actually see that the people behind there agreeing with that. It's that one slice down by the river, and I don't want to go back 400 years when Champlain paddled up the Ottawa, and unlike when Anda became very profound in her words, I'm looking at the reality of what there is today, what the 174 is. And the 174, there is a stretch there where it's not very appealing. It's basically the old railway bed has been beefed up and everything else. So there's an opportunity that comes along every so often. And I think what everybody's recognizing is you have like 95% of this concept plan is wonderful. The concern is, and I'm not sure if we're fully addressing it, is that bottom piece closest to the river, and it does, when you look at the concept plan up there, everything designated as A jumps out, and there is a leaving of those concerns with the pictures that are shown, but I really think there needs to be something more, something, you know, that gives the residents, and especially I see it's the ones that are closest to the river who are having the greatest reaction and greatest concern. So even with the motion coming forward, which I think is a really solid step here, somehow those residents need to sort of be able to see and appreciate that, yes, nothing's really going for 5 years, and there's an EA on the 174, but there's more reassurance than that somewhere along the way, that from the riverfront, that this opportunity that's before us doesn't get lost, that somewhere we look back a few years later and we go, wow, we really missed the boat. And I know you don't want to say that, and I don't want to say that either when we're sitting there 5 years from now looking back.
But with all due respect, I think he said that several times. He said that that's not not what we want, and we've tried to craft something that gets us in the middle. I mean, Mr. Phillips, you can say it again, but I think you've said it, and I think what we're trying to do, Councilor, is...
Mr. Chair, there's one chance to get it right, really, and I know this is a lengthy process.
No, but I get that, and I think that if there's something that can be crafted that gives you that comfort and the people in behind, based on, because I think that based on what Mr. Phillips has said and what Ms. Nod has said, that there's an ability to get there. I don't know what the words are, and I know that you're not satisfied, and I understand that. But I think if we translate what he's saying, if we can translate that into some sort of resolution or some that will satisfy you and will be able to satisfy the ones in the back. And I just don't, I'm having trouble figuring out how we do that now.
Yeah, and I'm on the same wavelength with you on that, by the way.
Yeah, but I think, we need to give something to, before this rises to council on the 17th, right? 17th? Yes. Yeah. So we've got a little bit of time to do that. I just don't know, and I'll look if you have any other options for us, but you're hearing, we're not adequately translating what you're telling us into something that we can, that the community can hold on to as a commitment, I guess.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If you can look behind you, there are 4 pictures of that beautiful corridor that everybody talks about.
Oh, wait a minute. I said there's leaves a lot to be desired.
I have driven that road many times in my life, probably a fraction of what the people behind me have driven it, but I can tell you, to walk on that road or to park and try to get out to take pictures is life-threatening.
Well, it's illegal to park there anyway.
Okay, it is a no-stopping zone. What we attempted to do through this specifically, Councillor Blois, is to identify to the community that as a result of this development proceeding, we have identified through our transportation engineer that we could accommodate about a 45-meter corridor, most of which would be on Taggart land, and what you see as the eastbound driving lane all the way over to the edge of the river would be a green space corridor that we've identified to the community, to the councillor, and to staff that would be protected. So the difference between what's there today and what could be, depending on what your EA says, is an opportunity that we think is something that would be not only of huge benefit to our community, our future community, but the existing residents, and that is a 6-meter City of Ottawa standard paved multi-use recreational pathway, complete with trees, park benches, the possibility of a lookout dock into the Ottawa River. Those are all the types of amenities that we see in this area to actually get people out there through the signalized intersection initially, and hopefully if the EA gets completed that talks about a new bridge going where Cardinal Creek flows into the Ottawa River, that we could have a nice bridge like Councillor Caudry got in on Hazeldean Road, where people can actually access the Ottawa River underneath the bridge as well, so that they can do that full movement without having to stop vehicles. So I honestly think that we've done a lot of things trying to address the accessibility of the river and getting people out to the river, because we do view it as a feature that we want to keep and protect and enhance.
Yeah. And I think the photos you show there, I mean, I think it gives that proper understanding of what there is now, and your words describe where we should be going, and like I say, it's a one-time opportunity to do it right. And,
so maybe I could suggest that we're not going to resolve, although we'd like to have a motion to resolve it here, and Councillor Blais has one. Maybe Mr. Petty, if I could impose upon you between now and council, and if Councillor Blais and you would work together to talk to Councillor Blois, and Councillor Blais could make sure that he coordinates with the community, and the two of you could figure out if there's anything more that we need to do to strengthen the commitment that Taggart has made here today, and we could put that in a resolution that we could carry on the 17th, if you follow me?
Yes, we'll be happy to do that.
Okay. And that kind of gets us out of this quandary of trying to do it today, because I think, as I said before, we take what you've said, we can package that up, and that's a that should be a good news story. And now I'm not going to call the community delegation back and have this back and forth. I think that Councillor Blais and yourself, talking to Councillor Blois, can figure that out, and he can liaise back with the council can liaise back with the community. So does that sound fair, Mr. Phillips? We're going to move forward. If we need to make adjustments between now and council?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Okay. Is there anything else for Mr. Phillips? Councillor Tierney?
Well, I figure as the fourth member of the Eastern Bloc, I better speak as well because I've been kind of quiet today. I actually want to.
A good thing, you know.
Yeah, I know. We're the ones remaining here today. Everybody else has kind of vanished, so I'm good with it. I actually have a different view on this, and I want to thank you for the due diligence. I do receive a lot of the emails. A lot of our associations cross paths, and I know there's been a lot of discussions around this. That being said, we've also witnessed what happens when people haven't done their due diligence. We've seen it here today. Some people just get upset and say, well, I'll go to the UMB. I'll do, forget you guys. I'm glad you guys are taking the extra effort, and we're seeing it here today. It's on the record, and I know you'll come to some kind of resolution before this gets to council on the 17th. So thank you.
Good. So nothing more for Mr. Phillips. Okay, Mr. Phillips, thank you very much for your presentation and for your commitment. With respect to the design plan. So we will, so I have no more speakers on this item. I'm going to close the public hearing portion of this meeting, and we have two amendments, right? I'm looking for the first one. Oh, I've got that one, and we have another one that we need, that Councillor Blais is moving, right? We have two. Right, I'm just looking for the technical amendment. Okay, here we go. So, we have 4 recommendations that are on page 10 of your agenda that we approve: the Cardinal Creek Master Concept Plan, Transportation Master Plan, Master Servicing Plan. Subject to the conditions of Document 6, we approve an official plan amendment and require Tamarack Queen Street Corporation to prepare a financial implementation plan and commit to provide the on- and off-site servicing to support the recommendations in their respective plans, and support the alternative commemorative street naming guidelines used in the Cardinal Creek Concept Plan to reflect the names of individuals from the local heritage context in the naming of streets. And we do have a technical amendment which resolves, I guess, the issues around from the Conservation Authority. Be it resolved that the following changes be made to the report. 1, Document 6, conditions of approval be amended by deleting the words adjacent to Cardinal Creek at the end of paragraph 1A and adding at the end of the following next sentence, which includes any lot boundaries for residential, commercial, industrial, or institutional uses adjacent to Cardinal Creek and the north-south tributaries. And 2, Document 6, conditions of approval be amended to replace the words development setback in paragraph 3H with the words limit of development. And 3, Document 6, conditions of approval be amended by replacing the word north in item 1 of paragraph 3J with the word south. And Document 6, and number 4, finally, Document 6, conditions of approval be amended by inserting the words and north-south tributaries in item III and paragraph 3J immediately after the words Cardinal Creek Valley lands by replacing the word natural in the same line with the word normal. Okay, so on the technical amendment, is it carried? Carried. Excuse me. And on Councillor Blais' motion that the City of Ottawa accept and participate in the design guideline process, referencing the email from Mr. Phillips with respect to the mixed-use area. Is that carried? Carried. On the recommendations, items 1, 2, 3, and 4 as amended, are they carried? Carried. Okay, thank you very much. And just, Mr. Petty, you'll take that direction that we talked about earlier with Mr. Phillips and the 2 councillors and the community to make sure that we've got this mixed-use area sorted out?
Yes, we will, Councillor.
Perfect. Okay.
You might have noted the Eastern Bloc is the only one left at the table.
Yes, I noticed that. Yes, you are. Response, can we suspend the rules? Okay, item number, we're going to go to item 15, response to the OMB interim order on infilling bylaw 212-147 affecting mature residential neighborhoods. Okey doke. Mr. Mark, are you going to come up here too?
Mr. Chairman, members of committee, I'm going to start while we're just getting our presentation loaded. This infill has been an incredibly interesting file. I believe the strategy that we are proposing today will solve issues, will help to support bringing clarity to existing neighborhoods. Infill in older neighborhoods can be disturbing if it is not done right. Infill 1 has been a full-on engagement process with the industry and the community. This has, however, been appealed to the Ontario Municipal Board and has now been elevated to divisional court. We are no longer in a typical situation of engagement, as we would be with a new process at this point in time. We've been restricted by a number of variables, and one of which is time. Although this being considered, staff did hold a public information session last week. I want to let committee know that within this study area, we have had 1,600 infill building permits over the past 5 years. What Ms. Desmarais will propose to you today is a regulation that will tie zoning to character, and neighborhood character will override architectural design, but will allow for flexibility, and regulations will be simplified. Ms. Desmarais will outline how to complete a streetscape character analysis that is simple and can be obtained at no cost and much faster and cheaper than undergoing any sort of a site plan control approval. You may hear today from the industry that they have not had time to discuss with staff the proposed strategy that you will see today, and that is correct. There has been little time, and we are under a board order for process. Legal services will, however, endeavor to seek additional time from the board if committee and council approves the recommended strategy going forward in order to provide for us for time to be able to put together the corresponding bylaw. And as soon as we're loaded, we're almost ready to go. Okay. We'll just hit the highlights. Maybe.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman. I'm sorry we don't happen to have the PowerPoint because one of the slides is actually kind of fun. So,
But we didn't have the last PowerPoint, we don't have this one.
in any event,
Okay, so do we not have it at all? No, okay. Do we have the presentation in our shared drive, I wonder? Okay. Okay, continue on.
Sorry. Okay, so, all right, so council adopted the zoning bylaw, the infill zoning bylaw in May of 2012, following roughly a 2-year study and extensive public consultation. And the infill bylaw affects both low-density and mid-density residential uses, and all land zoned R1 to R4 in all the downtown wards, the wards 12, 13, 14, 15, and 17. The infill study, as I said, lasted a couple of years, and the major findings were very similar to what you hear all the time when we're talking about infill in mature neighborhoods. The first being a loss of green front yards being paved over. The second being a loss of existing trees and poor growing conditions where new trees are put in. And finally, the impact of front garages on the design of the house and the relationship of the house to the street. As you all know, the zoning bylaw was subsequently appealed to that. And the argument that's been put forth at the board was that a number of the zoning regulations fall outside of the authority under Section 34 of the Planning Act. And in fact, that design and aesthetics cannot be zoned for, and that should be dealt with at site plan. But as you know, many of the infill projects are of the low-density type of residential, and they're not subject to site plan. In any event, the OMB came out with an interim order and disagrees with the appellants, who have now sought leave to appeal the OMB decision. The most significant point, this is a very long board order, by the way, it was 44 pages, but the three things that really stand out and that really matter, the number one is that the city has the right to regulate character in the zoning bylaw. Furthermore, council may regulate not only the land use, but how you use the land. And by that, he was getting at those incidental uses of the land that go part and parcel with the development, so the driveway, the parking, and so on. And most importantly, the board suggested and indicated that when we speak about neighborhood character, what we're really talking about is the look as you go along the street. So the board looked at all of the infill zoning regulations, and agreed that there was just that some of them were enabled under the Planning Act, a couple of them were not, and suggested that some of the regulations might be justifiable under the rubric of character, but that staff had not gone far enough to, for lack of another word, prove that these are real patterns that actually exist in these neighborhoods. So asked staff to reconsider that. And so in response, staff created a methodology that was used to identify and document the attributes of neighborhood character that exist and that actually create patterns in the established neighborhoods. And what I mean by this is that staff went lot by lot looking at detailing the key attributes. So far, we're up to 500 lots that we've looked at since April. One of the issues that the board had concerns with was the fact that the regulations only apply to new home building and not to additions. And so asked staff to reconsider that one. And in that regard, the committee is being asked to consider 4 recommendations, the first of which is to adopt a zoning strategy. In reconsidering what the board asked us to look at, we're recommending a number of changes to the infill bylaw, and they will apply to all the properties within the infill bylaw area, not only to infill. We're also recommending that these apply to all zones where residential land uses are permitted and not restricted only to the R1 to R4. In doing the zoning strategy, or in creating throughout the lot-by-lot analysis, staff was able to identify key land use attributes that affect a streetscape, including those that affect the relationship between the house and the street, and the relationship between the front yards on different lots abutting the street. Unfortunately, we don't have the slide that shows what we've identified as being 11 key character attributes that are land use related that we feel that we can regulate in the zoning bylaw. And I'll just list them very quickly. Front yard setbacks, access patterns, whether it's driveways or rear lanes, on-site parking pattern, treatment of front and corner side yards, garage and carport orientation, and that's one of the issues that specifically the board asked us to reconsider. Dwelling and main entrance orientation, that also came up as one of the items that the board wanted us to look at. The location and setback of the main entrance, the setback of the garage or the carport, the proportion of the front wall used for the garage and for the entrance and for the habitable space, the location of the dwelling's ground floor as measured from average grade, and the location, width, and use of walkways. So those are the things that we feel really affect the streetscape. So in particular, and I want to itemize these 3 points. These are the issues that the board asked us specifically to look at, and that was the requirement that the door of an attached garage and carport must not face the front lot line, the amount of windows required on the ground floor front wall facing the street, and the requirement that the only doorway permitted in the front wall is a doorway directly into the interior of the dwelling. So part of this review and reconsideration, we're coming forward with a recommendation that these 3 regulations that are in the current infill bylaw that's under appeal, that we recommend that they be deleted. Because in doing this methodology and going lot by lot, we're going to be introducing a new methodology where the focus will be on documenting the actual streetscape character that exists and ensuring that all new development and redevelopment and large additions are consistent with, and a more important word, that they reinforce the established character along the street. What we're recommending as part of the zoning strategy is that the applicant be required to complete a pretty straightforward streetscape character analysis, where the applicant will be required to document the existing character and provide information along with their application for severance or minor variance or building permit or rezoning. And one of the reasons we're recommending this is that we have modern tools now that don't cost any money, where they can go, the applicant can go to Ottawa, for example. They can measure the average of the front yard setbacks right on the screen. We've got air photos that are going back to 1958, and they are very clear. And you can zoom in and you can get a really close look, and you can see what kind of parking pattern you have. Is it all front yard parking and paved over? Or is it rear yard parking in detached garages, for example? These are all very clear. The other thing is we also have street view, and these give really good close-ups, and so it's relatively easy, we believe, that it would be easy enough to complete, wouldn't take a lot of time, and wouldn't cost any money. The other point would be that we'd also require that the applicant submit photographs just in case the street view or the Ottawa isn't entirely up to date, so that we make sure that we're all on the same page and we're all looking at the same thing. So what we're recommending for this streetscape character analysis is that for any lot on which infill, redevelopment, or an addition to an existing dwelling is proposed, that the applicant be required to document the dominant patterns of 21 lots. And unfortunately, we don't have the slide. But the current bylaw requires that you look at one lot on either side of the proposed development. And in our view, when we went out and we were documenting this, we realized, well, first of all, streetscape character is both sides of the street. It's not just one lot on either side of the infill lot or the redevelopment. Second, you could have, for lack of another word, an anomalous situation in one of those 2 abutting lots that wouldn't really be reflective of the established pattern along a segment of a street. And therefore, what we're proposing is that 2 things. One is that that the applicant be required to document the pattern on 5 lots on either side of the affected lot, the lot immediately opposite that lot, and then 5 lots on either side of that lot. And given that we have this modern data that we all have access to, or many of us have access to, we think that this would be a much more straightforward manner of determining neighborhood character. We've been discussing neighborhood character for some 30 years, and we talk around it, and we talk about what's compatible, but we've never itemized and documented, and what I like to say, quantified the neighborhood character on any street. So this is what we're proposing as modifications to the infill bylaw. One of the other things, just as an example, is the infill bylaw speaks to some of the rules applying on lots under a certain lot width. Well, we want to clean that up and say it applies to all the lots, not just to lots with a certain minimum width. And finally, one of the other recommendations, recommendation 3 before you, is that staff work with transportation planning and building services to consider whether any changes need to be made to the private approach bylaw, because currently the private approach bylaw allows for a new approach for every development, for every dwelling, rather. And so we're looking at whether that's something that should be reconsidered. And then obviously that lies outside of the appeal. And the second thing is to take a second look at the residential street on a street parking permit program, which actually began in 1980 as a way to not require that everybody provide on-site parking, but that they park on the street. Finally, Mr. Chairman, then the actions to date, as you know, the OMB appeal is in process, is in effect, and we held a public information session on June 17th to take the public through this modified version of, instead of the abutting lots, looking at a number of lots, and so on. Finally, the Planning Act says that only the appellants and any approved parties to an appeal may continue to be consulted and notified of any matters pertaining to the appeal, and so this is something that we're going to hear from some of the people who want to speak to that matter. And finally, the next steps are that, with recommendation 2, is that we come forward with a revised bylaw, or an amendment to the bylaw, as requested by the OMB, and that be brought back to Planning Committee within 8 weeks of the adoption of, or of Council's approval of the zoning strategy, so that would come back to you and to Council in August. And that the Board has asked that Council endorse the draft amendment by resolution, and that we forward the draft amendment to the OMB. And finally, the OMB hearing on the merits of the appeal, including any changes that we make to this infill bylaw, would be expected by the end, I think, of 2013. So I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay. So let's get to right now, what we're doing, Mr. Mark, the Board has ordered us to produce a bylaw. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
And we're not able to produce it and speak to the industry or to the appellants, depending on who we're speaking to, and bring that bylaw back in the time frame specified in the Board order.
No, we are not, Mr. Chair.
Okay. So what we're suggesting here is you're saying you're asking us to, or the Planning Department is asking us to approve a framework. Here are the issues we're going to go out and discuss here are the issues that we intend to craft a new bylaw with. The specific language we would like an opportunity to go out and talk to more people about. And so in order to do that, we'd like you to approve the strategy, but allow you to write to the Board to say, and by the way, we've approved the strategy, but we really need more time. Is that fair to say?
The one caveat I would put on there, Mr. Chair, is that the strategy won't actually be approved until July 17, and it would be helpful to know what the Board is thinking before then. So I would write to the Board if committee recommends the strategy today.
Okay, so you're going to write to the Board tomorrow or Friday and ask the Board, listen, we've approved this, not going to committee to the 17th, but we'd really like more time.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
And that time enables the two of you to do what exactly?
For that, I'd look to Ms. Demery to answer what process would follow after today.
Well, certainly we have to craft the language for
Right.
the amending bylaw. I mean, we're dealing with new things here, so we actually want to define the term character and that sort of thing. It's going to take a little while.
Right, and you're obviously going to need to talk to, is it the appellants who we're talking to in respect to this, or who?
Mr. Chair, in this bylaw will have a broader application than just the appellant's land. So, yes, we would provide it to the appellants, but my advice would be to make it available to not just the industry, but the broader community, and allow them some chance for input before we bring it back to committee and council for endorsement.
Right. So in that respect, is 5 weeks long enough?
I think the report said 8 weeks after adoption
did
by
it? I thought
council.
it said 5, sorry.
So I think we're looking at July 17, 8 weeks. We're into September, Mr. Chair, but even that's before it comes to committee and council.
Sorry, say that again, Mr. Mark?
I believe the intent is an 8-week period following endorsement by council, so it's July 17, 8 weeks forward. We're already into September, and then it comes to committee and council.
Okay, after the 8 weeks, give them an opportunity to look at it.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay. And the board, and that's consistent with what if the board says, no, we're not going to give you more time, what needs to be done?
Then we have a very, to be frank, difficult situation, Mr. Chair. We will have to come up with the language. We will have to have it endorsed. Members of committee probably don't recall. We were in this situation once before, dealing with a settlement on an appeal, dealing with the intensification policies in OPA 76. And at that time, staff requested, and it was in the post-July council meeting time frame. So staff requested and council endorsed, at that time, a group of 3, yourself, the vice chair, and the mayor, that we would have to go to have the changes endorsed before submission to council, or submission to the board. I'd be suggesting the same thing here. I'm not certain of what the group would be. Certainly the mayor and the chair and the vice chair staff would recommend. Who else we need to talk about, but we would seek to set up an ad hoc group to receive what staff had drafted, endorse it prior to submission to the board. As to the opportunity to consult, if the board is requiring it, that it be there by August the 8th, then it's going to be almost no opportunity, Mr. Chair.
So it would be only, you would only seek the delegation in the case that you do not receive more time before the board.
That's correct, Mr. Chair.
Right. So if GOBA and its partners want more time to consult, we would ask them to join us in writing to the board to seek more time.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Perfect. Okay. Are there any other questions from members of committee? No? Oh, Councillor Tierney?
Ms. Desmarais, I want to thank you because I think you know where I'm going to go with this. A lot of these new suggestions, I think, would solve situations like what occurred on Bathgate with that infill project specifically. Being able to have that visual of what's on both sides of the house and down the street, would it help solve those issues where something might pop up in the neighborhood that sure meets the legal test but doesn't really fit with the community?
Absolutely. Great example.
Great. Thank you very much.
Okay. Mr. Town, you want to come down? And Mr. Leeper, if you're on this too, you might as well come down. And is Miss Hill here? Okay. So we'll note that she was here, but she had to leave for the record. So.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, thank you very much. My name is Murray Chown from Novatech Engineering. With me is Jeff Leeper, who's the president of the Hintonburg Community Association. It may be unusual for you to see me sitting beside the president of the Community Association on a presentation, but we do have some common concerns and comments. I do want to lead off with a few questions, comments, observations. Mr. Chairman, I spent a great deal of time reading the report. I unfortunately missed the presentation a week ago Monday, but I have spent time looking over the PowerPoint presentation, and I listened, I think, very carefully to Ms. Demmer's presentation this evening. And I'll be perfectly honest, I'm still not sure what you're being asked to approve in terms of a strategy. And to explain that comment, as Ms. Demmer indicated to you in her presentation, the Ontario Municipal Board directed the city to go back and revisit 5 very specific items. It sounds like the department is taking the opportunity of that direction from the board to actually go back and totally revamp the infill bylaw. And I don't know whether that's a good thing or a bad thing, because I don't know exactly what they're revamping. In Ms. Demer's presentation, she mentioned 11 attributes to be regulated under the bylaw, and I don't write very quickly and listen at the same time, but I don't see those 11 attributes listed in any of the materials that have been provided to us to date, either at the open house a week ago Monday or in the report that's before you today.
Aren't they on page 11 of, well, the report I have, aren't they on page 11?
That's correct.
Okay.
Just let me bear with me.
Pardon me?
Got it. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, for pointing that out. So the question that we have raised in written correspondence to the chair and member of the committees, and that we want to speak to today, even before the board decision came out on March the 8th of this year, industry representatives had a meeting with senior staff from the department, anticipating that there would be further discussions about fine-tuning, or the word I like to use is fix the bylaw. And our understanding when we met with senior staff back in late April, early March, was that there would be a dialogue with the department as they developed a fix, quote unquote. Then the board decision comes out on March the 8th and says there are things about this bylaw that you need to fix. Here we are 4 months later, and there has been no consultation, not only with the industry, who are appellants and have something at stake, but with the community associations who have to live with the fix, whatever it turns out to be. And it turns out that the fix is much bigger than any of us anticipated, and there was this grand unveiling last Monday night to the community associations and the industry, and I can tell you nobody saw this coming in terms of what the strategy is that's before you this evening. This puts us all, Mr. Chairman, in a rather untenable situation. Mr. Mark and Ms. Demer are now telling you that, don't worry, we will consult between now and some date in September. But we're not going to be consulting on the strategy because you're going to approve the strategy today and you're going to approve it at council on July the 17th. All we're going to consult on is the bylaw. We're not going to consult on the strategy, and I'm not sure that that's appropriate planning or appropriate consultation for the city to undertake. You've got the industry, who has a tremendous amount at stake, and you've got the community associations with a tremendous amount at stake, and they've had zero input on the strategy that's before you to adopt today. I have grave concern with the advice that's been given to staff and to this committee and council in terms of your ability to consult. Now, Mr. Paulwin is not available today. He's in Kingston this afternoon dealing with other matters. But the reference in the report that's before you, and it's stated twice, is as such, these matters are no longer under the city public consultation process. That's correct. The matter is before the board, and must follow the OMB appeals process. Well, I'm not entirely sure what that statement means. There is, however, a reference in the materials that were presented to the public on Monday night, which says, the Planning Act requires that only appellants and any approved parties to an appeal may continue to be consulted and notified of any matter pertaining to the appeal. Now, Mr. Mark might be able to help me to understand where that comes from in the Planning Act. What the Planning Act doesn't say is that you have to consult. What the Planning Act doesn't say is that you can't consult. And for this city not to consult with the stakeholders on this matter, I find mind-boggling. And we're now out of time. You've got a drop-dead deadline now of August the 8th to present the board with a bylaw. Staff are now telling you that they can't do that in the time frame that's remaining. It would have been nice if we'd started talking 4 months ago. I don't know what instructions my clients will give to Mr. Paulin in terms of seeking an extension on that deadline. I think it's unfortunate that Mr. Mark has yet to approach Mr. Paulin to even suggest that that's the city's strategy, that they intend to seek relief from the board order to extend that deadline to some date in September. I think it would be appropriate for that conversation to take place sooner than later. We're frustrated. I don't know what the fix is because we're running out of time, but I'm also concerned that the consultation that's now being offered to us, and I think it's only being offered to us as a result of letters that were sent to the chair and members of committee late last week, is after the horse is out of the barn. You are making a decision today on the strategy, so we can't discuss strategy. All we're going to be able to discuss is how it's implemented. That, for us, is a problem. Thank you.
Okay. Do you have anything else you want to offer? Okay. Are there any questions for the delegation? Thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, members of committee, that's the only person who registered to speak to this item. On the item, carried. Okay, thank you very much. The next item is item number 16, cash in lieu of parking review. Well, that's what we're going to do. I think we've all read the report. We understand the implications, the fact that we're only collecting less than half of what we were entitled to collect. Mr. Millay has, on behalf of the Centertown Citizens Community Association, has been here all day, so sir, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I'm speaking today on behalf of the Centertown Citizens Community Association. I should mention as well, however, there has been some contact in the last 3 days with other community associations. I'm not speaking on their behalf, but I would generally comment that they are very supportive of the action that the Centertown Community Association is taking this afternoon, or this evening. I have a presentation. I hope I can keep it within 5 minutes. I know everyone is as tired as you appear. 4 years ago, following the first round of public consultation on the cash and new review, the public consensus was that the cash and new policy is a worthwhile tool to assist in the overall management of parking within the context of the city's transportation management plan. It is also accurate to comment that the public concluded that although the policy has merit, the management of the policy was a totally broken process. And I believe that can be read from the staff report as well. It was in this framework that the public made numerous recommendations on how to improve the process to make it more understandable, transparent, and in keeping with community objectives. The staff response in the original draft report to the Planning Committee in 2010 was to retain the policy, but to vest significant authority within the Office of the Director of Planning. This change included the authority to approve applications, including the fees and waivers. These changes were never supported by the public. The staff report and recommendation was never presented to Planning Committee in 2010. Instead, the department decided on its own to cancel the process. The decision to cancel the review was never communicated to the participants in the process, and there has never been a formal explanation as to why it was canceled. For the past 3 years, this file has laid dormant until it was resurrected a month ago in a presentation to the Parking Stakeholders Consultative Committee. Essentially, that is the identical report that is being considered here today. The Parking Stakeholders Committee reaction was that there needed to be more consultation and that the present policy should not be abolished until an alternative is in place. At its board meeting last Tuesday, the CCCA, the Centertown Citizens Community Association, without being aware that the agenda for this Planning Committee meeting included the recommendation to abolish the cash in lieu policy, passed a motion essentially endorsing the position of the Parking Stakeholders Consultative Committee. Namely, the CCA confirms its position that a comprehensive parking strategy is a high priority for Centertown, and pending approval of a parking strategy, no major policy change should be instituted to the policy of cash in lieu. The CCCA and other community associations share the view contained in the staff report that this policy has been mismanaged for an extended period of time. However, we strongly disagree that the solution is to abolish the present system of cash in lieu. The CCA believes a comprehensive parking strategy is required, not only for our community, but for others that are experiencing significant parking issues. In the meantime, it is our view that there are management adjustments that can be made to render the existing policy more open, more transparent, and effective. And while we appreciate consolidating authority within the planning department may be more efficient from the department's perspective, it is not in keeping with an open and collaborative approach to dealing with planning issues. The objective that Council tasked city staff to achieve more than 5 years ago has resulted in a staff report which is a summation of remarks that could have been prepared 5 years ago. Instead, we have been engaged in a 5-year study where, on the one hand, staff has concluded the process is not working, abolish it. On the other hand, the community is saying the process is broken, fix it, or come up with another policy that allows for a clear set of principles and guidelines that are open and transparent. As matters now stand with the development review process, when adjustments to the zoning bylaw are being granted to authorize a reduction in on-site parking, the consistent response to community concerns is that, in our opinion, there is sufficient on-street parking in the neighborhood to meet the demands of this development. And in this regard, I'd like to read to you the remarks of the Deputy City Manager for Operations to the Transportation Committee in April of 2009. That's after the initial cash and lieu study was initiated. In his words, there was strong consensus that cash in lieu can be an important funding and urban planning tool. Stakeholders requested that the cash in lieu process be limited to areas where the program can or will accommodate parking spaces not built on individual sites. Studies were needed to be done in those areas to assist in determining the adequacy of parking supply and any deficiencies that may be addressed in part through the cash in lieu funds to ensure an appropriate supply and demand balance is achieved. These studies should be undertaken in consultation with planning and growth management staff and preferably should be a component of community design plans. And then in continuing, he notes, during the development of the municipal parking management strategy, discussion repeatedly returned to the importance of local area parking studies. And he noted, local area parking studies have been done in the past, but it is recommended that in the future they be more comprehensive, be undertaken as part of community design plans or other similar studies, involve stakeholders, and look at more than just on-street utilization. And most importantly, he stated, without these studies, there is no structure for useful dialogue and no data on which to base decisions. With them, staff and stakeholders can consider recommendations for how to best provide and manage parking to achieve the official plan, transportation management plan, municipal parking management strategy objectives, among others. In particular, skip that remark. As a concluding remark, I would like to mention that Centretown has recently undergone a 5-year planning program to develop a CDP. When the consultant was asked why there was no consideration of the parking issue in Centretown, he responded, it was being studied separately as part of the cash in lieu parking study. When city staff was asked about the progress of the cash in lieu of parking study, we were told it had been suspended as the matter was being addressed in the CDP. We now have a CDP that does not have a policy or plan for dealing with parking, and we now have one of the instruments of the old policy that is being abolished because it's been mismanaged. We are left without a policy or strategy to deal with a very significant community issue. In its place, the action being proposed by staff in this report to you does not meet the objectives set by the Planning Committee more than 5 years ago. It does not provide an accurate reflection of the process that was followed getting to this point. It does not adequately represent the views of the participants in the consultative process. It has not adequately analyzed the parking problems in any of the affected communities before recommending the abolition of the policy, and is misrepresenting its own findings, as in the case when it notes that the policy is not in widespread use, and it cites various municipalities, yet we know that in the major cities of Montreal, Toronto, Winnipeg, Calgary, and Vancouver, there are parking authorities that function with tools that allow them to effectively implement the policy, albeit in a slightly different manner. In sum, the action proposed in the staff report should not be approved. It is an insufficient response to the parking issues of communities, and it has been totally, absolutely, totally inadequate in meeting its responsibilities to consult with the community on this important subject. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Are there questions from members of the committee? I guess, sir, I don't quite get it, because what we're saying is, and I read the report twice just to make sure I got it, is on page 5 that should Centretown, for example, do a local parking study that says the city should assume responsibility for providing off-street parking, that we would impose a cash in lieu of parking fee sufficient to meet the goals of that parking study. So I'm not sure that we're saying the tool isn't appropriate citywide, but if it needs to be implemented on Preston Street, in any of those other things, it is a tool that we will use, and it will be justified and supported by the studies that you referenced, the local area parking studies.
The issue that we face is that at the present moment there is an opportunity for the public to become involved when insufficient parking is available and an applicant makes an application for exemption from the requirements. The way it has functioned for the past 5 years at a minimum, and many years before that, is that the applications come forward and are considered on an individual basis. There has not been any, when an application comes forward, there is not an opportunity to do a local parking study. So what is happening traditionally is that the planning department will respond to the public, including the association, that, quote, in their opinion, there is sufficient parking. But as the Deputy City Manager noted, there never is any studies upon which that can be based. What the Centretown Community Association is saying is that there is a need for a comprehensive overall parking strategy. Okay. Cash in lieu may be part of the solution.
Right.
And what we're saying is that this process has been mismanaged. Staff are recommending that it be abolished. And I don't share the same insight that you do regarding what the staff are saying with respect to individual applications going forward, particularly in the absence of a parking study, which is not, as far as I know, on the books to be conducted in the next year.
I think that, if we don't have cash in lieu of parking, is no longer available, we're not availing ourselves of that policy. An applicant would have to provide the parking. It's not exempting them from the requirements in the zoning bylaw. They would have to go through a process to do that. Is that not correct?
That's correct, Mr. Chairman. Without cash in lieu, the options that would be available if a proponent or owner of a property wants to seek relief from providing required parking, the options are to make an application for a zoning change, to modify the requirements, or to make an application through the Committee of Adjustment, both of which processes are public processes and, in fact, are also appealable to the OMB. So there are other means provided for by the legislation to seek relief from parking. Cash in lieu was a tool that's made available under the Planning Act as an other means to seek relief from providing on-site parking.
If, for instance, under a cash in lieu, Mr. Smith, the community didn't agree because they didn't believe there was on-street parking, and we made that decision, there was no appeal to that decision, right?
That's correct. That decision is final.
So this case now, if the city says something the community doesn't believe and doesn't support, they can do what they do. They can appeal to the tribunal and have a hearing.
That's correct, Mr. Chairman.
Right. So this doesn't absolve, by getting rid of this policy, it doesn't mean those uses that have availed themselves to it now have a free pass.
That's correct, Mr. Chairman. No free pass. The bylaw still applies. The exemption is by a different means, but an exemption would still be required, and the exemption means is through a rezoning or Committee of Adjustment, public processes, appealable processes.
Right. Much more expensive processes.
And much more scrutiny would be applied through those processes.
Right. But however, if parking does a parking study, that we can impose an area charge to recover amount of money necessary to provide off-street parking.
That's correct, Mr. Chairman. The discussions we had with Public Works and the parking group is if they're involved in undertaking an area parking study and a strategy is determined in terms of how to address potential deficiencies in public parking supply, there is the opportunity for committee and council to reestablish a cash in lieu process that would be applicable to that area.
Okay.
Could I respond? Is it acceptable for me to respond?
Just one more. I'm going to leave you. I asked you a question, then I asked you a question. So 2 seconds, Councillor. We'll get there.
I would comment that first, the reference to the mismanagement of the process in part focuses on the lack of application that Council has given to enforcing the payment of fees. And so there is a significant emphasis on the fact that the fees have never been updated in the case of the City of Ottawa, that they have not collected the revenues. We generally talk about mismanagement of the process. That having been said, there was the imperative that somebody going forward with an application to get exemption from the parking faced the possibility that they were going to have to pay for exemptions.
Yeah. But they don't really, right?
Well,
48%. We only the stats are clear. We only collect 48% of the fees, and it is, quite frankly, the fees aren't even enough to do what we said we were going to do and provide off-street parking. So,
well, that's part of the issue. I think that the Centertown Community Citizens Association is addressing is that overall the parking strategy needs to be addressed. But going back to the application that the individual or an individual may then have, i.e. to apply for a rezoning, there is or has not been a single instance, as far as I'm aware, where the applicant has been required to pay a cent for parking, regardless of the extent of the exemption that is being granted. Most recently, Councillor Hume, you're aware of the Centertown Community Association's position with respect to 255 Bay Street, where the applicant requested exemption from the visitor parking requirements. There was no provision within that approval whereby they were going to have to pay 1 cent for for parking.
Right, but they
elsewhere in the
paid a
city.
whole heck of a lot for the application. But anyway, we're going to lose quorum here, so I'm going to thank you for your presentation on the matter, and you are the only speaker, so thank you very much. Members of committee, I'm going to close the public hearing portion of this meeting and move this back to committee. On the item then, is it carried? Carried. Okay, thank you very much. Members of committee, that's our last item. Are there any, there's a notice of motion from Councillor, and it's not notice really, you would like us to deal with it now. Mr. Mark, are you still here? Yes. Yeah, Mr. Mark. This is a motion moved by Councillor Mendes asking suspension of the rules to extend the time frame outlined in a site plan agreement. Is that correct?
Yes, to allow for the possibility of obtaining funding for a road. The principle of this approach was approved by council in June 2010. It had a 3-year period. This motion is to extend that time frame because it will have to rise to council. It won't have to sit here. Councilman Ed has indicated that he's content that if it goes to council on July 17th.
Okay, so we can approve it now. Goes to council on, if we suspend the rules. Do I have enough votes for suspension?
Oh, it's 2/3 of those present and voting, so.
Okay, so on suspension then, is it carried? Okay, and the motion is? Yeah, on the motion is to extend the time frame, is that carried? Carried. Goes on the 17th, that's fine with you? Perfect. Okay, are there any other notices of motion? Okay, are there any inquiries? No. Any other business? No. Okay, we are on for July 16th, and I've asked Mr. Moser to keep the meeting reasonable and non-controversial. So we'll see everyone on the 16th. We are adjourned.